Did you know that Masahiro Sakurai may have worked on a Mario prototype? Or that Link could have been in another Mario game? Or that one detail in Paper Mario took 18 years to discover? Over the last few years, we've been crawling through hundreds of foreign magazines looking for new info and tidbits to translate. During our search for today's video, we came across a few interesting Super Mario facts, including some from a Japanese interview we had translated, and some new info directly from a developer. So unless you know Japanese, or regularly talk to game devs, you probably haven't heard some of the stuff in this video. We're also including several obscure Mario facts we've stumbled upon recently, so sit back, relax, and let's get to the trivia. Everyone knows Nintendo does their best to squash piracy, but in the 90s, it was on another level. In 1994, Nintendo held a public event in the Netherlands where 10,000 counterfeit Game Boy games were crushed by an antique steamroller. Mario himself oversaw the operation and sent a clear message to bootleggers. The Dutch magazine Club Nintendo Extra covered the event, reporting a large, heavy, antique steamroller stood at the head of the piles of games, smoking and whistling. The large wheels rolled over the games without difficulty. It was Mario in person who shook out new boxes of games for the roller. The games had come from Hong Kong, but were confiscated in the Netherlands, where they were deemed perfect counterfeits. They even had the Nintendo seal of quality, though most games were said to lack a manual, or at least one written in Dutch. And this isn't the only piece of trivia we have involving a Mario-themed mascot and some unlawful circumstances. During the Japanese launch of the Nintendo Wii, one game store welcomed in a Luigi mascot, assuming they'd been sent officially by Nintendo. The costumed man was asked to participate in the store's midnight launch event, which is apparently a common practice during hardware launches in Tokyo. However, store employees later realized the man was not an official Nintendo rep, but rather just a party crasher in a rather official-looking Luigi costume. The cosplayer was apparently arrested, and the incident became a bit of a meme online in Japan. Some Japanese netizens even made photoshopped images that implied the cosplayer was none other than Nintendo rival and the father of PlayStation, Ken Kutaragi. It clearly was not him, but admittedly that would have been hilarious. Speaking of unexpected behavior, the Mario Party series is full of fascinating technical quirks. Many games have fallback code to stop a game from fully breaking, ensuring there's some backup functionality when systems fail. One example of this can be seen in Mario Party 4, where the game will fill an empty player slot with Mario if a minigame somehow loads before the player has picked a character. Some minigames in Mario Party 4, however, will load Daisy instead, and it's not quite known why. Interestingly, the version of Daisy the game loads will not perform as expected. Daisy will load in a T-pose, or move in unexpected ways. For the minigame Paths of Peril specifically, the game actually loads in 8 instances of Daisy, with only 1 acting as normal, 4 being frozen, and 3 being invisible, though all 3 are stuck in their default T-pose. The Paper Mario series offers even more technical oddities that reveal the inner workings of Intelligent Systems game design. One enemy in Paper Mario has a weakness so well hidden, it took 18 years to be found. This enemy only appears very briefly in one specific place. In Chapter 6, green Monty Moles appear for Mario to battle, but for some reason, these Monty Moles have a weakness against the Hammer Throw badge attack, resulting in them taking an additional 3 damage. The Hammer Throw badge is meant for attacking flying enemies or enemies on the ceiling, but generally not enemies on the ground. In most cases, ground enemies will take the same damage as a standard hammer attack. Players quickly learn the Hammer Throw wouldn't help them against regular ground-dwelling Monty Moles, but against these green ones, it actually does have an advantage. This is why it took so long to uncover this obscure weakness, with the unexpected behavior remaining undocumented until January 2019. But Paper Mario's most fascinating technical quirk lies in how its attract mode actually functions. This quirk was demonstrated by YouTuber Gorialis, who experimented with the Japanese game's attract mode. Paper Mario plays a series of demo clips if the title screen is left idle. 18 clips in total, including cutscenes, some battle footage, and a number of overworld sequences. This seems ordinary, But Borealis found that while the battles are fully scripted, many of the overworld segments and even some cutscenes are actually being played live by the game itself. Rather than playing pre-recorded footage, the game loads a save state and feeds in a sequence of predefined inputs through a virtual controller. The fade-outs between scenes are then triggered either by loading zones or by timers. One scene of Peach on a balcony may look like a regular cutscene, but is actually overworld gameplay controlled by the game. Things become much more bizarre if the player hijacks the virtual controller. In the first clip, Mario can be seen redirected into a battle immediately. Goombario then explains the battle order, just like his first battle in the game. Mario also lacks his hammer and cannot use action commands, making the fight impossible to win. In another sequence, Mario can collect an item from a block, with the text box remaining on screen through later scenes. Interestingly, those items can carry over into a later battle, showing that some inventory data persists between clips. That same battle reveals an even stranger detail. Mario has access to every partner, and all of them are Ultra rank, even though they shouldn't even be available. Mario can also be sent down alternate routes, speaking to NPCs, and even take damage. The Peach balcony segment can likewise be broken, allowing the player to move around freely. One of the wildest outcomes happens in the Koopa Bros Fortress clip, where Mario can save the game. This creates files all labeled error, with matching completion data. Loading one places Mario back where the save occurred, but the area is broken. All enemies are gone, an invisible wall blocks progress, and repeatedly opening the menu will eventually crash the game. It's also possible to get a game over in battles. When this happens, the game returns to the title screen, but only the virtual controller works, and real controllers are ignored. A new game can be started, but the demo music never stops, and as soon as Peach's letter is opened, the game automatically transitions back into the next attract mode clip, as if nothing happened. Players have found some truly remarkable secrets in the main Mario series as well. For example, throwing the baby penguins off the stage in Cool Cool Mountain has practically become a staple of Mario 64 playthroughs. But by abusing exploits and not just animals, it's possible to make the adult penguins throw themselves off as well. In the game's Japanese release, the mother penguin has a programming oversight that results in her continuing to move whilst her dialogue box is open. Because she walks towards Mario when he delivers the correct baby penguin, it's possible to cause her to walk further than intended. With true determination and precise angling of the penguin's movements, it's possible to cause her to step onto the ski lift located near her spawn point. Starting the ski lift will prove to be too much movement for the big bird, and she'll yeet out into the void. The other adult penguin, located on the level's sliding racetrack, has a very slim chance of taking fate into their own hands through specific inputs executed by the player. Panenkoek 2012 and friends discovered through extensive research and determination, essentially creating an algorithm that tested every possible sequence of inputs during the descent, that one specific sequence will result in the big penguin taking matters into their own hands and leaping off of the slide. Super Mario 64 has other oddities, like how the big Goomba enemies cannot be destroyed with a punch. Well, not quite. While it looks as though nothing happens after these giants take a blow, the game actually registers that they have been hit and activates the function Mark Goomba as dead. This means the enemies now exist in a state where the game considers them dead, but they are nevertheless still present and mobile. A result of this, if the player moves away from the big Goombas to a spot where they can't be seen and thus aren't being rendered, and then the player returns, the Goombas simply won't load in, because the game considers them deceased. Alright, now we'll get to the exclusive trivia. Although Masahiro Sakurai may be best known for the Super Smash Bros. And Kirby games, in this next piece of trivia, he reveals a bit of previously unknown Mario history. In one of Sakurai's YouTube videos, titled Kirby Superstar Game Concepts, Sakurai mentions that Shigeru Miyamoto said he'd been wanting to add two-player co-op to the Super Mario series, but the fast-paced gameplay didn't allow for it. His comment is a bit vague and could be interpreted that Sakurai and Miyamoto simply discussed or brainstormed the possibility of a 2D Mario co-op game. But in this Japanese interview we had translated into English from issue 19 of Nintendo Online Magazine, Sakurai seems to imply that an actual co-op Mario prototype was worked on. After talking about Kirby's origins as a placeholder character and where Kirby's name came from, then how Nintendo of America was confused about Kirby's color, the conversation shifts to the development of Kirby Superstar on Super Nintendo. Sakurai said, "Then there was Kirby Superstar on the Super Famicom. Miyamoto asked us to make a two-player side-scroller action game. Since it was Miyamoto, the first thing that came to mind was Mario. But if you kick a Koopa shell, for example, it goes flying quite fast, and we had problems getting the scroll to follow it. So we decided Mario would be impossible." His statement that we had problems getting the scroll to follow a kicked Koopa shell suggests that a two-player Mario co-op title wasn't just conceptualized, but actually worked on. Development of Kirby Superstar began about 3 years before the game's release, starting after Kirby's Adventure was complete. In an interview to promote the SNES Classic Edition, Sakurai also mentioned that the concept of 2D co-op Mario wouldn't be realized until New Super Mario Bros. Wii in 2009. The Wii's resolution being double that of the Super Nintendo is one reason the idea became workable. The higher resolution means characters can take up less space on the screen without losing detail. And since the space between the characters also covers more area, players would have more time to react to fast-moving objects flying towards them, such as Koopa shells. And the Wii's far superior processing power allowed for a more advanced camera system that could zoom out as players moved towards the edge of the screen to evade projectiles. Nintendo actually tried to incorporate co-op in the first New Super Mario Bros. On DS. A few screenshots can be seen in an issue of Nintendo Power printed about 6 months before the game hit store shelves. Presumably, Nintendo wasn't able to develop this feature to their satisfaction, either due to the low resolution of the DS, a lack of processing power, or time constraints. We'd love to find out more about this potential prototype and Sakurai's involvement, but this is just about all we could find. Now, let's move on to this video's next piece of exclusive trivia. A few months after the release of Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, Nintendo Life did an interview with some of the game's developers at Next Level Games, including Dark Moon's director, Bryce Holiday. Next Level had already worked on the Luigi's Mansion and Punch-Out IPs, so Nintendo Life wrapped up the interview by asking if there were any other Nintendo franchises the team wanted to work on. Holiday responded, "Really, we are grateful to work on any Nintendo IP. But if there are any wish-granting entities listening out there, we would love a chance to work on a Zelda or Mario game." So Next Level want to work on 2 of Nintendo's biggest IPs. No surprise there, but we were curious if the studio had actually pitched any Mario or Zelda games to Nintendo behind the scenes. A while back, we interviewed a handful of former Next Level devs about their work on Metroid and Luigi's Mansion. And after seeing Holiday's response, we just had to ask about any potential Mario and Zelda projects. Those former employees told us about a cancelled Metroid 3DS game, which we revealed in a video a couple of years ago. But nothing about cancelled Mario or Zelda games, or even pitches. However, our question did remind one developer, who wishes to remain anonymous, of something noteworthy. They told us, "We didn't expect that we'd get to work on some of the IPs we did, so even working on Mario Strikers was a big win for us. And then Punch-Out was a big win for us. It wasn't out of the question that we would actually work on a Zelda game. And I do recall that Next Level were kind of throwing around the idea of having Link as a character in Mario Strikers Charged early on. It was always kind of on the table, or at least for us it was." They also told us that Nintendo didn't seem all that opposed to having Link in the game, and that it didn't seem like Nintendo was overly precious about lending out the Zelda IP to other studios. Unfortunately, however, Nintendo's response to Link playing soccer with Mario was a bit non-committal, which in Japan is sort of a polite way of saying they're not interested. So Next Level wanted Link in Strikers, and although Nintendo didn't seem all that into it, they didn't outright shoot the idea down either. Maybe with the right approach, Next Level might have been able to convince Nintendo to let them put Link on the roster.
Did you know? Super Mario RPG was partially inspired by a Japanese children's toy. According to one of Mario RPG's directors, Yoshihiko Maekawa, the toy was similar to a laptop, and the buttons on the toy had to be pressed in time with music. Maekawa told IGN, "It was that idea, having gameplay built around timing pressing buttons, that inspired me to hybridize these two genres to get a little bit of action and RPG into the same game." At the game's first meeting, Square presented Nintendo with an image of Mario on horseback, equipped with a sword and cape. It was essentially a fusion of Square's Final Fantasy style and Mario. The illustration didn't sit well with Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto, who immediately said, "That's not right." Miyamoto and one of Mario RPG's directors, Chihiro Fujioka, went back and forth on the issue. They discussed whether the game should have a classic RPG approach with swords and magic, or if Mario should use his iconic jump attacks and hammer. They couldn't decide between the two, so they let the fans decide. Fujioka told Retro Gamer, "We had to decide on Mario's fighting style. I said, let's just decide his fighting style based on how much the audience applauds." Fujioka commented on both fighting styles, and the audience cheered more for Mario using jumps and hammers. Other drastic changes in direction took place early in production. One example is the pseudo 3D art style, which didn't exist at all near the start of development. Mario RPG initially used a top-down map with a 2D style Mario. The game received a pre-rendered isometric overhaul after some experimentation with 3D. There were also plans to include a shape-shifting boss character in the second half of the game. Code for the villain was even programmed into the game, and several sketches were drawn. Though the boss was cut, the ideas behind it could have influenced the fight against Smithy. Originally, the team wanted Mario to use devices that would impact devices in other parts of the world, causing a type of domino effect. Chain reaction was a key phrase the team used during development. This eventually led to the game's action events, where light platforming and other real-time set pieces occurred throughout the game. Speaking of which, the team struggled to balance the amount of action. They wondered how much traditional Mario gameplay could be present in an RPG without it feeling out of place. Though production was sometimes difficult, Square and Nintendo worked well together. Ex-Square president Hisashi Suzuki approached Nintendo about making a sequel before Mario RPG was even released, but due to Square leaning away from Nintendo in favor of the PlayStation, a similar collaboration never took place on the Nintendo 64. Luigi was planned to be in the game, as seen in an early issue of Nintendo Power. Many other elements were changed or scrapped during development. Some examples are the Chancellor looking gray and much older, Frogfucius' island being closer to the land and therefore not accessed via Tadpole Bridge, an encounter with Bowser in his keep at an unknown time, an unused underwater battle stage, and a lot of enemies, most of which were reskinned versions of existing foes. There's also a hidden boss named Culex, who is an homage to Square's Final Fantasy series. Though he isn't from Final Fantasy himself, he embodies many traits of the franchise. He has a sprite for both overworld and battle like the Final Fantasy enemies, and his in-battle sprite doesn't change when attacking or being struck. Culex's in-battle sprite also looks more 2D than 3D. A remixed version of Final Fantasy IV's boss battle music plays during the fight, and the Final Fantasy victory fanfare is heard after it. Culex's Japanese name is also Kuri Sutara, meaning crystaller. This isn't the only nod to Final Fantasy. Caesar Dragon gets his name from an unused Final Fantasy super boss. The unused boss is called Caesar Dragon in the game's ROM, but both enemies are called Kaiser Dragon in Japanese. The boss was eventually used in the Game Boy Advance port of Final Fantasy VI and was renamed Kaiser Dragon in the West. The enemy Bahamut is a reference to the Final Fantasy summon of the same name. This isn't true for the Japanese version, however, where the enemy has a Yoshi-inspired name, Doshi. Final Fantasy isn't the only game referenced in Super Mario RPG. Both The Legend of Zelda's Link and Metroid's Samus have cameo appearances. Link can be found in the Rosetown Inn, and Samus can be seen in Toadstool's Castle. Samus is also featured as an action figure in Booster Tower. Models of Captain Falcon and Samurai Goro's vehicles from F-Zero, as well as an R-Wing from Star Fox, can be found in Barrel Volcano. The Axum Rangers are a parody of the heroes from Super Sentai, a long-running Japanese show which was the basis for the Power Rangers franchise. Translator Ted Woolsey originally wanted to squeeze more references into the game. Woolsey asked if he could name Punchinello James Bond in reference to James Bond, but management shot down his request. A remnant of the idea is seen when Punchinello introduces himself. The name's Nello, Punchinello. Boshi's Japanese name is Washi. This makes him Yoshi's Warui counterpart, similar to how Wario is Mario's counterpart. Bowser's victory pose was also changed in the English game, as it previously resembled the up yours gesture. Lakitu's Japanese name is Jugem. His bus features the initials JB, which remained unchanged in the English version. They simply stand for Jugem's bus. In the Japanese version of the game, going into the menu screen and entering down, up, right, left, select, start, B will make Toad appear. He'll say, "Secret code found." Now let's take a look at your status. Wow, nothing's changed at all. But what about your experience points? Nope, nothing's changed. There's no point in looking for other codes, and the result will always be the same. I'll play with you as many times as you like though. Secret code, end. In the English version, Gino introduces himself as heart, note, exclamation mark, question mark. In the Japanese game, however, Gino's name is introduced as a completely unpronounceable series of symbols he refers to as Star Language. Gino was a surprise hit among fans, and even grew a cult following. Mario RPG's developers didn't know about this fondness until years later, presumably due to a language barrier and the obscurity of early internet. Fujioka told Retro Gamer, "I only found out about Gino's popularity later, so I got him to make a reappearance in Superstar Saga."
Did you know? The original Mario Party might have been planned to work with the Nintendo 64 disk drive. Booting up the North American version of the game while the disk drive is attached will lead to a blank screen, and booting up the Japanese and PAL versions of the game while the disk drive is attached will lead to an error screen. Two other games that fail to load under the same circumstances are F-Zero X and Ocarina of Time, both of which had 64DD expansions planned, with F-Zero's even seeing a release in Japan. Mario Party 2 actually started out as a 64DD project, and it's speculated that Mario Party 2 may have begun as an expansion of Mario Party for the disk drive. This idea is also supported by Mario Party 1 and 2 sharing nearly 20 of the same minigames and using the same playable characters with additional costumes. We've mentioned in previous videos how Nintendo avoided sparking controversy by altering Wario and Luigi's voice clips.
Oh my god! So I missed!
One controversy they weren't able to avoid was with the release of Mario Party 8 in the United Kingdom. On the Shy Guys Perplex Express board, Kamek uses the word spastic, which is a highly offensive slur against disabled people in the UK. The use of the word caused enough outcry for Nintendo to recall the game. Later releases replaced the offending word with erratic. There have been other regional changes in Mario Party games as well. At the end of a game on the Western Land board in Mario Party 2, the winning character engages Bowser in a quick draw duel. The Japanese version of the game has them dueling with actual revolvers, which were changed to pop guns in the international release. In the original Mario Party, several minigames had players rotating the analog stick. Rather than using their thumbs to rotate the stick, some players would use the palms of their hands as it gave them more grip and stability. Though it was effective, this method would often lead to blistered palms or other injuries. New York's Attorney General's office received close to 100 complaints of injury, which led to Nintendo of America taking action to prevent further damage. They provided gloves for anyone who had hurt their hands while playing the game and paid the state $75,000 in legal fees. Although it's unknown how much the incident cost Nintendo, providing gloves for the potential 1.2 million affected North American players could have cost the company up to $80 million. Despite the incident, Mario Party received generally positive reviews and press coverage. A few outlets panned the game, however. One of these publications was Game Informer, who gave the first Mario Party a review score of 2.5 out of 10, and the second Mario Party a 5.25 out of 10. The reviews became so infamous that Nintendo of America sent Game Informer a sarcastically written certificate stating, "Nintendo appreciated Game Informer for their well-written and glowing reviews of Mario Party and Mario Party 2. Signed by then Nintendo of America chairman Howard Lincoln and Nintendo of America founder Minoru The Japanese and European versions of Mario Party 1 feature a song that is completely absent from the US release. The song Move to the Mambo was used for the minigames Balloon Burst and Musical Mushrooms. Other songs from the series have had some surprising origins. The song Let's Go Lightly from the Bobsled Run minigame in Mario Party 1 is a remix of the Giant Land theme from Super Mario Bros. 3. The track Slowly Slowly is a remix of the Iceland theme, and the song Pandemonium from Mario Party 9 is a remix of the Battle Mode theme from Mario Kart Double Dash. In addition, some of the voice clips for Wario, Luigi, and Toad in Mario Party 1 were taken straight from the Japanese version of Mario Kart 64. Although Mario Party has traditionally supported up to 4 players, there are Japanese arcade versions of the game that go far beyond this. The Capcom-developed Fushigi no Kurokuro Party 2 supports up to 16 players. Another unusual take on the series was the little-known Mario Party E hybrid board game video game. It came with a playboard, 64 cards, and supported up to 4 players. Interactions with the board game would lead to one of 11 minigames that were played out on the Game Boy Advance e-reader. Luigi and Peach were missing from the game's roster. Players could choose between Mario, Yoshi, Wario, Waluigi, or Princess Daisy. Mario Party 8 contains 3 unused minigames. The games have no explanations or English translations and can only be played by replacing the files of other minigames with the unused files. The games include Hammer D Pokari, where players have to swing the Wii remote horizontally to hit their opponents with a hammer, Guru Guru Kataduke, where players spin the remote in clockwise circles to roll up a length of ribbon, and Ochiruna Rodeo, a dual minigame where 2 players have to tilt the Wii remote to stay on top of a mechanical bull. What's interesting about these is that 2 minigames with striking similarities to Guru Guru Kataduke and Ochiruna Rodeo appeared in Wii Party U, which had the same director as Mario Party 8. Mario Party Island Tour included a Bowser's Tower mode, where the player got to take him on directly. After defeating him, Bowser will appear and declare, "Wahahaha, you celebrate too soon. This wasn't even my final form." This line is a reference to the Dragon Ball Z villain Frieza, who underwent multiple transformations in battle. Mario Party 10 stepped up Bowser's involvement by including a mode where a player with a gamepad could take control of Bowser and chase down the other characters who would all be riding in a car together, a mechanic that carried over from the previous game. When asked by Nintendo Life why they changed the Mario Party format to include the car, the game's director, Shuichiro Nishiya, explained that it was done to keep the players engaged. In past installments, everyone would move separately through the board. As a result, the actions of the other players often didn't affect you. You could just look at the TV screen when it was your turn and during the minigames. In Mario Party 10, though, players move together in a car, so each player's action will affect others, meaning you'll need to keep an eye on the TV screen. This way, everyone's constantly involved, and we keep the flow of the game at a good pace.
Did you know? One of Shigeru Miyamoto's earliest influences for Super Mario 64 came from watching his pet hamster wander around his room. This experience likely influenced not only the size of Mario 64's stages, but its free-roaming camera as well. He was also inspired by miniature train sets and dioramas, but Miyamoto's first thoughts about a 3D Mario came years earlier while working on the original Star Fox. His team experimented with a prototype based on the SNES Super FX chip, but the technology just wasn't there yet. It ended up taking 5 more years for Miyamoto's vision to become a reality. Mario 64 was the first Nintendo 64 game to enter development. In fact, work began long before the N64 actually existed, so the developers started by making prototypes on a computer and keyboard. They didn't have a proper controller for the next 6 months, so they modified some Sega controllers for testing. These controllers were likely XE1AP Sega Genesis controllers, which had an analog stick years before the N64, PlayStation, or Sega Saturn were even conceived. About 100 different N64 controllers were developed by Nintendo R&D3, and each controller was tested with Mario 64 to see if it was up to scratch. According to R&D3's manager Genyo Takeda, they became more ambitious with each new controller, even prototyping a motion sensor wristwatch. The watch worked so well that they actually filed for a patent. However, when the wristwatch was playtested by a focus group full of kids, they were confused by how it worked. In the end, R&D3 had to abandon the idea. Did You Know Gaming asked Mario 64 programmer Giles Goddard about the prototype controllers and if there was anything memorable from Nintendo's tests. Goddard said, "There was one prototype joystick I worked on that stood out. It was made by a UK company, I think, and it had the ability to programmatically constrict movement in 2 axes. I thought we could use it to give force feedback or to give texture to certain movements, but when I made some test demos with it, it felt more like it was stuck on something instead. Still, it was way ahead of its time as there was no such thing as haptics back then." Ultimately, they settled on the N64 controller we know today, even though Miyamoto was still dissatisfied with it, and actually wanted a second D-pad instead of the C buttons. The game started out as just Mario running around an empty grid, with the next character added being Mips the Rabbit. From there, the team spent months just perfecting Mario's movements and the game's camera, ironing out these fundamentals before they built even a single stage. Assistant director Yoshiaki Koizumi made nearly 250 different Mario animations, about 50 of which got cut, including a somersault that probably broke Mario's fall after a long drop. A few animations didn't get cut, but ended up virtually useless, like the crouching trip kick, which Koizumi says he made for beating specific enemies that never got programmed into the game. To test out different camera systems, developers ran experiments like creating a mountain and having Mario and Mips race to the summit, then switching the camera and going again. They tested out thousands of different camera systems, having it locked, having it move, having it so the player controlled it entirely, and so on. There was one programmer whose whole job was just working on the camera system, and one day he finally came up with a camera Miyamoto was happy with. But it wasn't long before a Nintendo lawyer ran upstairs and told them Sega had a patent for switching cameras, which sent shockwaves through the entire office. They investigated what sort of legal consequences they might face by using Sega's patent, but ultimately decided to throw caution to the wind and use it anyway, praying they wouldn't get sued, and they never did. Mario's face on the game's title screen was originally made for a prototype of Mario Paint 3D, which ultimately released as Mario Artist Paint Studio on the 64DD. The game's main menu has an interesting origin as well. It's directly based on an SGI graphics demo called Buttonfly. SGI machines were used to make N64 games, and the machine's tools clearly had an influence on how Mario 64 was made. Another influence for Mario 64 was licensed asset packs. Nintendo used sound libraries from the company's Sound Ideas, which can be heard prominently in early versions of the game. Some early clips used samples of Looney Tunes actor Mel Blanc for Mario's voice. The game's art director was also influenced by these asset packs. Several researchers have combed countless archives and asset packs to find Mario 64's original textures. Many of Mario 64's textures come from the Japanese Material Dictionary Datacraft series, which have hundreds of photos of natural and man-made objects. This use of stock imagery might also be why the background of the shifting sand land features the Great Pyramids of Giza, and why the Wet Dry World uses a photo of Casares, Spain. Many textures also come from SGI workstations the game was developed on, such as the texture for Metal Mario. When it came time to build a Mushroom Kingdom, stages were designed on a fixed path with a flagpole at the end, just like classic 2D Mario stages. But the team decided it'd be more fun if players could wander around freely, like Miyamoto's hamster exploring his room, so they replaced the flagpoles with a series of stars. This also freed up cartridge space and reduced the level design workload. The designers didn't use blueprints when making levels, instead adding and subtracting from levels until they felt right. The first stage made was Bob Battlefield, which originally had a river running through it. But when the team playtested it, they realized the river's current was too strong and could be frustrating, so they drained all the water and left a dry valley in its place. Programmer Hajime Yajima wanted stages to have destructible terrain, which the game would remember. One example he gave was the player destroying a block, and the game remembering the block was gone for the entire playthrough. According to programmer Giles Goddard, half the team was focused on developing, while the other half just focused on playtesting. They even brought in some children, including Miyamoto's own son, to playtest Bob-omb Battlefield and see what they thought. As a director, Miyamoto was happy to see the kids were all having fun, but as a parent, he was concerned to see his son trying to run up an unclimbable hill over and over again. After a few dozen attempts, Miyamoto started to wonder about his son's intelligence. A couple months later, co-director Takashi Tezuka told Nintendo Power they'd already made 32 stages, and the final game might even have 40, plus bonus areas like the Princess's Secret Slide. However, the stage count ended up being scaled back, and the final game only had 15 stages. The overall difficulty was dialed back too. According to Miyamoto, there was a change late in development which made gaps easier to jump than in 2D Marios, as the team worried players might have a hard time judging distances in 3D. This provoked a lot of booing from the staff, who felt strongly that the game's difficulty should remain intact. A large portion of Mario 64's development overlapped with the production of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, resulting in lots of ideas originally meant for one game getting switched to the other. Mario 64 had more puzzles than any previous game in the series, with areas like Shifting Sandlands Pyramid feeling more like a Zelda dungeon than the Mushroom Kingdom. That's because many puzzles were actually made for Ocarina of Time, but were moved over to Mario due to its development being behind schedule. Taking assets from Zelda and putting them in Mario 64 was an easy way to speed up development. Even the castle system itself was initially meant for Zelda, but got repurposed for Peach's castle. The Nintendo 64 and its 3 launch titles were originally scheduled to release at Christmas 1995, but the launch date was delayed twice, so Miyamoto had more time to flesh out Mario 64. When the game finally launched in June 1996, critics praised it for setting a new standard in gaming. It eventually sold 12 million copies, making it the best-selling N64 game ever, and spawned a whole generation of copycats. A long-running trend Miyamoto chalked up to Nintendo's culture. He said, "I believe we are not making Japanese games, but are making Kyoto games. The taste of a Kyoto game is different from that of a Tokyo game. We Kyotoites hate to follow the fashion, but rather love to set the fashion. We really did want to change the culture of gaming, and it was in that spirit that we made Mario 64. In Miyamoto's view, this explains Nintendo's devotion to innovation and forging their own path, while Sega and Sony's Tokyo-based competition always left them following the trends. Despite all the delays, Mario 64 actually had the quickest development cycle of any game in the series, and the stress took a heavy toll on Nintendo's staff. The entire game was made by just 15 people, and afterwards 2 of them were so burnt out they quit programming and never worked on another video game ever again. It was the end of an era for Miyamoto as well. Mario 64 was the last time he sat in the director's chair. In the 25 years since, he's only worked as a producer, supervising the work of directors and their teams. When Mario 64 first launched in Japan, it cost 9,800 yen, roughly $100. Miyamoto winced at the price tag and went on record saying Mario 64 should have been closer to $60, which ultimately became the price when it launched in America 3 months later. The American version fixed some bugs and had other small updates, like Mario saying hello on the start screen and rambling in his sleep about spaghetti and ravioli. In the original Japanese version, the princess didn't talk at all. For the American update, they added the voice of Leslie Swan, the senior editor of Nintendo Power magazine, and also had her localize the game's text. 10 months later, Japan got their own update of Mario 64, the Rumble Pack compatible version, Shindo Pakutayo. As the name implies, the biggest update was a new Rumble feature, which stayed exclusive to Japan. The updates from the US version were brought over as well, with more bug fixes. The developers also let players summon 40 copies of Mario's face on the game's title screen, but even after all the updates and extra development months, Miyamoto still wished he had more time. Mario was the first game developed for the N64, so the team hadn't figured out how to take full advantage of the technology. Ultimately, lots of content was cut, including 3 separate modes incorporating Luigi. One was a split-screen mode where Mario and Luigi started on opposite ends of the castle and ended up meeting in the middle. Another mode was more like a traditional co-op, with the camera pulling back to fit both players on one screen. Earlier versions of the game were even called Ultra 64 Mario Bros. Brothers, referencing Luigi's inclusion and the N64's original name, the Ultra 64. Due to programming difficulties, Luigi got cut just months before Mario 64 hit store shelves. The team tried to make up for it by adding a Mario Bros. Style minigame with Luigi, but this was cut as the N64 was only bundled with one controller, making multiplayer a rarity for most players at launch. Immediately after wrapping up Mario 64, Miyamoto started talking about a sequel. In May 1996, he told reporters, "I couldn't put everything into Super Mario 64 that I really wanted, so we've decided to continue working toward a sequel, which will take about a year and a half at least. For Super Mario 64, I believe we have utilized only 60% of the whole capacity of the N64 technology." He later dubbed the sequel Mario 128 and told fans a prototype was sitting on his desk that had Luigi as a playable character, but he wasn't satisfied just bringing back cut content from Mario 64 and was exploring 4-player split screen like in Mario Kart 64. The sequel would change the gameplay, add more enemies, and retool the presentation. Miyamoto wanted to shake off Mario's just for kids image by ditching his then iconic peace sign and having him stop smiling and laughing so much for no good reason. He even did an interview in Japanese Playboy Weekly to hype it up, telling Playboy that Mario 128 would offer a fresh new experience. But in the end, the sequel was never finished and footage of it was never made public. All the cut content from Mario 64, along with all Miyamoto's brand new ideas, were either recycled into other games or left on the chopping block.
Did you know? There are 2 pornographic parody movies of Super Mario Bros. Called Super Hornio Brothers 1 and 2, which are actually owned by Nintendo. Nintendo bought the rights to these movies after their production in order to stop any and all distribution of the films. The existence of these films was rediscovered in 2008 on the Something Awful forums, whose members eventually managed to hunt down a copy of the second movie. This isn't the only piece of lewd material connected to Nintendo. Super Mario Strikers has an unused promotional poster that was made to potentially advertise the game. The ad was ultimately rejected, likely due to its visual similarity to male reproductive organs. In the image, 2 soccer balls dangle from a net bag, with the quote, "You're gonna need a pair." Nintendo's marketing department aren't the only division that have made some regrettable mistakes. New Super Mario Bros. 2 has multiple typing and grammatical errors in both the US and UK localizations of the game. Some examples are an incomplete Street Pass notification in the UK version, and an entirely overlooked temp text message in the place of an error message in the US version. The Mario series has seen several plans that didn't pan out as intended. The idea for Super Mario Maker was actually patented in 1994. The game was planned to use a keyboard and mouse, as well as controllers, and Nintendo even proposed an online system so that players could share their creations. Another idea that didn't pan out as expected has to do with Super Mario 3D Land. According to director Koichi Hayashida, Cape Mario was originally considered as a power-up for the game. However, the cape was ultimately put aside in favor of Tanuki Mario, which had a similar function. Interestingly, in an early prototype stage of Super Mario 3D Land's production, the game's developers used the Mario 64 level Whomp's Fortress to test the game. The level was even shown off by Koichi Hayashida at a Game Developers Conference 2012 panel. Speaking of Super Mario 64, the game seems to borrow a sound effect from an unlikely place. The sound for entering a Bowser course seems to come from Hotel Mario's third main cutscene when Mario enters an orange pipe. Uh-oh. Hotel Mario has a few secrets of its own as well. The game's stomp effect sprite has a peace symbol hidden within it. This is barely noticeable as the symbol is a similar color to the rest of the sprite, and the entire animation is only on screen for a few frames. Hotel Mario also has a series of date-based Easter eggs. The Here We Go screen is swapped out for a holiday message depending on the date, covering various holidays. This is true for both the English and French versions of the game. Other Mario games have some interesting Easter eggs. In the CD-ROM Deluxe edition of Mario is Missing, there's hidden audio that references Star Trek. An unused audio file uses an excerpt from the Star Trek The Original Series episode The Ultimate Computer, where the character Daystrom talks about his colleagues mocking him.
Colleagues laughing behind my back at the boy wonder.
The audio file is named Pat.wave, which is possibly named after Pat McCarthy, one of the game's programmers. Super Mario 3 also has a rare situation that almost never occurs. If the player tries to make Mario slide while wearing a hammer suit in Super Mario Bros. 3, Mario will go into the suit's shell. However, if Mario obtains the hammer suit while sliding, an animation of Mario sliding with the hammer suit is used. This is the only time the animation can be seen. In the original Mario Party, there's also a near impossible scenario that can normally only be seen by using cheat codes. If the player manages to get 99 stars in a single game and meet up with Toad, Toad will tell them they don't have any room for any more stars and can't collect more unless they lose some of the stars they already have. Another interesting detail can be seen in Mario Party 4's Order Up minigame. In the minigame, there's a poster with the words Kinopio Burger on it. Kinopio is actually Toad's Japanese name, which means the game's localizers forgot to translate his name or replace the image. As well as interesting secrets, the Mario series has dealt with a few instances of censorship over the years. In the Japanese version of Mario Party 2, the ending for Western Land featured real guns and bullets. The ending was changed in the international release so that the guns shot out corks instead. Mario Party 8 was also affected by censorship and was recalled immediately after it was published. In the press release, Nintendo stated the game was recalled due to some discs containing the wrong version of the game. Video game retailer Game elaborated on this, explaining that Mario Party 8 was recalled due to some copies including an offensive word. This turned out to be a line by Kamek, who says, "Magic Koopa Magic, turn the train spastic." The word spastic is seen as a derogatory word that mocks the disabled in the UK and could have caused offense. The game was released again shortly after, with the offending word replaced by erratic. After the release of Mario Party 8, most first-party Nintendo games published in the UK had tweaked dialogue that better suited Britain's culture and use of English. This can be seen in Super Paper Mario, where an instance of the word shag was removed in the UK version. Shag was originally used to describe Luigi's mustache, but the entire scene was reworded as shag is a sexual slur in British English. The UK Virtual Console release of Super Mario RPG also alters a line spoken by Croco early on in the game. The word bugger was changed to pest, as bugger, when used as a verb, is a British slur for sodomy. This version of Mario RPG also toned down a few spell animations due to the original effects using flashes of color that could trigger an epileptic fit. Super Mario Galaxy was the first Mario game to be officially localized to Canadian French for Quebec. In the Quebec localization, NPCs such as the Lumas and the Toad Brigade use a Joual dialect. Joual is a stigmatized French-Canadian dialect that has been influenced by English words and grammar and is often used by working-class people. This localization choice sparked a minor controversy, with representatives of the Quebec Office of French Language criticizing it for promoting poor literacy to children. A Nintendo representative responded to the criticism, stating that the localization was made with the regional market in mind, as the Quebec market made up 25% of sales for Nintendo of Canada at the time. Following the negative reception of Super Mario Galaxy's localization, later French-Canadian releases of Mario games mostly featured standard French. There are several regional differences in Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. In the Japanese game, the Chucky-La Cola is actually vintage red wine. As well as Vivian, the genders of both Hooktail and Bonetail are inconsistent between different regions. In the English game, Hooktail is female, but they're referred to with male pronouns in the Spanish game. And despite being referred to as a male in the English version, Bonetail is said to be female in both the Japanese and German versions of the game. When Mario's Picross for the Game Boy was brought to the West, several of the game's puzzles were censored. Many puzzles which originally depicted alcoholic beverages such as beer and wine were replaced with various objects such as a boo, a silk hat, and a duck. A puzzle that originally showed a cigarette in an ashtray was also replaced with a rabbit. Another game that was altered for the West is Dr. Mario 64. When the game was brought to the West, the character Octo was recolored from black to orange. It's believed this was to avoid having the character compared to racial stereotypes of black people.
Now it's time for Double Dash. This next interview is from a different issue of Nintendo Dream we had translated with a ton of developer insights. It features key players from Nintendo EAD, the development division that made the game, including Double Dash Chief Director Kiyoshi Mizuki and two of its producers, Shinya Takahashi and Tadashi Sugiyama. These three have all shaped Nintendo, but Sugiyama is kind of a legend. He joined Nintendo in '83 and worked on every Mario Kart before Double Dash, as well as Zelda 2, Mario 2, and F-Zero X. But enough backstory, let's get to the trivia. Early in the interview, the conversation inevitably shifts to Double Dash's two-seater karts. The game was getting an almost simultaneous worldwide release, so its name had to work worldwide too, sounding good while also communicating the game's new mechanic. They brainstormed titles that included Twin and Tandem, but they all sounded weak or forced. Eventually, they thought up Double Dash, and immediately knew it was perfect. But how did the tandem mechanic itself come to be? According to Takahashi, Mario Kart is more of a party game than a racer, so the team started thinking of elements that'd get players more involved with each other. The concept of 2 players in one kart emerged, but experimenting with the core mechanics of such a huge IP came with a lot of pressure. Mario Kart's always been a reliable system seller for Nintendo, and messing with success could irreparably damage the brand and the GameCube itself, so failure was not an option. The possibility of 2-seater karts ruining the game instead of evolving it terrified them. So much so, they actually developed a whole single kart version of Double Dash alongside the double kart version. They thought of it like an insurance policy, so if tandem karts sucked or fans hated it, they could quickly backpedal to a more traditional Mario Kart experience. The single kart build was worked on all the way up to the final year before launch. It sounds like the reason it took them so long to gain confidence in double karts is because they were initially going to have both drivers side by side, kind of like motorcycles with sidecars. But they realized 8 double-wide karts on one track wasn't going to work all too well, with everyone bouncing off each other and disrupting the game flow due to the sheer width of the vehicles. After trying out a few different setups, they arrived at how karts look in the release version, one driver in front of the other. But that gave them a whole new problem, the guy in the back blocking the view of the guy in the front. After using sprite-based karts in the first 3 games, this was Nintendo's first stab at a fully 3D Mario Kart, and they'd taken great efforts squeezing as much detail as they could into every character. So they wanted to make sure we could see them. The fix they came up with was letting racers swap seats on the fly. Double Dash was pretty rigid at this stage of development. Characters like Mario and Luigi were forcibly bundled together as a team, and you couldn't mix and match other drivers. Director Mizuki said they'd initially considered forcing characters to switch seats every lap. Quote, "At first we had an idea of forcing a swap after each lap, but if we did that, it wouldn't be possible for kids and parents to play together. But we want small kids' grandpas and grandmas to play Mario Kart, which was a thought point of our decision making. The idea was grandpa could cover the more difficult task of driving, while a youngster raised hell with items. Letting players freely mix and match drivers was a tricky ask, since in past games, speed and maneuverability were based on body weight. When the team tried combining the weight of 2 characters to define the stats of one kart, they ran into problems. Mizuki said, "At first we tested everything, like changing how karts moved based on the weights of the 2 characters, or having a kart's behavior change when characters swapped. But if the stats only changed a little bit, it'd be difficult to understand when actually playing. And when we made the stats change dramatically, that made it feel difficult to play. So ultimately, having stats change with the karts was the easiest to understand visually." Producer Sugiyama had been the visual director on Mario Kart 64. According to him, one of the goals for this GameCube sequel was to achieve everything they couldn't do on N64. 64's characters were just 2D sprites on one polygon, pivoting on a single point. That made steep slopes and falls look awkward, which is partly why 64's courses were mostly designed to be flat. But with fully 3D karts on the cube, the team could put pivoting points on each tire, resulting in dynamic movement that would fit almost any terrain. They were eager to test how steep a slope fully 3D karts could handle, so one of the first courses they worked on was DK Mountain. Mizuki recalled, "We started making courses from the Mario circuit. We went through them and talked about how it was fun, but ordinary. We decided we wanted a bit more of an adventure and started making that mountain course. But once you're making such a distinctive course, it makes you also want ones where you can just do ordinary time attacks." Their idea of an ordinary time attack course was Baby Park, one of the next levels they worked on. At this point in the interview, they dropped some deep Baby Park lore. According to Mizuki, the 7-lap track was inspired by the 2002 Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City, after he just happened to catch a short track speed skating event on TV, and thought an ice rink course would be cool. Sugiyama says Baby Park was also inspired by slick track karting, where a slick surface made drifting easier around an oval course. The devs originally thought Baby Park would just be a test level, but they had so much chaotic fun, they kept it in the game. There was a lot of testing and tweaking on Double Dash. The devs had to frequently adjust the drifting mechanic as course designs changed. Then they'd have to adjust courses to not mess up drifting, constantly tweaking throughout development. One thing the team routinely tested was the game's accessibility for newcomers. Mizuki said, "We were aiming for it to be something people new to video games could fully enjoy. We gathered the kids and family members of Nintendo employees together and had them play a development version. Then us developers took the parts that people didn't enjoy and revised them as much as possible." From here, the interview shifts to Double Dash's new items, like the giant banana, which the devs say was pretty much made by accident. According to Sugiyama, "It wasn't something we were aiming for at first, we just made it bigger." Then Mizuki chimes in. "We were adjusting what the best size was for the regular banana, and setting the numerics to the max just happened to make it get big. But we thought it was funny." Mizuki says the same thing happened with Bowser's shell as well. They just played with the settings, and after making it huge as a joke, wound up liking the result. They also say Mario and Luigi's fireballs were inspired by a scrapped item that launched a scattering of 5 shells. The team tried it out, but there were way too many shells on screen, and it became a problem. It started out being a single fireball the brothers could launch. Mizuki said, "At first it was one fireball, but no matter what we did, it wasn't strong enough, even when we tried making it explode or burn. But they thought back to their unused 5 shells item and gave fireballs the same number and spread, and it fit great." Before coming up with the special heart item for Peach and Daisy, the team didn't know what to give them. The devs briefly considered giving the duo, quote, "umbrellas or something, for defense or to float down from heights, but they thought that'd be kinda useless and probably just slow them down." This idea would be revisited in Mario Kart 7, where players can use parasols as their gliders. A pretty unknown fact about Double Dash is that Miyamoto is the person who pushed for the game to have 16-player LAN battles using 2 GameCubes. This pairs up 2 players to a kart with 8 karts on the track. 16 racers meant a minimum of 16 characters, double the roster of Mario Kart 64. Originally, the team wanted to include Donkey Kong Jr., and they even made a character model for him. But ultimately, due to Diddy Kong being more popular, Diddy was chosen for the game. Diddy's model shares the same origins as his model in Mario Golf Toadstool Tour, but was tweaked to better fit Double Dash. Takahashi said, "Yes, the original model is the same. Changes were then added to suit each game separately." The team mentions they wanted to add more characters, but they had to keep things trim in order to hit their Christmas release window.
Making a hit game can be difficult in itself, and even when you've pulled it off and now you have a solid foundation, making a sequel can sometimes be even harder. After all, trying to expand upon or outdo a hit game can be quite the challenge. In our search for trivia, we stumbled upon an interview with the developers of Mario and Luigi, Bowser's Inside Story. The interview is from the March 2009 issue of Japan's Nintendo Online magazine, which we had translated into English. Within, former writer and game designer for Alpha Dream, Hiroyuki Kubota, expressed that he felt a degree of uncertainty about how he'd create a new gameplay experience on the same hardware as the game's previous entry, Mario & Luigi Partners in Time. Many of Kubota's existing ideas had already been completely exhausted after Partners in Time, but he was still limited to the same control inputs and specs. The pressure was on. The team initially envisioned Bowser as one to attack by jumping on his enemies, but they chose to focus on his fire-breathing technique instead, along with regular punching attacks. This was because the team wanted to put emphasis on the dynamism between the King of the Koopas and the Mario Brothers, giving both a distinctly different moveset. Part of the initial proposals for the game was that Bowser would become gigantic, but how this would be visually portrayed within the game was a tough act. One of the original ideas was that rather than making the Bowser sprites become larger, they considered simply shrinking the backgrounds, but they didn't find this option to be particularly impactful. Other struggles amongst the team included the late development decision to introduce vertical orientation for giant Bowser battles. The choice for this new orientation resulted in panic amongst the team. From a technical perspective, they found it tough getting Bowser's movement to look smooth and dynamic, and wrestled with degrees of graphical compromise, like having rougher outlines on the sprite when they rotated to maintain decent performance on the handheld. At first, a designer from Nintendo, Tomomi Sano, took on the duty of creating the graphics for Giant Bowser as a result of staff shortages, making a rare occasion of collaboration between Nintendo, the game's publisher, and the development studio for the game, Alpha Dream. Several interesting elements were cut from the game too. A number of enemies can be found within the game's data which went unused as a result of the overall vibe not fitting within the game's concept of inside Bowser's body. Despite being interesting designs, they simply wouldn't fit with the general concept of the game's plot, so they wound up going unused. One concept that wound up being left completely abandoned relates to how Bowser would have been utilized in gameplay. It was initially conceptualized that Bowser would take on the form of a sort of tank, or Zord for you Power Rangers fans out there, while Mario and Luigi would steer his body. The team further developed on the idea of Mario and Luigi being inside his body to be able to better utilize Bowser as a character, with his personality and behavior shining through. With this in mind, the team put extra effort to make sure Bowser didn't take on the form of a full-blown ally for the plumbing duo, making sure to maintain his role as the primary rival of the series, but also ensuring that his goals aligned with those of the Mario brothers. According to Kubota, there wouldn't be much of a plot if Mario and Bowser had different goals. The first idea was to have Mario and the rest use Bowser like a tank. The story about being sucked inside his body came as an end result of trying to figure out how to use Bowser as a character. The game's producer, Akira Otani, added that we were coming up with ideas with Alpha Dream on how to avoid breaking with Bowser as Mario's rival. The hardest part was keeping it from being a game where you become friends with and cooperate with Bowser. Inside Story's difficulty was clearly a huge part of the team's refinement efforts. The devs wanted to ensure that the game was accessible to new players, but also offered a challenge to those with experience. Kubota said, with the difficulty level, it took the longest time to balance it in any game in the series. We had a lot of people play it and fill out surveys, then responded to everything they were dissatisfied with, so I think it ended up the most well balanced as well. As the creators, we're used to it so it isn't difficult anymore, but that's not the case for customers playing for the first time. And it seemed like Iwasaki, who was in charge of battles, had a lot of stress, so we had him make the Battle Coliseum as an outlet to relieve his stress. Only a few people in the company can beat it. The bosses that appear in the story are mainly ones that have to be beaten to finish the game, but I wanted to leave in the fun that comes with facing harder bosses. Another point of consideration was how the team were going to depict the internal anatomy of Bowser. When it comes to the internals of any character, it's easy to go too hard in terms of realistic designs, leading to unsettling feelings and grotesque detail. Instead of going for a realistic look for the character's innards, the team opted to utilize a bright pop art style that remained consistent with the overall Mario universe. Background graphics lead Koichi Fukuzawa made sure to focus on creating the environments within Bowser's body to be both visually appealing but also fitting for the location, avoiding overtly lifelike details such as bones or blood vessels.
But now, it's time for some Mario. The info in this next segment comes from 2 more issues of 64 Dream, the July 99 and July 2000 issues. Here, the directors of Mario Golf and Mario Tennis, Shugo and Hiroyuki Takahashi, talk about working with Nintendo and reveal some behind-the-scenes secrets, including one funny fact that we saved for last. These 2 games were developed by Camelot Software Planning, and the interview starts with an interesting anecdote about the company. Camelot was founded on April 4th, 1994. This is because the Takahashi brothers intended on registering the company on April 1st, but realized it'd cause issues if people thought it was just an April Fool's joke, so they pushed it back a few days. But as far as their work on the Mario series, everything was set in motion when Camelot was approached by Monegi, a joint studio founded by Nintendo and Hudson in 1998 that aided in the development of the Mario Party series. Hiroyuki elaborated, saying, "Mario Golf 64 started when Monegi came to visit us and we started talking. Monegi actually didn't know that we'd made Everybody's Golf on PlayStation. Camelot specializes in RPGs, so they'd come to ask us to make an RPG for the N64.
I think since we at Camelot already had all the tools to make an RPG, Monaghy thought we could make one quickly. We'd finished work on Everybody's Golf and were working on Shining Force 3, which meant our R&D team had their hands free. So it was really great timing for Monaghy to come. Camelot had gotten a reputation for specializing in RPG games, but they started having doubts about the market as it became full of cinematic and anime-like RPGs. Not once to just go with the trends, the team wanted to make something they actually believed in, but wanted to take a look at the N64 hardware before they decided what that was. To their surprise, Monaghy sent them a suite of development tools right away, which really showed Camelot how serious Monaghy was. The brothers had heard it was difficult to develop for the N64 and thought it'd take quite some time to put together what they need for an RPG. So they decided to make a game while they learned the development tools instead, and decided to make a golf game as a test in 1 to 2 months. Hiroyuki said, "The N64 had few titles available at the time, and we're good at making games in quite a short time span, so we might as well play to our strengths. Also, having made Everybody's Golf, we were confident in making another golf game." The Takahashi brothers aren't really fans of simulation-style golf games, but they loved Mario Open Golf for the Famicom, so that's the style they aimed for. Nintendo had recently announced a golf game for N64 tentatively titled Nintendo Golf, so the brothers were eager to put out their game first and be the de facto N64 golf title. As it turns out, Nintendo Golf was scrapped, so in hindsight they probably could have taken their time. The prototype Camelot put together had stylized characters that wouldn't look out of place in a Nintendo game, but it was all original. Shugo goes on to say, "We talked about how if we're working with Nintendo anyway, then we should make something good enough that they ask us to put Mario in it. Later, once it was taking shape as a product, Nintendo suggested that we use Mario in it. We didn't think it would ever actually happen. We were extremely happy about that." Apparently someone from Nintendo of America said to Nintendo proper, "If Camelot's making it, then it should be Mario Golf 64. The Takahashi brothers had always admired Nintendo games, particularly those by Miyamoto, and Super Mario was what inspired them to get into this industry in the first place, so for them getting to make Mario Golf 64 was a dream come true. So essentially, the team won Nintendo over by just being good developers. Then they went on to make over a dozen Mario sports games, with their next N64 title being Mario Tennis. Which brings us to our next interview with the Takahashis, all about Mario Tennis. Mario Golf released in Japan in June 1999, and Mario Tennis came out just 13 months later. So in this July 2000 issue, the interviewer opens up by asking how long did it take to develop Mario Tennis? The answer? Just 7 to 8 months. This time, the team planned on using Mario from the get-go, and gambled on asking Nintendo to let them use Mario again. They expected to get the official go-ahead, so they already had the characters in a demo in a playable state, and presented it to Miyamoto, who was apparently very happy with it. The brothers chose to make a tennis game this time, as it was one of the sports they genuinely liked. They felt that if it wasn't based on a sport they actually enjoyed, they couldn't have made it as attractive as a game. Hiroyuki said, "Like with the Famicom game Tennis, it was really good for its time. I also played a bit of Mario's Tennis on the Virtual Boy. While it was good, it had parts a tennis player would find lacking. We got really into all kinds of competitive ball sports and came up with ideas to make games that play different from what's out there." Interestingly, the duo actually looked for a Virtual Boy to buy for research, but no one was selling one. They ended up having to borrow one from Nintendo. Here the interviewer jokes if the brothers were into any other competitive ball sports, and Shugo claps back saying they were actually world-class bowlers when they were kids, and even trained with pro bowlers like Ritsuko Nakayama and Masaaki Saijo. Then the interviewer asks if Mario Bowling 64 was on the cards, but the brothers apparently think bowling doesn't have much depth as a competitive sport, and that sports with an intellectual back and forth are more suitable for video games. Hiroyuki elaborates, "Sports like golf have a much higher knowledge threshold. Tennis as well required a lot of cerebral play back in the era of McEnroe and Connors. More modern tennis is a lot more about the athletic side of things. Too much is decided in a single hit. That's why I really don't enjoy watching modern pro tennis. If it isn't something that's fundamentally fun to watch, it won't make for an interesting game. That's why our vision of Mario Tennis 64 was to revive the last generation of tennis that everyone enjoyed watching on satellite, or at least something like it." The brothers hadn't played tennis in 10 or so years, but the 5 years before then they took it very seriously and spent most of their vacation time playing tennis. To prepare for making Mario Tennis 64, the brothers started watching a ton of tennis on satellite TV, but were surprised what tennis had become. with it emphasizing the athletic side rather than mind games. But when Mario Tennis was taking shape, it started to remind the team of what tennis used to be like, even with unrealistic things like special moves. Compared to golf, tennis has a lot more emphasis on the contest against the opponent. But when you look at Mario characters, they're all hard to hate. This was a problem for the team, because they wanted a character that'd get players riled up and wanting revenge. So Camelot came up with Waluigi to fulfill that role, and get people fired up to fight harder. And they also wanted to give Luigi a rival character for doubles. They put a lot of thought into doubles and were a bit stumped about who to pair Peach up with. Nintendo turned around and said they had this girl Daisy already, so Camelot threw her in the game too. Hiroyuki talked more about their pursuit of teams for doubles, saying, "From there we talked about giving Wario and Waluigi girlfriends too, but Miyamoto said he didn't want to see Wario and Waluigi's girlfriends." Then Shugo chimes in saying, "You can more or less imagine what they'd be like. Part of me wishes we had pairs so everyone could do couples doubles matches." Then Hiroyuki finishes saying, "You would have seen Wario's girlfriend if only Miyamoto gave us the go-ahead." Now, we've talked about a Wario Peachy character before that was mentioned in another interview, which would have been essentially a Wario-esque version of Peach. But here the Takahashi brothers imply they were wanting to make a Wario Daisy counterpart as well. What's funny about this is that 6 years earlier, a 1994 Super Mario Land 2 manga features Wario brainwashing Daisy into becoming Wario Daisy, and Daisy starts to act more like Wario. As of the end of April 2000, Mario Tennis was about 80% complete. None of the voices were in the game yet. They're one of the last things to go in. And because all the voice actors are in America, that's where the lines get recorded. Shugo said, "When we listen to them, they just talk on, and like Luigi will say pepperoncino. Pepperoncino wasn't in the script. That was a freebie." They're of course talking about Charles Martinet, who apparently likes to go off script. The brothers think Charles's Baby Mario is one of his funniest voices, with Shugo going on to say, "The voice actor totally became a baby. He talked for a whole 15 minutes, and we would have preferred if he stayed with 'nice shot,' but instead it started with him crying like wah, wah, and then suddenly going, 'nice shot.' He was so into the role, like you think he's sleeping for a while and he throws in a burp." Charles voiced 5 roles in the game: Baby Mario, Mario, Wario, Luigi, and Waluigi. The brothers mentioned that they have to raise the pitch for Baby Mario's voice, but the rest is all Charles. They close out by saying what a talent he is.
Did you know that Nintendo made a special Rumble-enabled version of Mario Kart 64, but never released it? Or that Super Smash Bros. Masahiro Sakurai briefly considered making a Kirby fighting game instead of Smash? For the last few years, we've been combing through hundreds of foreign magazines looking for interesting tidbits to translate into English, and that's where most of this video's information comes from. Our latest haul of Japanese mags was full of interviews for Nintendo 64 games, and practically all of them had information that never reached the West. So unless you lived in Japan in the late 90s or early 2000s, you probably haven't heard much of the stuff in this video either. Today we'll focus on facts from games like Mario Kart 64, Majora's Mask, and the OG Super Smash Bros. So let's kick things into gear with a few tidbits all about Mario Kart 64's scrapped ideas. We're going to start things off with a quick look at a Shigeru Miyamoto interview from a 1996 issue of Famimaga 64. The interview took place at Nintendo's Space World event that same year, where Nintendo showed off tons of games like Zelda 64, Earthbound 64, Star Fox 64, as well as the game we're talking about first, Mario Kart 64. The version of the game shown at Space World featured a new character to the sub-series, Donkey Kong. DK's inclusion didn't expand the game's roster, however. He simply replaced a character from an earlier build of the game, Kamek. We saw him in an issue of Nintendo Power and in a bit of footage, but the reason for Kamek's removal has always been a bit of a mystery to the West. In this issue of Famimaga 64, however, the interviewer got an answer directly from Miyamoto on why Kamek lost out to DK. According to Miyamoto, we had Kamek in, but he looked off and too ordinary, so we changed it. We want to use highly distinctive characters. So, mystery solved. It seems DK's distinctive size and fur-covered physique is what secured his inclusion in Mario Kart. Let's move on to an interview from December 2003's issue of Nintendo Dream magazine. If that sounds familiar, it's because we covered this issue in our GameCube games video from a few weeks back. The interview does focus on Double Dash, but the devs had a couple of Mario Kart 64 tidbits we set aside for this video. Halfway into the interview, the devs start talking smack about the Chain Chomp item, saying it's annoying, but only when someone else has it. Whichever dev holds the leash will sing its praises. All the banter seems to jog Double Dash director Kiyoshi Mizuki's memory, who reveals the team seriously considered having Chain Chomp items in Mario Kart 64. Mizuki said, "We'd actually talked about including Chain Chomp since the N64, and so put him in this time as a test. Before we made the adjustments, everyone was very happy with him. MK64 did have chomps, but they're only on Rainbow Road, and they are stage hazards, not items. The devs don't say why chomps weren't items on the N64, but seeing as how almost every 64 dev story is about tackling restrictions, it seems technical limitations likely kept chomps from leaving Rainbow Road." So producer Sugiyama was the visual director on Mario Kart 64. And according to him, one of the goals for this GameCube sequel was to achieve everything they couldn't do on N64. 64's characters were just 2D sprites on a polygon, pivoting on a single point. That made steep slopes and falls look awkward, which is partly why 64's courses favored flat designs. But this also prevented the devs from implementing another feature that ended up in Double Dash. Later in the interviewer mentions how great it is to replay footage using Double Dash's new replay feature. Then Sugiyama brings up some interesting MK64 history, saying, "That was another thing we wanted to do on N64, but couldn't. This was partly due to that awkwardness of 2D sprites on sloped terrain we mentioned. But Takahashi says that the limited angles the characters could be displayed in also played a role. So basically, the replay feature was held back until the team could make a fully 3D Mario Kart and avoid cumbersome visuals." Jumping to another edition of Nintendo Dream, back when it was called 64 Dream, their October 97 issue has an interesting blurb on Mario Kart 64 in response to a reader's question. In July 97, Nintendo re-released a special edition of Super Mario 64 exclusively in Japan. This was called the Shindo Pack Taiyo version, which notably made Mario 64 compatible with the N64 Rumble Pack. And with this in mind, one of 64 Dream's readers was curious if Mario Kart 64 would get the same treatment. Nintendo's head of PR, Yoshio Hongo, gave a bit of a surprising response, saying, "In-house, we've already created a version compatible with Rumble. Technically speaking, making it compatible with vibration packs is a simple process, but I don't know whether it will be reprinted or not. Mario Kart 64 is by far the best-selling N64 software, and it's unclear whether it would be a good idea to make it compatible with vibration packs. We guess the Rumble-enabled version of Mario Kart 64 will just have to live on in our dreams." First, we're going to take a quick look at a Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga tidbit we've never heard before. It comes from the December 2003 issue of Japan's Nintendo Online magazine, which has an interview with a few Alpha Dream developers about their work on Superstar Saga. We had it translated, but unfortunately it was mostly old news, except for this one bit of info. In the game's final cutscene, Toadsworth and Lady Lima share a friendly embrace after basically not interacting with each other for the entire game. According to the game's scenario writer and lead field designer, Hiroyuki Kubota, he wanted these characters' relations to go beyond friendship. Kubota said, "I like Lady Lima. She's got such a sharp tongue. If I had more leeway in development, I would have wanted to add in a romance between Lady Lima and Toadsworth. That could have been either very cute or very weird." Time to move on from Superstar Saga, but that's not the last of our Mario trivia. Another interview we had translated comes from the August 2001 issue of Nintendo Online magazine. This one's all about Mario Kart Super Circuit, the GBA's best-selling title outside of Pokémon Generation 3. The previous Mario Karts were both made in-house at Nintendo EAD, but Super Circuit's development would fall to longtime Nintendo partner Intelligent Systems. So this interview gathers Intelligent Systems' Takeshi Ando and Yukio Morimoto, who co-directed Super Circuit, as well as programmer Kenji Matsumoto and Nintendo's Hiroyuki Kimura, one of the guys who oversaw development and gave feedback. And these four divulge some pretty interesting details about how Super Circuit came to be. Hiroyuki Kimura kicks things off by saying that when the team first learned about the GBA's actual hardware, they thought about how the hardware might perform, and Mario Kart seemed like a good fit. Nintendo's past handhelds lacked the power to deliver a satisfying Mario Kart experience, but they could pull it off on GBA, and even have 4 players at once. When the team began testing their ideas, they started porting over Super Mario Kart from the SNES and incorporated some elements from Mario Kart 64. Things developed quickly from here. Kenji Matsumoto mentions how time-consuming it was to make tracks early on, with the team barely scraping 3 courses together for Space World 2000. The game was first revealed here as Mario Kart Advance, a name Nintendo decided to keep for its Japanese release. But it seems scarcity turned into surplus, with Matsumoto saying that after Space World, we created a tool that made things faster. We actually made a lot of other courses that didn't make it into the final product. Then Kimura chimes in, revealing something pretty interesting. At first we had courses under the sea as well, but Miyamoto said no to them. He said karts don't work underwater. Despite Miyamoto's initial resistance to underwater karting, the series would eventually embrace the idea a decade later in Mario Kart 7. To make the courses, Morimoto would draw them out on paper, then have a graphic designer create a test map. His designs were random at first and didn't factor in how the karts handled, but he got a feel for drawing more interesting curves that better fit the game as development went on. All in all, the game's tracks would be reworked 5 to 10 times to get them just right. Interestingly, Morimoto seems to say the team made the course graphics first, like backgrounds and floor tiles, then made the courses after. The team soon realized that a handheld Mario Kart would have some unique differences to its console cousins. While multiplayer in Super Mario Kart and Mario Kart 64 used split-screen multiplayer, on GBA, everyone would have their own screen. In Super and 64, you could see what items people had, resulting in, as Takeshi Ando puts it, pressure and bargaining amongst combatants. At one point, the team wanted to maintain this aspect of multiplayer, and even tried squeezing all 4 players' point of view onto the Game Boy Advance screen. The GBA's resolution is only 240 by 160 pixels, so each player's chunk of the screen would render gameplay with just 120 by 80 pixels. That's half as many pixels as an OG Game Boy game, which sounds horrible and is probably why the idea was dropped. They ultimately let each player enjoy their whole screen and flipped the script by letting players take advantage of what others couldn't see. The resulting lack of screen sniping and bargaining changed the balance of the game, so the team altered the appearance rate of items to compensate. Each player using their own GBA in multiplayer led to another issue, one that Matsumoto says was the hardest part of developing the game's multiplayer. Multiplayer was achieved in past Mario Kart games by plugging up to 4 controllers into a single console, meaning all the player inputs were sent to a single system. But if a multiplayer setup uses 2 or more handheld consoles, every participating device will receive user input, and all those inputs need to be synced up. The team struggled to get all the GBAs communicating with the right timing, and this struggle continued late into development. In fact, they were troubleshooting it all the way into the debugging stage. Despite this, the team decided to expand multiplayer further in late 2000 by adding support for the Mobile Adapter GB. This Japan-exclusive device would link the GBA to a cell phone and use the phone's wireless capabilities to play with others or even download new data for games. For example, Mario Kart players could download ghost data of the 10,000 fastest racers using the service. They were ranked on both national and regional leaderboards, where top players could earn titles like Kyoto Prefectural Champion. There were also ranked time trial contests and regular mobile GP tournaments held by Nintendo. These could have all kinds of custom rules that challenge players, like limiting the number of coins you can collect, maybe having only mushrooms appear for items, or even making it so players can only enter the tournament as Luigi. The interview ends with the team letting everyone know that a new tournament was underway titled Mario Kart Advance GP 2001, and that the finals would take place at Space World 2001. Mario Kart games weren't originally intended to be played on a handheld, but the next series we're looking at was born on and refined for handheld. Let's dive back into the same issue of Nintendo Online Magazine for another interview we had translated. This one's for a game fans still hope will get a true sequel someday, Wario Land 4. The interview features such developers as the game's director Hirofumi Matsuoka, designer Takehiko Hosokawa, and programmer Goro Abe. Near the start of the interview, Matsuoka reveals that early on, the team decided Wario Land 4 should be designed for playing in short bursts, seemingly to capitalize on the GBA's portability. But some balance issues had to be addressed as well. Takehiko Hosokawa had played a key role in the development of every Wario Land up to this point. And while looking back at the series he helped create, Hosokawa realized the series had adopted what he believed to be a design flaw. With the exception of Wario Land 3's final boss, not a single enemy in Wario Land 2 or 3 can defeat Wario and trigger a game over. Enemies in those games just temporarily impede Wario's progress. It might seem like Wario's near godlike immortality would have few downsides, but Hosokawa came to see it as a huge disadvantage. Simply put, if Wario can't die, the game has no stakes and no real sense of urgency. So Hosokawa began thinking about how he could add that missing sense of urgency and decided to tinker with Wario Land 3. He ended up adding a countdown to the game which forced him to beat it within a time limit, and it worked. Hosokawa had found that missing sense of urgency, and the team decided to insert a time limit into every level of Wario Land 4. It's kind of funny, they ended up slapping a health bar on Wario in the final game anyway, but yeah. In early builds of the game, a countdown would be triggered as soon as Wario entered a level, and you'd have to collect treasure within the time limit. This would be expanded upon with the switch system in the final game. The team wanted to cram as many stages into the game as possible, but ended up having to reel in their expectations in order to hit deadlines. When development first started, the team looked at Wario's movement in Wario Land 2 and 3 on the Game Boy, and recreated it on GBA as a starting point. As work progressed, the team was surprised by how much detail they could squeeze into the GBA's graphics compared to Game Boy Color, and took every advantage of this while animating Wario. The team gave Wario almost twice as many frames of animation for his GBA debut than in Wario Land 3, letting them work far more character into his movements and mannerisms. In Wario Land 3, if you leave the game alone for long enough without pressing a button, Wario will kinda just fall asleep, or scratch his ass if you're on a ladder. But in Wario Land 4, he'll do things like pump dumbbells or jump rope. According to Hosokawa, these idle animations were never actually planned. The animators just threw them in for the fun of it. You can see the various quirks of the staff and the graphics they created. Like the dumbbell and jump rope, those weren't ordered by the director, but came from the staff drawing Wario thinking that instead of standing still, it would be better if he was doing something, then putting that in. He also implies the game originally had even more animations and content that were cut, saying, "We made the game by packing in a ton of different elements and then shaving off what was unnecessary at the end." You can tell the team had a lot of fun making Wario Land 4. They even put themselves into the game's sound room in full Wario cosplay and all. Matsuoka says this was to demonstrate as creators what's possible on the advance. Another point brought up in the interview is that Wario Land 4's bosses all have, in the dev's own words, grotesque designs. This was apparently done because Wario is pretty popular in the United States, and the devs wanted to make the game seem more American. They even gave Wario an American-looking car. Goro Abe says this stateside cultural pivot was to change Wario's image. According to Abe, earlier games in the series gave the impression that they were just for dedicated fans. They saw this as an issue, and wanted to give Wario more mass appeal. A slightly Americanized Wario would be more relatable to Westerners, and Japanese people tend to see American things as kinda cool. On paper, it's a win-win. Another way they made the game feel more American was by regularly using audio samples of people talking and singing in English. That doesn't seem too strange today, but Hosokawa recalls there were some concerns that Wario Land 2 and 3 veterans might feel weird about the music, and this sentiment was echoed by Nintendo's own Mario Club playtesters when they were checking the game. But in the end, Wario Land 4's audacious soundtrack was well received. With the conversation winding down, the interviewer asks, what appeal does Wario have that Mario doesn't? Matsuoka reckons Wario's mischievous nature is something he has over Mario. He's rare for a Nintendo character, in that he's wild. Even the game manual is a bit questionable, but because it's Wario, it's okay. We don't recall Wario Land 4's manual saying anything too risque, so we checked the Japanese game manual. And yeah, it goes a bit harder than the North American and European booklets. Besides Wario's diary entry going into gross detail about his boogers and mentioning poop, the Japanese manual also has Wario saying he's gonna crap his pants from a fear of heights.
Did you know? At one of the first development meetings for Luigi's Mansion 2, one of the devs pulled out a marker and drew a you-know-what on the whiteboard. The game was being made by Canadian studio Next Level Games, with Nintendo's Japanese devs overseeing their work. Staff from both companies were in the meeting, but nobody spoke anyone else's language. So doodling a chub was one Canadian guy's idea to break the ice. It was a bold and risky move, but luckily for him, it paid off. Everyone thought it was hilarious.
And then they all laughed.
They had a translator, of course, but the language barrier wasn't always easy to overcome. Sometimes the interpreter had to mime the movements Nintendo wanted Next Level to animate. For today's video, we translated some old Japanese magazines and interviewed developers to get the inside scoop on secrets, cut content, what it was like working with Miyamoto, and all sorts of behind-the-scenes tidbits for Luigi's Mansion 1, 2, and 3. Stuff like, have you ever wondered what Miyamoto's Mii looks like? When he visited Next Level HQ, everyone bought their 3DSs so they could street pass with him. Even devs from other companies showed up hoping to get Miyamoto's Mii living in their 3DS. One of the guys we talked to, Mark Brassard, showed us his mini Miyamoto. It looks just like him, doesn't it? We think he's actually cosplaying as Link. It's been 10 years, but Mark's still got him, and he says he'll keep him forever. But despite language and cultural barriers, all the devs we spoke to said Luigi's Mansion 2 was a fun game to make. Some said it was the most fun they had in their entire careers. Miyamoto literally told them to have fun. Next Level management was like, are you sure? But Miyamoto insisted that fun development would yield a game that's fun to play. At first, Next Level was working on a top-secret Metroid game, the one we covered last year. But one day, they got a call from Nintendo saying to scrap it and make Luigi's Mansion 2 instead. Secrecy was top priority. They gave it the codename Green Onion so they could talk about the game without anyone knowing the series was making a comeback. They couldn't even tell each other about it.
It was very, very confidential. So for about like a year, there were only 4 people in this one room. It's like a mystery room with a key.
Uber, like confidentiality, like closed room, no windows, everyone on that project had a special card to get in that room.
And these 4 people would go into work and they would all go into this room and we didn't know what they were doing.
While those 4 guys were locked in the windowless room, they explored taking the series in a completely new direction. They went to Nintendo and pitched the idea of making Luigi's Mansion 2 more of a detective game. They also did some experimenting with Luigi's Mansion as a clone of Gauntlet, the classic top-down dungeon crawler. But Miyamoto was watching a lot of TV dramas at the time, so he suggested they follow the template of the original game, but in a more episodic format. The devs ended up watching a lot of Mr. Bean and essentially molded the game's humor and personality around it, with Luigi as the hapless fool and reluctant hero. Secrecy was so paramount, even Next Level's owners were kept in the dark about some things, like what system they were developing for. They thought it was going to be for the Nintendo DS, but one day they were flown to Japan where Satoru Iwata literally pulled a sheet off a table revealing, ta-da, the 3DS. Even after the team got a lot bigger, up to a team of 20 devs, they were still locked in a secret room with no windows, signing piles of confidentiality agreements, and forbidden to tell their co-workers what was going on.
It was extra high security for that project. And because we were all so close together and it was so secret, it was kind of fun.
If Nintendo demands that level of secrecy for a handheld Mario spin-off sequel, you can imagine how locked down they keep even bigger projects. We've got more exclusive developer secrets for Luigi's Mansion 2 coming up, but it wouldn't feel right if we just skipped over the game that started it all. The development of the original Luigi's Mansion is pretty well documented these days, but there's still a handful of facts that aren't widely known, and some secrets that are unheard of, at least in the West. We found one such fact buried in the August 2001 issue of Japan's 64 Dream magazine, which we had translated for this video. This issue chronicles 64 Dream's coverage of E3 2001, the year Nintendo came out guns blazing and revealed their GameCube launch lineup, Luigi's Mansion included. 64 Dream managed to get some FaceTime with Miyamoto and got him to spill the beans on the upcoming games. He talked briefly about Luigi's Mansion's origins, and it seemed to be a long time coming. The staff had been long saying, "Mario again? We want to use Luigi." And we got those people together to start working on this game as something to play before the next Mario. But we still wanted to include Mario somewhere, and I suggested his hands could be sticking out from under a bed holding a box, but that was rejected. It seems initially the devs weren't quite sure how to work Mario into the game, but thankfully Miyamoto's suggestion was quickly shot down and they came up with something a little better than limbs under a bed. You've probably heard Nintendo experimented with stereoscopic 3D while developing Luigi's Mansion on the GameCube. It didn't pan out, but getting Nintendo bigwigs to embrace 3D became a decade-long push for director Hideki Kono. Yet Kono had some significant obstacles to overcome if he was gonna win them over. Nintendo still had a bad taste in their mouths from the failure of the Virtual Boy while making Luigi's Mansion, and there were doubts internally about stereoscopic 3D in general. The other big problem was 3D TVs were expensive at the time, so if Nintendo did produce a 3D screen for consumers, it wouldn't have been affordable for most people, and that's kind of the opposite of Nintendo's vibe. But Kono persisted and believed the tech would get better and cheaper. Kono would demo 3D again on the Wii, attaching a 3D panel to the system and making 3D demos of Mario Kart Wii, Animal Crossing, and Wii Sports to win over his colleagues. Kono told Edge magazine, "In Japan, there's a maxim. A glance is better than 100 words. Even with words, I wasn't able to convince anyone. So I presented the demo to Miyamoto and Iwata, and they were stunned and agreed to take it in that direction." This 3D Wii demonstration in part led to the creation of the 3DS, where Luigi's Mansion would finally be playable in stereoscopic 3D. So Kono's experiments with Luigi on GameCube eventually led to the creation of the 3DS, where those 3D experiments were finally realized. However, this isn't the only feature cut from the original game that ended up in the 3DS remake. The devs planned for the original game to have a multiplayer mode where Luigi met another Luigi. After Luigi's Mansion 2 was greenlit, both Kono and Miyamoto said the sequel absolutely had to include multiplayer, and it made its way in. Then, when the game released on 3DS, they made sure multiplayer was added to it as well. In the final game, Luigi can shine the dark light device to break illusions and see invisible objects. But the original idea was much more ambitious and would have divided the game into two separate realities, the normal world and the spirit world. The idea was inspired by the Dark World from Zelda: A Link to the Past, as well as Dark Aether from Metroid Prime 2. So there'd be a spirit world basically hiding behind every room in Luigi's Mansion 2, but the Darklight device proved quicker and easier, so that's what they ultimately went with instead. Aspirations for multiplayer were aggressive, with Miyamoto saying he wanted fans playing it more than they played multiplayer Mario Kart. One mode was originally going to be called Tower of Terror, but Disney already had the name copyrighted for their theme park ride, so they changed it to Scarescraper. Or at least that's what it's called in the American version. In the UK version, it's called Thrill Tower. There was going to be another mode within Scarescraper focused on killing rats called the Pest Floor, but Miyamoto didn't like it, so he cut the Pest Floor in a single meeting. There was another multiplayer mode called Haunt and Seek that programmer Gary Shaw told us they spent a lot of time on, but unfortunately it ended up getting cut. Gameplay was basically online Pac-Man, where one player's Luigi collects keys and 3 others are ghosts who can fly through walls. Instead of a top-down view like Pac-Man though, it would use standard 3D camera angles, and there was a unique mansion instead of the traditional Pac-Man stage. Ghosts could steal keys and scare Luigi, while Luigi could stun them with his flashlight and suck them up with the poltergust. After Haunt and Seek got scrapped, a simplified version made its way to Nintendo Land as a minigame called Luigi's Ghost Mansion. One aspect of the game that saw a lot of cuts and reworks was its bosses. In an Iwata Asks interview back in 2013, director Bryce Holiday mentioned that the Haunted Tower stage wasn't always planned to have a stairway boss. It was originally going to have a plant-based boss that tied into the level's botanical theme, but Miyamoto thought that it was too ordinary and upended the tea table. That's kind of Miyamoto's thing. If he doesn't like how a game's progressing, he'll just tell devs to start over, a metaphorical table flip. So instead of a plant, Miyamoto suggests that they make a boss out of the stairs. So they did. In another interview with IGN, Holiday said Miyamoto's T-table upending went even further than this. At one point, he threw out all the bosses of the game and made us start over. From our angle, that was kind of a T-table flip. Thankfully, this was still early days, and the team hadn't started modeling most of the bosses yet. They'd only made one, and the rest were just concepts. Miyamoto felt that the bosses should be unmistakably Luigi's mansion in the player's eyes, so anything cliché or ordinary simply wouldn't do. Some bosses got tossed out multiple times, like the icy secret mine boss, which got tossed out about 4 times before the final design was made. Gary Shaw told us about one of these unused boss concepts, which was a mirror-based boss he said the team worked on for months. The player would have seen the boss through a mirror, but there was some asymmetry between reality and the reflection, and the player would have to exploit those differences to beat the boss. Gary couldn't remember the exact way you defeat the boss, but he thinks that you'd beat it by tricking it into falling off a cliff.
It's a clever, interesting idea, but in the end it just didn't work.
We mentioned earlier about Miyamoto's first time visiting Next Level. He visited their Vancouver office one more time, but things took a turn for the worse. The city's hockey team made it to the NHL Championship for the first time in 20 years, but they ended up getting massacred by the other team 4-0. Hockey fans started tearing the city apart, all while Miyamoto was there for his visit.
The riotous result left the city broken and burning.
One Next Level dev who wanted to remain anonymous told us that, unfortunately, the Canucks lost, and there was a riot downtown. Next Level's offices are right in the middle of downtown, and we were trying to get him around, and there was literally cars on fire like outside our office. I recall that being an issue at the office, making sure Miyamoto was okay in the middle of this city, on fire. All the windows were smashed around our office, cars were being flipped over. Needless to say, after that, Miyamoto wasn't especially keen to visit Vancouver again. But Next Level had proved themselves to Nintendo and were tasked with making another Mario game, Luigi's Mansion 3. This project was originally aimed at the Wii U. However, with the console failing to sell and Nintendo ultimately abandoning it, work was shifted to the Nintendo Switch and serious development began after Next Level shipped Metroid Prime Federation Force for 3DS in 2016. When Luigi's Mansion 3 entered pre-production, secrecy was back on the menu, with a few guys closed off in a small room for 2 or 3 years brainstorming ideas. Some of them didn't end up being used, but were pretty interesting. One unused idea was a sort of fast travel system where there's TVs all over the hotel and Luigi can warp into one and out of another. According to producer Kensuke Tanabe, this wasn't fully realized because they weren't able to put a TV in every room, so the mechanic ended up getting downsized to only existing on the 8th floor Paranormal Productions. Tanabe also said they'd been thinking about how Labo could be used, but didn't reveal how exactly. By the time the game came out, Labo was kind of on the way out anyway. Oh, and just as a brief aside, while researching this video, we found out that Luigi's Mansion 3's lead technical character artist, Jeffrey Zoern, was, get this, the art director for Hotel Mario on Philips CDI. Somehow, old Jeffrey managed to make the art for the 2 hotel-themed Mario games 25 years apart. Sorry, but we just had to mention that. Can you blame us? Anyway, the final game takes place in a 17-story hotel, and initially, the devs thought about replicating the kind of hotels you'd see in Hollywood that have roller coasters running through them. But, quote, it did not ultimately get used. We wanted to make things even weirder, so we moved away from that. Despite them wanting to get even weirder with the concept, part of the reason that they set the game in a hotel all stemmed from something boring and monotonous: floor layouts. In most hotels, the layout of the rooms and corridors are the same no matter what the floor is, so room 202 is directly above room 102, and so on. Early in development, the devs thought about concentrating on puzzles that spanned rooms that were side by side. Then they realized a repeating floor plan would make visualizing an entire building a lot easier, and meant they could also make puzzles that spanned rooms vertically, like across rooms 102 and 202, without much confusion. Tanabe gave an example of the kind of puzzles they were making via the Switch's Nintendo News channel, saying that if players saw water dripping down from the ceiling, they'd realize they should probably explore the room directly above them. Tanabe gave this example about 4 months before the game's release, so you'd probably expect his example, or something like it, to pop up in the game a few times. But the game we got was noticeably thin on puzzles that crossed floors, so what's the deal? Well, it turns out those kinds of puzzles are hard to develop and maintain, and they confuse players. Like we said, one of the reasons they decided to set the game in a hotel was to implement those kinds of puzzles, but it seems that the team bit off more than they could chew. At least that's the impression we got from the interview that this info came from. In the same interview, Holiday went on to reveal other aspects of the hotel that got cut, like ice and fire themed floors. One of the core principles the team held while developing Luigi's Mansion 3 was to make the game truly unique, unmistakably Luigi's Mansion, and all while surprising the players. But having generic ice and fire areas sort of flew in the face of that whole philosophy, so those floors were dropped. Speaking of surprising players, Luigi's Mansion 3 turned a few heads when fans found out it would have paid DLC. Nintendo announced 2 multiplayer DLC packs for the game, which inevitably led to speculation about single-player DLC. And since the game is set in a hotel and all, the devs could potentially add new floors, maybe as post-game content. Well, a few months later, Kotaku asked Tanabe if we would get new floors as DLC. Tanabe's response? He hadn't even thought about it. He elaborated, in Luigi's Mansion 3, it has a solid introduction, development, twist, and conclusion. Therefore, by inserting an additional floor, there would be inconsistency with the setting and chronological order, and we would end up restarting the story in an incomplete way, which the player would have already finished. Seems like Tanabe's biggest hang-up was how extra floors would impact the game's story and overall experience, which he echoed in other interviews. But the team at Next Level had a different view, at least for a time, and wanted to make a single-player expansion from the very beginning. However, this desire apparently faded pretty quickly, and they turned their attention to multiplayer DLC instead. Bryce Holiday told Kotaku, making story mode games is a difficult and slower process, development-wise, than multiplayer modes, so we ended up pushing multiplayer content to DLC. An additional benefit is that the cut single-player ideas can be saved for something else in the future. Something else in the future? Well, if all of Luigi's Mansion 3's content were made under the core principle of it being uniquely Luigi's Mansion, and the team plans on using cut content for ideas on a future project, should we be expecting a Luigi's Mansion 4? In an interview with GameSpot, Tanabe spoke a little about the creative process at Next Level, and just casually name drops a 4th game like it was something already on the docket. Even when I'm creating something, I'm constantly thinking about the next thing. Even as we're wrapping up development of Luigi's Mansion 3, Next Level Games is like, what about Luigi's Mansion 4? What's going to come after a hotel? And to be honest, making Luigi's Mansion 4 is kind of a no-brainer. If you look at the series sales, every new Luigi's Mansion has basically doubled the sales of the last. And there might even be more Luigi's Mansion projects on the horizon. Luigi was a prominent character in the 2023 Super Mario Bros. Movie, which as of the making of this video is the 16th highest grossing film of all time, earning about $1.4 billion globally. And the voice of Luigi in the movie, Charlie Day, has publicly stated his interest in doing a Luigi's Mansion movie with Nintendo on several occasions. In a comicbook.com interview in March of this year, Day was asked point blank if he wanted to do a Luigi's Mansion movie, to which he said,
"Yes, I do, big time. You're not the first, but let's get that out in the zeitgeist. Let's make this happen, okay? I am in."
Did you know? Sonic the Hedgehog was once teased as a playable character in Double Dash. In February 2002, Shigeru Miyamoto did a short interview with Ananova.com about the state of the GameCube sales numbers and the upcoming Mario Kart game. His final comment was, "We're having a series of meetings about Mario Kart for GameCube, and we've come to the point where we'll be making some drastic changes compared to the last games. Sonic the Hedgehog might be one of the drivers." Unsurprisingly, this sparked rumors that Sonic would be a playable character in the game. When Double Dash was first shown off, however, Sonic was nowhere to be seen, and the rumor died down. The rumor resurfaced in October 2003 when screenshots leaked showing the game had unlockable characters, but when Double Dash finally came out, Sonic wasn't in the game's roster. When the game was first shown off at Space World 2001, it greatly resembled existing Mario Kart titles and was yet to be named Double Dash. Interestingly, this early preview reused Mario and Luigi's models from Super Smash Bros. Melee, an indication of how hastily it was put together. In May 2002, Miyamoto said development of the game was moving along well, but that it was being kept under wraps, as any images would give away what kind of game it is. This was clearly to hide the game's dual racer mechanics. Speaking of which, the idea to have 2 racers in one vehicle was inspired by motorcycle sidecars. The team at Nintendo Entertainment Analysis and Development noted how fun it was to drive in pairs, and wanted to capture that same feeling for Mario Kart. Ultimately, however, they went with a tandem arrangement, rather than having players side by side. Although Nintendo wanted to mix things up,
Cup, they also didn't want to put off longtime fans. In fact, the team were so concerned about the concept of 2-racer vehicles that they made a single-racer prototype as well. They thought about giving players the option of choosing 1 racer for a kart or 2, but ultimately went all in on having 2 racers in a kart. The devs at EAD looked to all past Mario Kart games while developing Double Dash, but mostly Mario Kart 64. They'd even get together regularly and play Mario Kart 64 while making Double Dash, and hope to rectify some problems of the past. Elements that they couldn't include in Mario Kart 64, like full polygon graphics for the karts and characters, finally made their way into Double Dash. Animation was improved too. All 4 wheels on a kart could now move independently, and vehicles had believable suspension. Countless revisions were made to how a character's weight impacted vehicle movement. They also tried adding more actions for racers, but started to run out of buttons on the GameCube controller. They eventually began to question whether the game they had in front of them was still Mario Kart, and considered rebranding it as something entirely new. Things began to take shape, however, and Double Dash found an identity that fit the title Mario Kart. The option to have 2 players controlling a single kart also made the game more accessible. Double Dash director Kiyoshi Mizuki told CVG, "If you're the veteran player, you can drive the kart by sitting in the front seat, and if you're the amateur player who isn't confident enough in driving the game, or if you've never played a video game whatsoever, then you can sit on the rear seat of the kart and attack the other karts." As you may already know, Double Dash allowed for up to 16-player local multiplayer over a LAN connection, but Nintendo experimented with other kinds of connectivity as well, such as the Game Boy Advance link cable. Nintendo have yet to elaborate what these experiments entailed, but it's speculated this feature may have interacted with Mario Kart Super Circuit. Nintendo also experimented with online connectivity, allowing players to go head-to-head across an internet connection. However, the team at EAD believed Double Dash's frantic gameplay needed a response time faster than what current internet connections could provide. Nintendo's Shinya Takahashi even said, "No company, including Nintendo, could make a perfect version of Double Dash's gameplay in an online version. We have reached a high level in terms of the head-to-head mode, and those kinds of interesting features could never be reproduced if they were put online." This wasn't the only feature cut from Double Dash. One odd mechanic the developers experimented with was a double jump. In a Japanese interview for Nintendo's own website, design manager Tsuyoshi Watanabe said, "It's quite sad, but we had to scrap a lot of different mechanics. Personally, I really wanted to add a double jump. In the end, even though I wanted to create something new that really broke from the past, I wanted to add things that would fit." Another cut feature is Donkey Kong's original special item. DK's special item in the final game is the Jumbo Banana, but the developers originally planned for DK to use a barrel. This would have been a throwback to the original Donkey Kong arcade game, but the team thought it didn't work as well as they'd hoped, and opted for the Jumbo Banana instead. This information comes from an interview in the UK's Nintendo official magazine, issue 137. Interestingly, NOM asked the game's developers about 200cc racing and non-Mario characters being added to the series, both of which would eventually be featured in Mario Kart 8. Several stages were also cut from the game. The developers originally made more than just 16 courses, but deliberately removed several to make sure every stage was truly unique. The team saw other racing games that boasted large amounts of courses, but the courses would be hard to tell apart due to similar backgrounds or course layouts, and EAD didn't want to make the same mistake. Some battle stages were also removed. Within the data of the game, the battle stages are titled Mini, followed by a number. These numbers range from 1 to 8, meaning there were originally going to be 8 stages, but in the final game there were only 6, with the stages Mini 4 and Mini 6 being absent. There's also evidence that an entire mode was cut from the game. Within the game's data, there's references to a reverse cup, which would see players race the game's tracks backwards. This would be different to mirror mode, which inverses the courses horizontally. Menu assets referencing the reverse cup can be found in the data, as well as fully modeled reverse cup trophies for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. There's a few more interesting details in the game's data. In the file mram.arc, the Spiny Shell's file name is item Cora Yellow. This indicates that spiny shells, known as blue shells by fans, were planned to be yellow at some point. An earlier demo version of Double Dash also has several assets that went unused in the final game, including some hidden ending graphics that say exciting ending and peace. Some unused content can be seen in early screenshots as well. An early build of Waluigi Stadium featured duplicate Marios, Luigis, Warios, and Waluigis in the audience. This audience was likely just a placeholder and was changed in the final game to minor characters who do could be repeated over and over without breaking the player's immersion. When this version of the game was demoed at E3 2003, many were impressed with the game, but criticized it for feeling too slow. Nintendo took this criticism on board and sped the game up in a new demonstration just a few months later. Interestingly, however, the slower demo had higher speeds on its speedometer. There's a few interesting secrets in the final game as well. The Golden Parade cart that's unlocked by winning the All Cup Tour in Mirror Mode is the only cart in the game that CPU opponents will never pick. The layout of the Luigi circuit is possibly based on the AVUS circuit in Berlin, Germany. Aside from the differences in length, the circuits have the same shape and steep bankings at either end. The battle stage Block City also has a secret. The stage may be named after a poem by Robert Louis Stevenson, which describes a city made from children's toys. The GameCube battle stage also got some real-life representation in Japan, where Club Nintendo offered an exclusive decal for the top of the system that made it look like the GameCube stage in the game. Another secret can be found in the final game by finishing a time trial, then pressing L, R, L, R, X, Y, X, Y, Z on the options screen. Doing this in any version of the game brings up a code. Interestingly, however, these codes were only ever used in Japan for a Club Nintendo contest. To enter, players would choose any combination of character and cart they wanted, then try to get the best possible times in Luigi Circuit, Baby Park, Mario Circuit, and Yoshi Circuit. Then they'd register their name and code with Club Nintendo, and if the player were picked, they'd have to send in a replay of their race on a memory card to confirm they were the winner. Entrants could register multiple codes, with anyone participating getting 5 Club Nintendo points, or anyone who ranked 3rd or higher on a course got their replay posted on the contest website. Although there could theoretically have been 4 winners, all 4 course records were set by just one player named Tagaki Nobuo. During the period between the game's reveal and its release, there was a fair amount of baseless speculation. One of the most prominent rumors circulated in 2003, which said Double Dash would release with a bonus disc containing Mario Kart 64 in its entirety. This rumor was first published in Electronic Gaming Monthly, where EGM talked about how they'd heard of the bonus disc bundle. They compared it to the Ocarina of Time bonus disc, which was a pre-order bonus for the Wind Waker and was directly bundled with Wind Waker and PAL regions. This speculation was put to rest in Nintendo Official Magazine issue 133, where Nintendo of Europe's Marco Hein shot down the rumors, stating it wouldn't make sense to bundle 2 nearly identical games together. Double Dash did end up being bundled with a bonus disc, but the disc only had demos and videos for upcoming games. Did you know? An official HD port of Mario Kart Wii was actually finished years ago, but due to government hang-ups was never released. The original Mario Kart Wii was only capable of running in a 480p resolution, but at the 2018 China Joy Expo in Shanghai, Nintendo partnered with Nvidia to showcase a 1080p version running on the Nvidia Shield TV. This is a Chinese device that's already had several other Wii ports in HD, including a port of Twilight Princess that's graphically superior to even the HD re-release on Wii U. The Shield version featured online capabilities that haven't been available in the Wii version since servers shut down in 2014, including time trial leaderboards and online races for up to 12 players. Following the announcement, some die-hard Mario Kart fans imported Chinese shields in anticipation of the game's release, but to their disappointment, Mario Kart HD was never seen again. According to an Nvidia developer whose name will keep anonymous, the port was done a long time ago. It was submitted for Chinese government approval in 2018, around the time of the government's reorganization. The government asked us to change some game content a few months later. Just some translations, nothing major, but we haven't heard anything back since then. We want the game to be released as much as everybody else, but it seems like it's stuck in government limbo now. Nvidia isn't just Nintendo's partner when it comes to HD ports for China. The two companies also partnered to develop the Switch, which is powered by Nvidia's Tegra processor. 2 years after Mario Galaxy HD released on the Shield, the game landed on Switch in the form of 3D All-Stars. With that precedent in mind, Mario Kart Wii HD might find its way to the Switch someday, especially if the Shield version ever escapes limbo. When Mario Kart Wii first entered development, the devs had a slightly different vision for the game, with many of their ideas being cut. The game is internally named Revo Kart, with Revo being a nod to Revolution, the Wii's original name. Series producer Hideki Kono originally wanted to call it Mario Kart X, with the X signifying a focus on extreme sports. In a 2008 interview, he said, "I love BMX bicycles and snowboarding. When we made Mario Kart DS, we wanted to put in some elements of extreme
extreme sports so the players could do some rough riding, but it was difficult to achieve in a handheld game. That's why we decided to make it happen for the Wii. But Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto flat out rejected the idea of BMX bikes, as he didn't like the idea of Mario riding a bicycle. Motorbikes were introduced instead, and half-pipes were implemented into many of the tracks. Kono's love of snowboarding also led to the creation of the DK Summit stage. According to the game's director, Yasuyuki Oyagi, motorbikes once controlled exactly the same as karts, so he felt they weren't worth including, but after his team came up with the idea of popping wheelies, they decided bikes were a worthy addition. Like most Mario Kart games, the sound staff recorded the kart sounds at a real racetrack, but when the time came to collect bike sound effects, they relied on Nintendo's own parking lot. Sound artist Asuka Oda said, "We approached some Nintendo employees who rode motorbikes and asked them, 'Could you let us sample your bike?' It's worth noting that despite Miyamoto cringing at the idea of Mario on a bicycle, Mario did end up riding a bike in another game released the same year, Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. Throughout development, the Mario Kart team tested about 30 different wheel prototypes before settling on the Wii wheel we know today. They checked out some real-life go-karts and realized that instead of round steering wheels, most of them were actually square-shaped, so they went with a true-to-life wheel in the shape of a square. But they eventually scrapped the idea and decided a circular wheel would be easier to understand, and after many revisions, reduced its weight so players' arms didn't get tired holding it up during long play sessions. After Nintendo revealed their Wii wheel prototypes in 2008, fans recreated some of them using 3D printers and shared the blueprints online. They even developed some original designs of their own, all of which are available to the public and free to 3D print. Some gaming companies jumped on board as well, and more than a decade later, you can still find some high-end Wii wheels on Amazon, like the 3-pound mounted wheel by Dream Gear. Mario Kart Wii's internal data and pre-release screenshots revealed even more scrapped ideas, including characters, items, and an entire game mode. 2 drivers from Double Dash, Paratroopers and PD Piranha, were included in early builds, but didn't make it to the final cut. Hammer Bros were once planned as a new addition to the roster, but after getting cut from Mario Kart Wii, they didn't make their series debut until 10 years later in Mario Kart Tour. The Chain Chomp item from Double Dash can also be found in the game's data, along with some beta racetracks, like an early version of Bowser's Castle labeled Course.0. There's also the Double Dash version of Mario's circuit, albeit with a few small differences, which the developers probably used for testing. One bizarre-looking track is labeled Draw_Demo, and is nearly identical to the Wii version of Mario's circuit, but with corrupted textures. In addition to all the usual modes like Grand Prix and time trials, Mario Kart DS also introduced a brand new mission mode, where players were offered a variety of challenges like collecting coins, mowing down enemies, and battling bosses like Big Babam. Each mission awarded players with a 1, 2, or 3-star rank based on performance, adding some extra replayability. In 2017, a modder named Mr. Bean 35000 VR discovered an unused mission mode hiding in Mario Kart Wii's internal data, with objectives like collecting item boxes before time runs out, pulling off a string of mini-turbos, drifts, and slipstreams, and fighting bosses. However, it appears mission mode was cut from the game to make room for tournaments, a game mode that unfortunately can't even be played anymore. Starting in May 2008, Nintendo released 2 downloadable tournaments per month via the Wii's Mario Kart channel. The first tournament was a Mario Circuit speedrun where fans had a 10-day window to play the course as many times as they liked and submit their best times, competing against the entire world via online leaderboards. A few weeks later, Nintendo released a second tournament, racing through 10 rings as fast as possible. The third tournament was knocking 3 top men off the edge of Galaxy Coliseum, and the fourth was speedrunning through Mushroom Gorge backwards, starting at the end and heading back to the start. Over the next 2 years, a total of 48 tournaments were released, like speedrunning a track built on top of N64 Skyscraper, killing a giant Pokey, and racing through some remixed tracks. But unlike Mission Mode, you could only play 2 tournaments a month, and they were only available during that 10-day window. Mario Kart DS had 63 missions to choose from anytime you wanted, so if Mission Mode wasn't cut from Mario Kart Wii, it likely would have included even more missions and added hours of rank-based content that could still be accessed right from the startup menu. Unfortunately, tournaments became completely inaccessible after Nintendo shut down Mario Kart Wii's online servers in 2014, exactly 10 days before the launch of Mario Kart 8 on Wii U. The shutdown also killed off the game's leaderboards and brought an end to online racing. But diehard fans refused to let the game die and quickly set up their own custom server called Wiimfi, resurrecting online racing and even restoring most tournaments. Tens of thousands of fans around the world use Wiimfi, and they've even added brand new content, including more than 200 custom racetracks. Many
many of the tracks are completely original, like the campground-themed Camp Cardigan, but a lot of them are based on video game franchises like Pokémon and even Super Monkey Ball. Several were inspired by Mario games, like one set in Mario Odyssey's Luncheon Kingdom, and another based on the Honey Hive from Mario Galaxy. Fans also spent several years remaking all the old tracks from previous Mario Kart games, like Mario Kart DS's Shroom Ridge. We spoke to one of the custom track Grand Prix primary developers, Mr. Bean, the same guy who discovered Mission Mode, and he told us they've got more tracks currently in development and are in the beta stage of doubling online multiplayer from 12 players to 24 simultaneous racers on a single track. They've also implemented an in-game speedometer, a feature missing from the official release. But it's not just the online scene that's running on all cylinders, the competitive scene's bigger now than it ever was during the Wii era. In July 2020, the Mario Kart Wii World Cup drew in 21 national racing teams and tens of thousands of spectators, making it the most viewed Mario Kart competition of all time. And event organizers told Did You Know Gaming that plans for the 2021 World Cup are already well underway. Every vehicle in Mario Kart Wii has unique stats clearly visible on the vehicle select screen, but every character also has unique stats. But those stats are hidden and never actually revealed to the player. Lightweights get knocked around by the big guys, so they're not competitively viable. When it comes to heavyweights, while Luigi has the best acceleration, Dry Bowser the best off-road, and Funky Kong the fastest, making him the natural choice for speed freaks. The Flame Runner bikes got the best mix of speed and drift, so about 80% of World Cup participants use the Funky Kong Flame Runner combo. There's also a very obscure and interesting glitch in the game where if the player is currently playing online as player 2 and someone else is in the lobby using a heavy male Mii outfit A on either the Wario bike, the Shooting Star, or the Phantom, then their Mii will be constantly in a T-pose. The reason this happens is because the developers forgot to put the Mii back in the sitting back position in several files. This doesn't happen for the player's own Mii or anywhere else in the game. Did you know? Professor Egad was originally going to be a playable racer in Mario Kart DS, but was ultimately swapped out for Drybones. Egad's model is missing from the game's files, however, with the character using Toad's graphics and audio and hacked back into the game. This could suggest Egad was cut very early in development. We say this because there's actually other early models in the game's code, such as this unfinished Shy Guy that lacks actual arms and feet, and is green instead of red like in the final game. This wasn't the game's only big change during production. Arguably Mario Kart DS's most innovative and important feature, online play, wasn't originally planned at all. In fact, it wasn't even considered until about halfway through the game's development. The team at Nintendo EAD believed 8-person local multiplayer would be enough, but when internet play became a possibility, they decided to challenge themselves to include it. To test out online play, developers would race each other from their homes after work. The game's director Hideki Kono would sometimes take a hot bath, then drink a beer before racing. Kono said on Nintendo's Japanese website, "I'd say meet you at 1, and at that time everyone would come online. Iwata joined us too, but no one played for fun. No one cut any corners, everyone was serious. Even Iwata would say, no one is playing for fun." The team had other concerns about Wi-Fi beyond just getting it to function. They worried about how it'd be used by players, and the different cultural perceptions of online play. Kono said, "In Japan, when players hear the words Wi-Fi connection, they take a step back and say, online play? That sounds difficult. Or, if I play, I'm going to get harassed by other people. But in the US, players are more positive about it. In Japan, only 10% of the people who purchase games with online functionality are taking them online. Our goal is to get 90% of people who get Mario Kart to try online." Back then, Mario Kart DS was called Nitro Kart internally, a nod to the DS code name Nitro. This name was never disclosed to the public, but it explains why the game's new courses all take place in the Nitro Grand Prix. Mario Kart DS introduced several new items to the series, such as the blooper. Originally, this item used the design of the bloopers from Super Mario Sunshine, but in the end, its appearance was changed to that of a more generic Mario blooper. Fans generally welcomed the new item, but some hated it, including Nintendo's own staff. At E3 2016, E! Online asked Nintendo of America's then-president Reggie Fils-Aimé what the worst item in the entire Mario Kart series was. Reggie simply replied, "I hate getting inked." Triple bananas were a new item type, but were originally going to be implemented very differently. One idea for the bananas was that players would tap the map
tap on the bottom screen, placing a banana wherever they wanted. But the team quickly realized taking focus away from the top screen, where the action was, resulted in muddled and confusing gameplay. Nintendo tried to do a lot more with the bottom screen throughout development, but felt the fast-paced gameplay made managing two screens impractical for players. Interestingly, both triple bananas and triple shells were cut from online play. When asked about this by Wired, Kono said, "Our goal with online was to make it as close as possible to the local gameplay. But while the ability to have a shell or 3 bananas dragging behind you looks easy, actually it's something very difficult to accomplish. I think we probably could have done it, but it was just one of those areas where we had to say, we're gonna stop here." The team instead focused on maintaining a high frame rate of 60 FPS in every mode. Nintendo EAD wanted to truly push the DS hardware and surpass the visuals of Mario Kart 64. Kono believes they surpassed the N64 game in graphical prowess, and believes the gameplay in Mario Kart DS outdid the tight controls of the SNES original, which is a favorite in Japan. The staff at EAD tried to stay true to the series, but aimed to make the game's courses look more mature than in Double Dash. In fact, Shigeru Miyamoto explicitly told the team, just because it's part of the Mario world, it doesn't mean it should be too childish. The game has a lot of unused content from Double Dash within its data, like the blooper graphic, as well as an unused Bowser Shell item graphic, a background tree, and even a whole soundtrack worth of music in the style of Double Dash. Miyamoto's statement could explain why so much of the Double Dash content was purged from the final game. Speaking of removed or altered content, Mario Kart DS has an astonishing amount of cut assets, mostly found through data mining the game's 2005 USA kiosk demo and other early builds. In the kiosk demo, practically every course deviates from the final version. Some of the more noteworthy differences can be found in Waluigi Pinball, which might as well be a completely different stage, having no pinballs at all. Another interesting fact about Waluigi Pinball is that the course was originally titled Luigi Course, suggesting Luigi was the focus of the level, not Waluigi. The Luigi's Mansion course holds another difference, where the mansion's paintings shake and stretch out from the wall, just like they do in Mario Kart 7 on 3DS. The Delfino Square stage originally had a Yoshi statue in its center rather than the more appropriate Pianta, and bumping into this course's fruit stands knocks players out of bounds. The early Shroom Ridge stage uses the start flag from Mario Kart 64, and amusingly, the sign that reads Fresh in the final game instead says Flesh here, giving it an entirely different vibe. Tick-Tock Clock also had a different layout, with the center of its map using a different arrangement of cogs. Other early builds of the game also show that DK Pass wasn't originally going to be a winter-themed level, and was more of a grassy plain. There's also a few unused courses in the final game's data. Although most of them are clearly test stages or early versions of other courses, some are unique. A beach level titled Noko Noko Course can be found, which means Koopa Troopa Course in Japanese. The level seems to be a mix of Koopa Troopa Beach on N64 and Koopa Beach 1 on SNES. Another scrapped stage is Dokkan Course, which in this context likely means pipe course, a fitting name for a course that has several huge pipes in it. There's an unused battle stage in the data that's a remake of Block City from Double Dash. The stage is fairly unfinished, and whether the stage was made specifically for testing isn't clear. A remake of Mario's Circuit from Double Dash can also be found, which lacks polish and is void of obstacles. The level ultimately made it into Mario Kart Wii, which funnily enough lines up with Hideki Kono's statements. Before Mario Kart Wii was even announced, and when the Wii was called Revolution, Kono said, "We're finished with DS development right now, and I'm working on Revolution stuff, so hopefully a lot of that cut stuff is going to show up in Revolution games." On top of unused courses, the game also has many unused missions. Across all builds of the game, around 30 unused missions have been found, all with goals comparable to those in the final game. Practically every kart is different in these early builds too. Instead of having unique emblems, the early kart designs just use numbers. Pre-release versions of Mario Kart DS had most of the final game's items, but notably lacked any fake item boxes. The kiosk version's data does contain an image of a purple Koopa shell, however, as well as depicting a triple purple shell. Another interesting leftover in the game's code is ASCII art depicting Mario's sprite from the original Super Mario Bros. This was likely left in the game to fill up empty space. The kiosk demo also has several sprites from Mario Bros. Classic in its data, and while some of the art is used in the kiosk build, most of it goes entirely unused. One of the game's features may point towards an unused promotional contest. Mario Kart Double Dash had a contest in Japan through Club Nintendo, where players would choose any combination of character and kart, then try to get the best times on several courses. They'd then press a specific combination of buttons to bring up a code containing their last time trial runs. The code would then be submitted through Club Nintendo, and the fastest players would be rewarded. For Mario Kart DS, if players press up, down, L, R, Y, A in the time trial records, a similar code will pop up. This might suggest Nintendo was planning a similar contest for the DS game. Speaking of differences between the West and Japan, in the international versions of the game, Rob is colored dark gray, while in the Japanese version he's white and red, just like the original regional differences. Additionally, Rob is called HVC-012 in the Japanese game. This is because despite being known as Family Computer Robot in Japan, Rob's model number was HVC-012. This is because the Famicom's model number also started with HVC, which stood for Home Video Computer. For other localizations, several carts reference real-world cars and vehicle brands. In the Spanish game, Daisy's Power Flower cart is called the Asara Flor, which is a pun on Escarabajo, the Spanish name for a Volkswagen Beetle. The Spanish version also calls Waluigi's zipper cart the Wavitzen, a portmanteau of Waluigi and Harley-Davidson. The German game is probably the most bold, with Donkey Kong's wildlife cart literally using the brand name Jeep, with its name being the Safari Jeep. The name of Mario's B Dasher is a reference to classic 2D Mario games, where holding the B button would make the player move faster. The appearance of the cart also references the Honda RA272 Formula 1 car, which was designed by Yoshio Nakamura and Shoichi Sano for the 1965 Formula 1 season. It's best known for being the first Japanese car to win in Formula 1. Mario Kart DS was one of the most anticipated DS titles, and ultimately sold almost 24 million units in total, making it inevitably attract the rumor mill. The game's very first rumor alleged that it'd be a Nintendo DS launch title in Japan, and that it'd be available January 10th in the United States, after Japan. However, the game wouldn't release until November 2005, and was in fact released in Japan almost a month after North America, Europe, and even Australia. Another rumor that's been circulated by various Mario-themed wikis is that the game was planned to have some connectivity with Mario Kart Super Circuit on the Game Boy Advance. The rumor alleges that when a DS is turned on with both Mario Kart DS and Super Circuit in the DS and GBA slots, Super Circuit will be listed as an option pack on the DS home screen and cannot be played. The option pack listing usually only appears when a peripheral is inserted into the GBA slot, such as the Guitar Hero button expansion. If the rumor were true, it'd mean Mario Kart DS was specifically looking for Super Circuit to be inserted, hinting at some planned connectivity. However, this isn't the case. If both games are inserted, Super Circuit can be played normally. Another rumor is that Birdo may have been planned for the game. Not only is there an unused pink egg card in the game's files, but the default green Yoshi egg card is called Egg 1, despite being the only card in the entire game and series to use the name Egg. This has led to speculation that the pink egg would have been called Egg 2 and tied to Birdo. However, this is simply speculation, and the name Egg 1 may simply be a reference to F1 racing.
Did you know? Although he's not a playable character, Diddy Kong is actually in Mario Kart 64. He can be seen by looking closely at the bus in Toad's Turnpike, driving the vehicle. This isn't the only secret surrounding Mario Kart 64. In the earliest stages of the game's development, director Hideki Kono bought some RC cars for testing purposes. After researching their mechanics and physics, his team made a Mario Kart prototype based on a computer simulation of the RC cars. But the prototype ended up feeling too realistic, to the point where it wasn't actually fun. They even had some children try it out, but the kids found it totally unplayable. As a result, the realistic physics were dialed back, and very little from the RC prototype ended up in the game's final build. Later in development, a newer prototype of Mario Kart 64 was shown off at Nintendo Space World 1995 in Japan. At this stage of development, the game was called Super Mario Kart R, with the R standing for rendered, as in rendered graphics. The prototype featured a number of differences compared to Mario Kart 64, and even had some music that was never used in the final game, which is what you're hearing right now. Super Mario Kart R also included Kamek the Magikoopa as one of its 8 races. Kamek was the primary antagonist in Yoshi's Island, the hugely popular follow-up to Super Mario World that launched just a few months prior to Space World, so it made perfect sense for Kamek to appear alongside Bowser and Wario as the game's villains. But one kidnapper ended up getting replaced with another. Kamek was replaced in the final game with Donkey Kong, the vengeful gorilla that kidnapped Mario's girlfriend. Super Mario Kart R also made use of the feather from the original Super Mario Kart on Super Nintendo. after getting cut during development, the feather didn't reappear in the series until Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, 20 years later. In addition to multiplayer horizontal split screen, the prototype also allowed for vertical split screen. This option was also cut during development, but it's still hidden inside Mario 64's internal data. You can even unlock it and take it for a spin with a Game Shark and this cheat code. The development process was long and arduous, and the developers even suffered a hard disk crash at one point, erasing some of their work. But according to character designer Tomoaki Kuroumi, the crash was actually a blessing in disguise. The models on the character select screen were originally static, unable to move or blink, but the crash deleted all those models with no hope of recovery. So the developers had to make brand new models, this time giving them animations, an extra layer of polish that wasn't originally supposed to be in the game. A year after Space World 95, and following an 8-month delay, Mario Kart 64 finally launched in Japan in December 1996. There were quite a few details in the Japanese version that were changed in the game's international release, with one difference right on the title screen. In every other region, Mario is the game's announcer, but in Japan, this role was played by Hawaiian actor and radio host John Houliton.
Mario Grand Prix!
John told us that Nintendo hired him to voice the announcer on Wave Race 64. Then, after the recording was finished, they slid a piece of paper in front of him without explanation, asking him to record just a little bit longer. That mysterious piece of paper turned out to be the lines for Mario Kart 64. John's agent was pretty mad that he never got paid for the role, and Nintendo even spelt his name wrong in the game's credits. 5 years later, that same recording was recycled worldwide in Mario Kart Super Circuit, even in the English version, without crediting John at all.
Congratulations!
In fact, he didn't even know his voice was used in Super Circuit until we told him. Luigi had been voiced by at least 7 different actors in commercials and television shows throughout the 80s and 90s, but Mario Kart 64 was the first time Luigi ever spoke in a video game. We've talked about Julian Bardakov before. He's the guy who gave the first 251 Pokemon all their French names. A few years before that, however, Julian was translating Super Mario 64 into French at Nintendo HQ. During a break, he was playing Magic the Gathering with a Mario Kart R programmer. One thing led to another, and Julian was invited to take the prototype for a spin. At this point, Toad didn't have a voice yet, so Julian volunteered for the role free of charge. Longtime Nintendo sound director Koji Kondo managed Julian's recording, but afterwards told Julian he didn't really sound like how he imagined Toad. But he did sound like Luigi. So Julian ended up voicing Luigi instead. Wario had never been voiced in a video game before either, so Kondo brought in Julian's friend Thomas Spindler, one of Nintendo's German translators. According to Thomas, Wario was originally conceptualized as a German character, not an Italian. That's why Nintendo brought in a German to provide his voice, and why Wario even speaks German in the Japanese version of Mario Kart 64. He says "so eine Mist," which translates into English as "oh crap." When the game was localized for international release, most of the characters' voices were replaced, including the announcer, Luigi, and Wario. Longtime Mario voice actor Charles Martinet took over all 3 roles, but the original Japanese recordings did end up getting recycled for both the Japanese and international versions of Mario Kart Super Circuit, as well as Mario Party 1 and 2. When Charles Martinet re-recorded the voices for Mario Kart 64, Wario was rebranded as an Italian rather than a German. We asked Charles if he knew anything about Wario originally being German, if maybe it was his decision to change the accent, just like he switched Mario's accent from Brooklyn to Italian a couple of years earlier. Charles said he'd never even heard about Wario being German, so it sounds like the switch to Italian was probably the result of an oversight by the localization team. They gave Charles the script without any notes about a German accent, so he naturally assumed he'd apply an Italian accent, just as he'd already done for Mario and Luigi. Wario has remained Italian ever since, but interestingly, in Mario Strikers Charged, Wario was given a traditional German fare as his theme music. However, it's unclear if this was an intentional reference to his German origins or just a strange coincidence. Most of the game's billboards were changed as well, presumably to avoid trademark issues overseas. In the Japanese version, the billboards were all parodies of Formula One sponsors, like a Mario billboard imitating the Marlboro cigarettes logo. But internationally, the Marlboro reference was cut out. Instead, the signs just say Mario Star. Likewise, parodies of Italian oil company Agip, motor oil brand Mobil 1, and gas station chain Union 76 were also changed. A mock billboard for the Goodyear tire company was revised as well, and had been an even more blatant imitation in Super Mario Kart R, where the sign originally said Good Ear. When Mario Kart 64 was re-released on the China-exclusive iQ player in 2003, the game received brand new box art. The game's name was also changed to just Mario Kart, since the N64 never released in China, and neither did the original Mario Kart game on Super Nintendo. The iQ version had some differences as well. The billboards were all translated into Chinese, and the shot billboard was changed to an ad for iQ. The special cup was also renamed the iQ Cup. Mario Kart 64's racetracks have more hidden shortcuts than any other Mario Kart. As well as the usual shortcuts, all but 5 of the game's 16 stages have shortcuts Nintendo never intended, what speedrunners call skips. Common examples of this are jumping over the wall in Wario Stadium or one of the flying leaps on Rainbow Road. In our hunt for secrets, we spoke with Beck Apney, the Mario Kart 64 150cc world record holder. According to Apney, the Japanese version contains a skip not possible in the international release. On Luigi Raceway, you can hit yourself with shells to bounce over a wall and skip about 90% of the race. But there are 3 stages in Mario Kart 64 with tricks that even Apney can't pull off, skips that are virtually impossible for humans. But another speedrunner, Drew Weatherton, spent 7 years perfecting a tool-assisted speedrun that could pull them off. Completing all 16 races in just 18.5 minutes, Apney's the world's fastest racer, but he will never be able to defeat the machines, who have him beat by over 7 minutes. Hidden inside Mario Kart 64's internal data, there's a function that allows you to alter the Y values for every stage. In other words, you can make tracks steeper or flatter by just a little bit, or by a huge amount, including all the slopes, walls, and ramps. You can even invert tracks, so you're essentially racing on them upside down. It's possible the developers created this mechanic just for testing and debugging purposes, but considering the fact it's right next to the flag for mirror mode in the game's memory, the developers may have intended scaling mode as an unlockable extra. Regardless of their intent, the mechanic is still hidden inside the game, and you can try it out for yourself with some GameShark codes we've added to this video's description. There was also a no item mode scrapped during development. In an attempt to appeal to F-Zero fans, racers were given the option to play without items, allowing for more serious competition where karts clumped together in the final lap, edging each other out for fractions of a second. But focus groups much preferred the game with items, so developers just cut the no-item mode completely. According to Tadashi Sugiyama, who designed most of Mario Kart 64's stages, there were also some racetracks that were cut during development. One was a large multi-story parking garage, where you'd start at the bottom floor and race up to the top, essentially racing in circles but in an upward trajectory. This was Tadashi's idea for a more realistic location, but all the constant turning made some people feel sick, so they cut it. There was also a track that took place in a huge city with a pond and even a castle, where players raced around different kinds of houses and buildings. But Tadashi says the stage took too long to race through, so the city was scrapped too.
Did you know? It's possible to jump over the flags at the end of the stages in Super Mario Bros. To do this in World 1-1, the player must let a Koopa fall into a pit and then jump over the top of the screen right when it hits the bottom. Because the game treats the bottom and the top of the screen as the same space, Mario will bounce on the Koopa. When it recovers, it'll be stuck walking along the bottom of the screen. When the Koopa gets near the castle, the player can bounce on it to go over the flag. Beyond the flag is an infinite expanse of looping tiles. It's also possible to get over the flag lag in World 3-3 by perfectly timing your jump from the weighted platform at the end of the stage. In the Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2, this glitch became a feature, letting Mario access a warp zone in World 3-1. The warp zone takes Mario back to World 1-1 though, making it more of a trap than a secret. This isn't the only Super Mario Bros. Glitch to become a feature. Designer Takashi Tezuka once stated, the concept of the Bowsers in Worlds 1-7 being regular minions in disguise originally started as a glitch. Presumably, the wrong graphic was loaded in when Bowser was defeated and the team made it part of the story. Perhaps the most well-known bug in Super Mario Bros. Is the infinite one-up trick, where Mario endlessly bounces on a shelled enemy to generate points and lives. A more complicated version of this trick was discovered by Japanese YouTuber Games Hire almost 30 years after the game's release. In 2-player mode, if Luigi dies on a vine in World 5-2 when Mario is set to respawn in World 1-2, the vine will spawn next to Mario at the start of the level. The vine can be used to bounce endlessly on the buzzy beetles at the beginning of the stage. This trick can only be done if the game has been beaten already. Interestingly, the glitch also works in the Super Mario All-Stars version of the game. In Super Mario World, dismounting Yoshi to collect a coin with Mario while Yoshi tries to eat the coin will put a null sprite on Yoshi's tongue. The game loads new objects by placing them in one of 11 slots, and this null sprite acts as the first slot available. The player can make Yoshi eat almost anything by loading a new object into the game. If they load a chuck enemy into the game by being near one when the trick is performed, they'll trick the game into putting a power-up in Mario's inventory based on the type of chuck Yoshi eats. A clapping chuck gives Mario a glitched orb from the sunken ghost ship level which Mario can touch to instantly complete any stage. A charging chuck generates a glitched Lakitu cloud which can be used to fly through any stage. Using the cloud in the final boss of the game skips about 30 seconds of Bowser's attacks, making it very useful for speedruns. Since there's nothing at this unmapped location to instruct the console on what to do next, it instead executes the last value in its memory. You can manipulate this value by interacting with sprites in different ways at different coordinates, as well as hitting certain inputs on the controller. Speedrunners have used this method to start the game's credits in less than a minute, obliterating previous world records. One speedrunner named Master Jun managed to use this exploit to program functioning versions of Snake and Pong into the game. He also changed the ending screen with a custom sprite all in less than 3 minutes. It's possible to make a similar null object in Super Mario 64 by picking up an object in the last 2 frames before it disappears. Mario 64 places loaded objects in slots much like the sprite slots in Super Mario World. When an object is unloaded by flickering out of existence or by leaving Mario's draw distance, it's moved to the last slot to be overwritten by the next object that loads in. The object Mario grabs is also moved to the end of the item list and stored in a special slot, a process which takes 2 frames. If the object is unloaded during those frames, Mario will end up holding a slot that can be overwritten by whatever loads into the game next. This can be anything from coins to chain chomps or even stars. The original object will stay where it is in the world while Mario holds a copy, but if you drop the cloned object, it will replace the original, sometimes with weird results. Using this, YouTuber Panencoke 2012 spawns enemies to make bridges that Mario can cross. He does this to complete missions without pressing the A button, or in other words, without jumping. His current 100% run of Super Mario 64 only uses 37 presses of the A button. Individually, 100 of the game's 120 missions can be completed without pressing the A button at all. Meanwhile, hackers and speedrunners are looking for other missions to pursue. Twitch streamer Dota Teabag accidentally warped upwards while trying to land on a platform in TikTok Clock. Other common bugs can instantly change Mario's position like this, but most warp Mario downwards. Only one other glitch can warp Mario upward. It relies on hangable ceilings being above Mario, but there weren't any above Mario when this new upward warping glitch occurred. In order to figure out the cause of this new glitch, Panencoke offered a bounty of $1,000 to the first person who could send in a recording of the glitch being replicated in the Mupen 64 emulator. As of this recording, that bounty has yet to be claimed. By running up and to the right as soon as the first boss fight is over in Luigi's mansion, Luigi can get behind the reward chest before its collision hitbox loads and becomes solid. Using Luigi's vacuum will let the player pop out of bounds between the first and second floors, where they'll now be free to explore the vast sections of the map not previously accessible. From here, the player can reach a spot directly above the final boss room and drop down to complete the entire game in under 15 minutes. If you play Luigi's mansion normally, you may see something spooky when Luigi is talking to Professor EGAD in certain rooms. When the lightning strikes in these scenes, Luigi appears to be dangling several feet from the ground as though he's hanging from a noose. Fans have speculated this means Luigi is already dead during the events of this game, and his quest to find Mario is some kind of spiritual journey through the afterlife. However, this chilling effect is just a result of the directional lighting effect being tied to the position of the camera in these rooms. When EGAD calls Luigi, the camera pulls in close and low, which puts the light source under Luigi's character model and projects his shadow high up on the wall.
Did you know? The Super Paper Mario boss Bone Chill is based on the biblical figure Lucifer, an angel who was cast out of heaven by God and became Satan. Bone Chill is most similar to the depiction of Lucifer presented in the 14th century work Dante's Inferno. In the text, Lucifer, now a monstrous six-winged beast, is imprisoned in ice at the deepest circle of hell. In Super Paper Mario, Bone Chill is originally imprisoned deep below the underwear. This location parallels the underworld, or the Greek interpretation of hell, and draws comparisons to the imprisonment of Lucifer. The boss describes himself as the master of the cold dark, has 6 wings on his back, and utilizes various ice-based magic attacks in his fight. His catch card description even informs us that his minty fresh breath is capable of freezing players solid. This constant connection to ice, along with several aspects of his design, seem to corroborate the character's biblical inspiration. Bone Chill's backstory, revealed through Tippy's Tattle ability, also implies that he was once a NIMBY, a race of angelic characters in the game. There's also a possible reference to the devil in Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door. In the game, the demonic Shadow Queen's banishment lasted 1,000 years, such as in Revelation 27. And when the 1,000 years are ended, Satan will be released from his prison. Other references to the work of Dante exist within the Mario universe. The tower stage in World 5 of Super Mario Bros. 3 may be a reference to Mount Purgatory from Purgatorio. This is featured in the second part of Dante's Divine Comedy, immediately following Dante's Inferno. In Purgatorio, Mount Purgatory depicts an allegorical journey towards heaven. Similarly, the tower in Mario 3 allows players to ascend and access the sky-themed levels of the world. Mario 3's tower also bears a striking resemblance to the real-world Great Mosque of Samarra, a 9th century mosque in Iraq built in the shape of a spiraling cone. Another game with a demonic reference is Wario's Woods for the NES, which contains a reference to the devil in both its English and Japanese versions. In Japan, the boss is called Akumen, derived from the Japanese word Akuma, meaning demon or devil. In English copies of the game, however, the boss is called Fauster. His English name is likely inspired by the German legend of Faust, which dates back as early as 1587. The legend has been adapted several times, most notably by playwright Christopher Marlowe in The Tragical History of Dr. Faustus. In the tale, the character of Faust, or Faustus, makes a deal with the devil in exchange for magical powers. The choice of devil-related names makes sense, given Faustus' stereotypical devil-like appearance complete with pitchfork and wings. First appearing in Super Mario Bros. 3, the recurring Mario enemy Dry Bones actually gets its name from a section of the Bible. This section, known as the Valley of Dry Bones, describes how God granted new life to a valley filled with skeletons. As God reanimates them, they form with a clattering sound. In Ezekiel 37 it says, "So I prophesied as I was commanded, and there arose a noise when I prophesied, and behold a commotion, and the bones who came together bone to its bone." This is all mirrored by the Mario enemy's name, sound, and animations. Another biblical reference can be found hidden away in one of Mario 3's levels. If the player uses a flight-based power-up during World 6-4, they can find a hidden Christian cross in the sky made from bricks. One other small connection to Christianity can be found in the original version of Mario Party for the N64. Lines of dialogue from Wario and Luigi were censored in international versions of the game. When either character loses a minigame in the Japanese version, they exclaim,
"Oh my god!
Oh my god!"
This line of dialogue was altered in international versions of the game, presumably in order to remove any perceived religious references. When losing a minigame in the English version, Luigi simply wails in pain. And Wario says,
"So I missed."
The character Madame Clairvoyant from Luigi's Mansion on the GameCube references the Bardo, a Mahayana Buddhist belief that literally translates to gap or in-between state. The term bardo originates from a Tibetan Buddhist text, the Bardo Thodol, or Tibetan Book of the Dead, a funerary text recited to a recently deceased person in order to ease them into a more favorable rebirth. This intermediary period between death and reincarnation lasts for 49 days. In Luigi's Mansion, Madame Clairvoyant's in-game bio reads, "Her close connection to the spirit world lets her see 49 days into the future," a clear connection to the time frame of the Bardo belief. A Club Nintendo comic strip once featured a character named Abigor, a goat-like creature that shares his name with the pre-Judeo-Christian demon. In the comic, various Nintendo characters all live in a skyscraper situated in real-world Brooklyn, New York. Wario, the caretaker of the skyscraper, makes a deal with Abigor. In this deal, Wario promises to give Abigor the keys for every room in the skyscraper. In return, Abigor must manipulate Princess Toadstool into falling in love with Wario instead of Mario. Instead of doing this, however, Abigor turns Princess Toadstool into a zombie. Despite the comic strip character sharing his name with the real-world Abigor, his goat-like appearance doesn't line up with typical depictions of the demon. In the book The Key of Solomon the King, Abigor is presented as either a fearsome knight that carries a lance or a spectral being that sometimes rides a winged horse. In these tales, Abigor is depicted as a manipulator of men, coercing them into violence or murder under his command. Some have assumed then that the goat-like appearance of the comic strip character is actually taken from the pagan deity Bahamut, who is portrayed as a man-like goat creature, an appearance now often conflated with that of Satan, due in no small part to the 1856 illustration of the demon by French occult author Alpheus Levi. In mid-2013, a number of Spanish websites were misled into reporting that Mario and Luigi were gay lovers. This was thanks to the work of Ciencia Seminal, a satirical Latin American website similar to The Onion. The site reported that Nintendo discussed the results of an investigation that revealed that gamers under the age of 10 commonly believed that Mario and Luigi were a gay couple. Ciencia Seminal reported that Nintendo used the outcome of the investigation to determine that younger gamers were becoming more tolerant. A subsequent article stated that Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto had announced that the original Super Mario Bros. Was a game charged with the signs of gay culture, and Luigi and Mario were a gay couple trying to brave a society that rejects them. A number of other Spanish websites began reporting on the unfounded articles as truth, completely oblivious to the satirical nature of Ciencia Seminal. The quote-unquote news eventually became so widespread that even English-speaking websites began to post it as fact. The story was also taken literally by religious radicals like Fellowship of the Minds, who unfortunately used it as an opportunity to spread hate speech against the gay community.
Everyone's had that moment playing Mario Party. The game just started, everybody picked a character and board, now the dice is spinning over your head. And you wonder if the die roll you're about to make is actually random, or if there's some trick to stopping it on the number you want. Or maybe the game even had the number picked before you hit the button. We actually touched on this topic back in 2016 with a tweet about Mario Party's dice being predetermined. Although we were pretty convinced the tweet was accurate, it garnered a lot of disagreement and skepticism as to whether the dice were rigged. So we figured we'd revisit the subject and try digging up a more definitive answer by doing some tests and talking to experts. So let's investigate if there's really some secret technique to Mario Party's dice, if it's just dumb luck, or find out if the dice are actually rigged. In a game of Mario Party, a good die roll can mean the difference between winning and losing. If you roll the highest dice at the start, you'll take your turn first for the entire game, giving you first dibs on buying stars before anyone else, and reacting to changes on the game board. And of course, good rolls each turn let you move farther on the board and give you more to work with. So as you can see, it's worth understanding how the dice actually work in Mario Party games. In the original Mario Party, the dice spins over your head until you jump and stop it with the A button. The game lets you decide when to jump, so most fans assume this agency means they have some control over their own destiny. And with proper timing, it looks like you can stop the dice on any number you want. But is that actually true? To see if this was the case, we investigated whether skill was involved by testing if identical circumstances yielded identical results. To do this, we'd use an emulator for easier testing and comb over videos frame by frame to confirm the timing. We'd also only look at standard dice in Mario Party. Over the series' history, there have been many gimmick dice that let players influence how far they move in a turn. There's also different kinds of rolls, such as the chance time, where players could steal or lose stars and coins. So to keep things simple, we're only running tests on the basic rolls.
rolls. When we recorded our tests with the emulator, we managed to hit the A button on the exact same frame quite a few times. For accuracy's sake, we did this across a 50-turn game and reloaded the same saved playthrough from the start with the same characters and board, replaying it several times, and observed if the frame-perfect hits stopped the dice on the same numbers. We not only looked at hits that were an exact number of frames from the start of the dice scene, but also hits that lined up with visual cues, such as every jump that took off when the die showed a 6. If we got the same number every time for either of these parameters, it would suggest there is in fact skill involved, but that's not what we found. The resulting numbers from all the turns were completely random. No matter when we hit the A button, it had no influence whatsoever on the roll of the dice. In other words, the element of skill seems to be just an illusion, probably implemented because the developers thought it was more fun to hit a die than just seeing random numbers appear. But that brings us to our next point. Are the numbers actually random? Well, sort of, but in more absolute terms, no, not at all. Mario Party's dice rolls are determined by a random number generator, also known as RNG. Despite the name, RNG doesn't generate truly random numbers. It's a computer program that actually brings up numbers that appear to be random. Computers have a hard time producing truly random numbers, since they're basically just machines that follow commands. So instead, they rely on RNG formulas that essentially cycle through predetermined lists of possible results. In other words, if you play long enough, you'll get the same series of dice rolls again and again, as the cycle eventually repeats itself. Manipulating RNG in a game is possible. Maybe you've seen it done for world building in Minecraft or for catching shinies in Pokemon. It's even been found in games like Super Mario 64 that the RNG formula used to determine things like a Goomba's walk direction or how a coin falls uses somewhat simplistic variables. Unfortunately, however, although it's theoretically possible to work out what dice rolls will come up, even the world's best Mario partiers haven't figured out how to manipulate the dice. Did You Know Gaming spoke with world record speedrunner Airshock22, who told us, in a game like Mario Party, RNG is an invisible force that players are subjected to. Unfortunately, as of making this video, there doesn't seem to be a consistent way to manipulate it like other N64 titles. In the original Mario Party, the game actually determines the roll of the dice on the results screen of a minigame. So instead of deciding the dice rolls one by one, and at different times, the game actually decides all 4 players at once. By reloading save files at particular instances, we can see that no matter how long each player waits on the dice rolling screen, the result will always be the same. In other words, Mario Party's dice are in fact predetermined. You can't control them with timed jumps, and they're not random either. Essentially, they're rigged. In the original Mario Party, the dice are predetermined at the end of the minigame results screen, meaning nothing between the last game and the next can influence the dice roll. No matter how long you wait to roll in the original Mario Party, you cannot change the outcome of the dice, or at least that's the case for the original Mario Party on Nintendo 64. But what about all the sequels? We also investigated Mario Parties 2 through 10, the handheld parties, and finally Super Mario Party on Switch, and we discovered the forces that govern their dice are different in each game, except Mario Party DS, which actually follows the same rules as the original, despite being made about 10 games after. Going back to the N64, Mario Party 2 and 3 use a more sophisticated system, where the RNG is continually recalculated while the player waits to hit the A button and stop the dice. To confirm, we repeated the same experiment we did with the first game, and analyzed footage frame by frame, and also spoke with some seasoned Mario partiers who provided further confirmation. We noticed that the number that was displayed on the dice whenever the player hits it, and the number that's used for the actual rolling is usually different. We spoke with Zoomzyke, a passionate Mario Party analyst who provided further confirmation. Zoomzyke told us, the shuffling numbers you see aren't accurate reflections of the computations the game is running on your dice block. There's no skill or timing involved, as you can't even see what number the game will give you. But they're certainly less rigged than Mario Party 1 and Mario Party DS, as players have some sort of control over them. The dice mechanics in Mario Party 4 through 8 appear to be a little different, but in reality they're the same as Mario Party 2 and 3. Instead of the numbers on the dice changing 30 times a second, they only change 10 times a second, except for Mario Party 8 where they change 15 times a second. The slower speed makes you think you've got a more realistic chance of stopping the dice on the number you want, but the results are still 100% determined by the RNG. Even with frame-perfect inputs, it's impossible to hit the dice on a specific number. This is because the dice don't stop until the end of your jump animation, which takes longer than 1/10 1/10 of a second, and since the numbers don't loop in any recognizable pattern, the results are entirely out of your control. In some cases, your jump animation can take up to 500 milliseconds, which depending on the game, could mean the numbers on the dice will change 5 additional times before you can actually touch them. Since the number changes aren't in a discernible pattern, the number you roll is de facto random. Mario Party Advance is pretty unique in terms of gameplay and its dice roll. The handheld title is notable, as it's the only Mario Party that's really designed for a single-player experience. Because of this, we thought for sure that the dice would be different in this title. After investigating it, we discovered that Mario Party Advance has random rolls as well, with a major caveat. At the very start, the game guarantees to give you high rolls to help you get through the game's single-player tutorial. Once you're through that tutorial, though, the game uses pure RNG, letting you learn the ropes before throwing you in the deep end. Mario Party 6 is pretty unique, or at least it pretends to be. The game came bundled with a microphone, and in-game hints claim that shouting a number into the mic during solo mode will influence the dice rolls, but some speedrunners we spoke with insist that shouting into the mic doesn't actually produce any noticeable results, and we had the exact same experience playing the game ourselves. So instead of innovating the series with a new shout for luck mechanic, it appears Mario Party 6 is just the game that works the hardest to give a false sense of dice control. Mario Party 9 on Wii, Mario Party 10 on the Wii U, and Island Tour on 3DS introduced physics-based dice. In 9 and 10, after you hit the dice, it falls from the sky and rolls around the screen. And in Tour, you flick the dice from the bottom screen and it rolls up to the top screen. But in both games, the results are still determined by RNG. They've just got a new way of delivering pseudo-random numbers in a way that looks like you've got some control over the situation. But it's still just an illusion, although arguably a more satisfying one. As for Super Mario Party on Switch, there was a popular rumor started in a YouTube video that claimed you could guarantee high rolls by listening and reacting to a key sound while the dice is rolling. We were skeptical, so we tested the theory ourselves, but we couldn't reproduce the results alleged in the video. So we reached out to speedrunner AirShock22 again, who'd done some tests of his own. He said, "Imagine the dice rolling audio like a wave or bell curve. The top of the bell curve is the highest in pitch in the audio. I hit the dice block in approximately the same place near the top of the bell curve every time. I got different numbers each time. It seems that even the rumor video doesn't hit the dice at consistent points. Sometimes it's at the top, but other times he will hit it when there's barely any audio. He's just selecting all the clips of him getting high numbers and claiming he hit it at the top of the audio cue. From what I can see, the sound theory is debunked and is not true. In reality, Super Mario Party utilizes a similar formula as 2 through 8, with the RNG continually recalculating before you stop the die. Although the game is different from the earlier games due to every character having their own unique dice with different values. As each character has different probabilities, there's actually a dice tier list, which means some characters roll higher numbers on average, like Wario and Daisy, while others roll lower numbers, like Yoshi and Rosalina, so at least there's some strategy there. From what we found, not a single dice roll in the entire series actually involves any skill whatsoever. No amount of timing, listening to audio cues, or shouting into a microphone gives you any control over your own destiny. And the dice rolls aren't truly random either. Instead, they rely on artificial randomness produced by different systems of RNG that vary in complexity. But to be fair, that's how pretty much every video game operates. Some dice are just flat out predetermined, especially early in the series, but later games' more sophisticated RNG produced results that were arguably less predetermined. Whether you want to call Mario Party's dice rigged or not depends on the game, and if you want to get philosophical about it, the term rigged is sort of in the eye of the beholder.
Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. Today we're exploring cases of plagiarism relating to the Mario franchise, or at least what could be described as overreaching inspiration. The games industry is of course a creative medium, and to ignore the work of others would be foolish. It's healthy for one game to be inspired by another, but sometimes the level of influence steps over the line. The first game we're looking at comes from a market full of plagiarism, the world of mobile gaming. Mole Kart was created by the Chinese company Shanghai Shengran Information Technology and was released on both iOS and Android devices in 2012. Although it seemed to be a fairly simple and innocent kart racer, the title didn't hang around on the app stores for long, as a copyright claim was made against the title by Nintendo. The claim was based on gameplay trailers which seemed to include graphical assets that were far too similar to those from the Mario Kart series for it to be a simple coincidence. In particular, several settings, items, and course maps look nigh on identical to those found in Mario Kart Wii, including courses like Peach Beach, Mushroom Gorge, and Moo Moo Meadows. The copyright claim struck the game from the mobile storefronts, but it wouldn't be long before the game reappeared, being released under a different title, Mole Kart 1. Many reviews claimed that the game was actually pretty decent, all things considered, despite it being a very obvious rip-off of Mario Kart. By the end of 2012, a sequel had already been developed and released, Mole Kart 2 Evolution. Many agreed that the sequel was a good direction for the franchise, moving away from being a Mario Kart clone and away from the plagiarism in general. Another mobile game exclusive to Android devices is Era's Adventures 3D, created by Andev. The game puts the player in control of Era, a green dinosaur who looks more than slightly similar to the much beloved Yoshi, though with the power to shoot flaming mucus. Released in February of 2013, the title is extremely basic, with the main draw being in its inclusion of a cute dinosaur character. It would be just 2 weeks before Nintendo took legal action against the title. Boton Korpax, a member of the game's development team who was heavily involved in its creation, claimed to actually not be a fan of the Super Mario series and as such was completely unaware of Yoshi's existence. He told Ars Technica, "Actually, this is an indie game developed by one developer, so due to the limitation of effort, I purchased a cute character from Turbo Squid, one of the biggest 3D asset stores, without knowing the background story of the character Yoshi, since I'm not a Super Mario fan. Once the game was released on the Play Store, after spending hundreds of hours in making the game, I started receiving kind mails from Super Mario fans that I stole Yoshi, etc. So I started Googling and realized that the character is really from the Super Mario series." The game was removed from the Google Play Store for a short while, but it appeared again with an entirely new design for Era. But this wouldn't save the title entirely, as it was removed permanently only a few months later. The game made a reappearance in 2014 under the new title of Jack 3D, taking Era out of the equation and replacing the less original dinosaur with a slightly more original dog. Of course, both of these cases involved games making use of Mario assets, but plagiarism doesn't have to be games copying games. In January of 2019, the Chinese government actually stole from the Big N, taking several objects from Super Mario Bros. For use in a political video. To list all of the assets taken directly from Nintendo's video game would be too extensive, though it includes graphics, Mario's head, and sound effects. All from the Chinese Supreme People's Court, one of the highest courts in the country. You know, the place that should be trying to uphold the law. The fake game, Super Mario Mr. Judge 2018, was created as a way of showing off how many cases the court had heard back in 2018. Whilst the artwork for Mario's head is a presumed original drawing, the background, enemies, sound effects, music, most of the video is directly ripped from the Mario original. Mario even encounters what seems to be a tiger who sounds like Wario.
Oh yeah!
While the video would eventually be deleted from Weibo, the Chinese video streaming service, it does beg the question of whether China's courts take copyright infringement seriously when they themselves are involved in the practice. But hey, you think China is the only country to commercially use assets that they own no rights to? Well, think again. It was revealed in 2019 that the United States Environmental Protection Agency had stolen music from Yoshi's Island DS, making an appearance in a Flash game that they had created called Recycle City Challenge. The game was actually made several years earlier, but had gone unnoticed for a long time. A spokesman from the EPA commented on the situation, stating that the game was created for the agency by a contractor, and that they were looking into whether the contractor received permission to use the music to the extent the permission was necessary in this instance. We're willing to bet that they had not, as the music was quickly removed from the game. These previous cases are all rather recent, but the copying of Nintendo's Mario series has been going on since the original title released back in the 80s. The Great Giana Sisters was developed by Time Warp Productions and published by German studio Rainbow Arts in 1987 on the Commodore 64, before being ported to several other systems. In the game, the player takes on the role of Giana, a girl who has found herself in a world of monsters after falling asleep. She must run, jump, and platform her way through this strange world, looking for a hidden diamond which will wake her up. On release, it was immediately apparent to many players that the game wasn't exactly filled with entirely original designs. Not only are the game's graphics almost identical to Super Mario Bros., but so too is the game's first level. The game itself is even self-referential of its intentionally replicative manner, with some versions of the game's box art featuring the line, "The brothers are history." Nintendo became aware of the game's existence and put pressure on the developers to pull the game from store shelves, with the game eventually being taken off of sale, leading to its rarity as a collector's item. A sequel had already been in development around the original's release, titled Gianna 2: Arthur and Martha in Future World. As can be expected, with the legal issues surrounding the first game's release, several assets were altered for the sequel, including the title, which would be renamed Hard and Heavy. Nintendo still felt it was their duty to suppress the game's spread, however, and stopped it from having a release within the United Kingdom, though it did see publication in a smaller circulation in a few other countries. The franchise would lay dormant for a long time, until 2009 when a sequel was created for Nintendo's DS. With its success as a limited series, seeing no pushback from Nintendo, a second game was also crowdfunded and developed called Gianna Sisters: Twisted Dreams. As a change of pace though, it isn't just other companies that plagiarized. Nintendo has even done it themselves. After the Super Mario Bros. Encyclopedia was published in 2018, it wasn't long before it was revealed that one of the book's translators had taken unofficial or unconfirmed names of several characters from websites. These included the Super Mario Wiki and Mario Wikia. This means that some of the contents of this book is actually inaccurate, as several enemies had never had their English names revealed, and so the book uses their conjectural names created by fans, or simply just their names in another language, as used by the Super Mario Wiki for the character's page prior to an English name being given.
Did you know? Development of Super Mario Maker 2 began before the Nintendo Switch had released. It's likely that planning for the game started around the same time that the original Mario Maker's 3DS port had been completed. The focus of Super Mario Maker 2 was to build on the first game, and add highly requested features that weren't present in the original. This can even be seen with the game's internal project name, which was titled Slopes. Slope tiles were, by far, the most asked for feature after the release of Mario Maker 1, with Nintendo even focusing on slopes for their reveal trailer. The game's producer, Takashi Tezuka, said, "We knew from an early stage that we wanted to make a sequel, and that the theme would be to try and do more than what we did with the first game. For us, those new ideas took the form of creating new game styles, new course parts, and items to use in course making, and new modes for the playing side as well, such as story mode." Tezuka also mentioned that the Luigi Assist mode, which pops up after the player has died more than once in a story mode level, wasn't simply added to help inexperienced players beat the game. Tezuka stated, "This is a game about making, so I thought it would be fun if there was a way to include a little bit of course making, even when you're playing a course, like this, so we included the Luigi Assist mode." In addition to this, Tezuka confessed to Game Informer that the user-created content in the Mario Maker games will likely influence Nintendo's level design in future Mario games. Mario Maker 2 added several new themes for its game styles. Developers added desert, snow, forest, and sky themes, each with a new arrangement from series composer Koji Kondo. However, these themes aren't entirely new. The Super Mario Bros. Sky theme uses part of the name entry track from Versus Super Mario Bros., which was originally released in arcades in 1986. The Sky theme also uses several notes from the Super Mario Bros. Ground theme, featured in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, which was also arranged by Kondo. Part of the Super Mario World Snow style theme also alludes to Super Mario 64's Snow Mountain theme. Nintendo originally tried to implement the Super Mario 3D World theme so that it would be compatible with the other themes. After some work had been put into it, developers realized they'd need to make it a completely separate style if they wanted to stay true to the spirit of 3D World. One interesting side note is that an earlier version of the 3D World style used Mario 3 music in the background. The music may have been added purposefully as a placeholder, but this could also imply that developers used the Mario 3 level style as a base for the 3D World style. The development team also considered using Bowser's car from 3D World as a vehicle in the 3D World style, but they decided to go with the Koopa Troopa car instead. This was because of how difficult it would have been to replicate Bowser's car in the game. Mario Maker 2's story mode also has unused, or at least unseen, features. If the player modifies the game to remove the invisible walls in the story mode's hub world and drops off the edge of a platform, the screen will fade out as if the player just lost a life. The animation even resembles a bottomless pit death from Super Mario Odyssey. This may have been a precaution in case players managed to get out of bounds and soft-locked the game. However, it could be a leftover from past Mario games, as the story mode hub seems to run on the same engine as past 3D Mario games. The game has more content that players can't normally see, such as metal block tiles. These kinds of tiles are used to stop players from jumping over spikes that are placed in the highest row of tiles in a level. However, they can only be seen in the Super Mario 3D World style levels, as the 3D camera goes slightly higher than the 2D styles, bringing them into view. These tiles exist in all the game's styles, but can't be seen unless the camera is hacked. Super Mario Maker 2 features many new enemies, including the Angry Sun, originally used in Super Mario Bros. 3. Interestingly, Angry Sun was planned to appear in the original Mario Maker, but went unused. Files containing the word Sun can be found in the game's data. The names of these placeholder files suggest the Sun could have been used in the Mario 3, Mario World, and New Super Mario Bros. Styles. Each game style has 2 files, indicating the Angry Sun would have had an alternate form like most of the other objects. Although the original Mario Maker featured extensive amiibo support, Mario Maker 2 has no support for amiibo whatsoever. This could be due to amiibo sales waning ever since their peak sales in the 2015 holiday season. Costumes in general have also been removed, along with the Mystery Mushroom, which previously transformed Mario into a random costume on contact. Mario Maker 2 also removed the Weird Mushroom, which would transform Mario into a lankier version of himself. However, Weird Mario still makes an appearance as an Easter egg if a warp door is knocked several times. He can be seen in a large range of outfits. This is far from the only Easter egg in the game. Story Mode Course 3 is called Hello 3D World. Not only does this reference Super Mario 3D World, but it also references a test program taught in many computer coding courses. The purpose of the Hello World program is to illustrate the syntax of computer code, and its only function is displaying the phrase hello, world, exclamation point. Interestingly, the Japanese name for this course is also Hello 3D World in English. This is a nod to the fact that Japanese programmers code in English as well. There are a few hidden references in the author names of story mode courses. Beyond veiled nods to Mario characters, these aliases also reference other Nintendo franchises. The names Agent 1 and Agent 2 are nods to Callie and Marie from Splatoon. Not only do the course descriptions resemble Callie and Marie's speech patterns, the names Agent 1 and Agent 2 are pseudonyms given to the duo in the original Splatoon. On top of this, the course creators, Celebrity MC and Celebrity DJ, appear to be nods to Pearl and Marina from Splatoon 2. In Splatoon 2's Octo expansion, Pearl goes by the name MC Princess in Marina's chat room. Similarly, Marina adopts the moniker DJ Hyperfresh in the Octo expansion. Super Mario Maker 2 was also promoted in a few interesting ways. To celebrate the transition from the Heisei era to the Reiwa era in Japan, Nintendo released a short trailer for Mario Maker 2. Japan generally enters a new era when it receives a new emperor, and this short trailer references these transitions using Mario Maker 2's level themes. The video starts with the Super Mario Bros. Theme, as Mario 1 released during the Showa era. The video then transitions into the Super Mario World theme, which released during the Heisei era. The video finishes off by transitioning into the Super Mario 3D World style, presumably because it's the most recent theme within Mario Maker 2. On July 17, 2019, Nintendo partnered up with Southwest Airlines for a Mario Maker-themed promotion on a flight to San Diego for San Diego Comic-Con. The promotion had passengers play a custom level during the flight, the Southwest Super Sky Challenge. Passengers were told that one winner would get a Nintendo Switch and a $500 Southwest gift card. However, the two companies surprised everyone when all passengers on board were given a Switch system for free. Many features that weren't present in the original Mario Maker were added to the sequel. However, Mario Maker 2 also brought several new oversights and glitches that weren't present in the original game either. If the player sets up a scenario where they collect a power-up when going into a door, then get hit immediately upon exiting the other side, time will freeze. In this state, not only is the timer frozen, all enemy behavior and physics seem to pause. On top of this, nothing can harm or even kill the player, and the player's controller inputs have no response. The player character also can't interact with other sprites, meaning that level-ending sequences can't be triggered, and courses cannot be uploaded. There's another interesting glitch with a similar setup that also affects course endings. If the player enters a door at the same time as collecting a power-up, then overlaps a goalpost while exiting the door, they'll be able to continue moving around the level, even though the course is completed. The player will be able to control their character for about 20 seconds after touching the goal. Then, the level will end as normal. It's also possible to break some limits within the game due to oversights. The game restricts how many objects can be placed in a level, such as pipes that have coins in them. The game eventually stops the player from putting coins in pipes, but the player can continue to copy existing pipes with coins in them, breaking the limit. However, doing this and saving the level will result in the game saying the course data is corrupt. The game will then delete the level. There's another glitch that has been described by some as the most bizarre glitch in the game. To perform this glitch, the player must first place 99 blocks on tracks, and then place a big thwomp on a track. The player must then remove the track that the thwomp is on, then press undo. The game will now operate as if the thwomp is on a track, even though it isn't. The player must then remove all the other tracks and blocks, then copy the thwomp 35 times into the same spot. Doing this creates a so-called black hole. Objects will adopt various strange properties if they overlap the thwomp. It also becomes possible to stack objects that cannot normally be stacked, such as pipes. Using this glitch can lead to some very interesting results, such as creating a giant semicircle out of fire bars. Similar to the glitches that exceed object limits, these levels are described as corrupt if the player tries to save them, and they cannot be uploaded.
Did you know? Upon its release in 2006, New Super Mario Bros. Was the first 2D Mario platformer to be made in 14 years. The last 2D platformer in the series was 1992's Super Mario Land 2. The decision to return to the series' 2D roots was in response to the growing number of people who no longer played video games. Thanks partially to the transition to 3D, Mario games have become more and more complex, turning away a large portion of their audience. In 2004, the original Super Mario Bros. Was ported to the Game Boy Advance as part of the classic NES series. The successful port of this game revealed to Nintendo that many people had fond memories of playing Mario, but for one reason or another, no longer played games. In an Iwata Asks interview, Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto recalled, "At the time, I had a sense that the number of people who played games once, but who didn't any longer, was steadily growing. But while I understood this in principle, the reality of the situation hadn't fully struck me. When I heard people talk about this issue at the time of the NES Classic series release, it was really brought home to me." In response to this trend, Miyamoto and fellow Mario developer Takashi Tezuka decided to make a simpler, more accessible 2D game. Their new game went under the working title of Super Mario Bros. DS, but it was eventually turned into New Super Mario Bros. To indicate the refreshed return to the series' core gameplay. The tactic paid off, as New Super Mario Bros. Went on to sell over 30 million copies. It's the best-selling game on the Nintendo DS, and one of the best-selling games of all time. New Super Mario Bros. Was also influenced by another series of older Mario games that were ported to the Game Boy Advance. The game was originally conceived as the 5th title in the Super Mario Advance series. The Mario Advance games were released from 2001 to 2003 and took the form of enhanced ports of older games in the series. After the release of Super Mario Advance 4, many fans wondered if there would be a 5th Advance game. With the release of the Nintendo DS, the timing seemed just right to make this new entry. The team decided to go ahead with the project, but make it a brand new title with unique branding, rather than another port. New Super Mario Bros. Incorporates many of the characters and materials from the DS remake of Super Mario 64, and this is an indication when the game started development. In an interview with Game Daily, Tezuka revealed, "When we were preparing Super Mario 64 for the DS, some of the characters in that we decided would already be carried over into the new 2D platformer. So as early as that, the team was already working on New Super Mario Bros. And so they just started pulling assets together, different characters and materials, and basically over the development period of New Super Mario Bros, they just threw it all together, and that's what the game was." Evidence of the connection between these games can be seen in early trailers. Mario is shown throwing punches as well as performing the side somersault, just as he could in Super Mario 64. It's also noticeable that the Mega Mushroom has an almost identical effect to that of the Super Mushroom in Super Mario 64 DS. Additionally, the question switch from Super Mario 64 DS can be found in New Super Mario Bros. Files. Further evidence of the two games' connections can be found in their minigame collections. Many of the minigames are identical between the two games. Concentration is even called Wrecking Crew in both games, also referencing the NES game of the same name. Pre-release builds of the game also show 3 item slots on the bottom screen, but in the final game there's only 1 slot. This was likely reduced for balancing purposes. If you've played New Super Mario Bros., one feature you'll probably have noticed is the way that the enemies will dance along with the music. Most of the game's soundtrack features a distinctive ba sound. The enemies will react to the sound every time it plays. Goombas will hop, Cheep Cheeps will twirl in the water, and Koopa Troopas will do a little dance. This feature was implemented because the game's sound director, Koji Kondo, wanted the music to be integrated into the gameplay. Kondo reasoned that players would have to react to both the enemy placement and the rhythm of the song. With enough practice, the player would be able to capitalize on the music's rhythm and predict enemy movements. The trailer for the game shown at E3 2005 used music that never appeared anywhere in the game. This music was originally intended to be the overworld theme, but it was scrapped sometime during development, possibly to make room for Kondo's idea. Many other elements were scrapped during the making of the game. It seems that at least 2 of the game's 8 worlds were originally going to have different themes to those found in the final game. Images can be found in the game's files that suggest that World 4 was going to be a prehistoric world, and World 6 was going to be themed around machinery. In the final version, these worlds were adapted into a forest and mountain world respectively, though it's unclear why these changes were made. Larger variations of Wiggler and Swooper enemies can be found in the game's files. These larger enemies were tied into an interesting gameplay mechanic, as they were simply normal enemies that had eaten a super mushroom. Eventually though, this idea was also scrapped. The only remnant of this idea left in the game is the Mega Goomba that appears at the boss of World 4. This may have been the inspiration for the act of growing enemies with super mushrooms in Super Mario Maker. After its release, Nintendo became disappointed with the difficulty of New Super Mario Bros., considering it to be too easy. As a result, they focused on striking a balance between accessibility and challenge in the game's sequel, New Super Mario Bros. Wii. They set out to accomplish this by incorporating the Super Guide mode. If a player dies enough times in a level, they'll be given the option to activate the Super Guide, where Luigi will complete the level for the player. This allowed the game to remain accessible to less skilled players, but without compromising its difficulty. New Super Mario Bros. Wii was also the first game in the series to incorporate a cooperative mode, but this feature was originally going to be intended for the New Super Mario Bros. For DS. Early screenshots show both Mario and Luigi helping and hindering one another as they make their way through a desert and a fortress. The feature was eventually scrapped though for unknown reasons, with only the 2-player versus mode being featured in the final game.
Did you know? Officially, Dr. Mario is not a legitimate doctor. In an interview with Game Informer, Shigeru Miyamoto stated, "There's really only one rule in terms of the things that Mario does. Generally, it's that he's more on the blue-collar side. He's hardworking and certainly much more physical in nature. So I think that a doctor is sort of an unexpected and perhaps unbelievable role for Mario. Perhaps the Dr. Mario you're thinking of was maybe, in some way, not necessarily legitimate." The gameplay of Dr. Mario was designed by Gunpei Yokoi, the creator of Metroid and the Game Boy. The game was created largely in response to the growing audience for puzzle games that Tetris ushered in after its enormous popularity. The music from Dr. Mario was composed by the same composer from the iconic NES version of Tetris, Hirokazu Tanaka. In addition to being a composer, Tanaka was also a programmer. Because of his combined skills, he didn't have to use real instruments to write the music beforehand like many other video game composers. He was able to program the music for Dr. Mario and Tetris directly into the machine. A rare glimpse into Hirokazu Tanaka's process was discovered by hobbyists at the Cutting Room Floor wiki. This track is an unused song found buried in the data of an early Dr. Mario prototype. The music sounds experimental and incomplete, but it closely resembles the style of music in the final version. This prototype was one of several distinct builds of Dr. Mario that eventually found their way out of Nintendo's closely guarded custody. It's very rare for early first-party builds to leak publicly at all, but prototypes of the Japanese-developed Dr. Mario turned up randomly in the West decades after the final game released. The first widely known build was posted online from Norway in 2008 and was swiftly bought by a private collector for an undisclosed large sum of money. The prototype is called Virus, making no mention of Mario in the title at all. However, Dr. Mario can be seen during gameplay along with a nurse taking care of a sick dog. The animation for Mario is different than it is in the final version, and the viruses have different appearances as well. The second known prototype showed up in Texas. It was listed on eBay in 2010 and sold for $2,200. This version was nearly identical to the previous leaked prototype, with a few small changes to the text and date on the title screen. The next leaked prototype came from Georgia as part of an auction for a Nintendo PlayChoice 10 arcade unit. The PlayChoice 10 units were arcade machines that had 10 NES games with pay-to-play modes, but it was not typical for these arcade machines to house prototype games. This version likely came from Washington, where Nintendo of America used to own a few Chuck E. Cheese restaurants. In those restaurants, they would occasionally use the PlayChoice 10 units to test unreleased NES games on the public. This Virus prototype has a unique title screen, along with an original bubbly-looking logo, and it appears to be very close to the final version. The menus look more like Dr. Mario, complete with checkered backgrounds. The nurse and dog are gone, replaced with close-ups of the redesigned Virus characters. The red and blue viruses are identical to their counterparts in the final version, but the yellow virus appears to have been redesigned again for the final version. It's not clear why this change was made. Over the development of the Mario series, designers came up with many ideas for power-ups that never made it past the planning stages. In New Super Mario Bros. Wii, the developers considered a power-up based on chickens. The only publicly available concept art was shared in a discussion on NeoGAF with a collection of behind-the-scenes Nintendo images. It's not known what the chicken suit would have done, but many fans speculate that it was converted into the penguin suit, as both suits are based on flightless birds. A chicken suit is far from the strangest unfulfilled idea for a power-up. A centaur transformation was once considered for Super Mario Bros. 3, but was ultimately rejected in favor of the Tanuki suit. Super Mario Bros. 3 also apparently had planned a power-up based around Toad. An unused item-sized Toad sprite can be found hidden within the graphical data of the game near the other power-ups. It's not clear if the object was the Toad suit or just an item that summoned Toad, but it's worth noting that the role of Toad changed throughout the development of the game. Koopa Troopas and Hammer Brothers were originally going to be hosts for minigames instead of Toad. There isn't enough data to determine what the Toad object was intended to do, as nothing will happen when the item is reinserted into the game via hacking. Another power-up that was removed during development comes from Super Mario Galaxy 2. Nintendo had concept art for a Demon Mario suit. The design was a cute and harmless take on Japanese demons, otherwise known as Oni. The Oni Mario suit eventually became Cloud Mario, but it's interesting to see that the Cloud summoning power-up has mythological origins. Updated music for the Ice Flower and Red Star power-ups can be found in the data for Galaxy 2, suggesting that they may have been planned to return from the first Galaxy game. The character design for Bowser gets its horns and muzzle from oxen. When designing the villain for Super Mario Bros., Shigeru Miyamoto was inspired by the Ox King from the 1960 Japanese animated film Journey to the West, released in English-speaking territories as Alakazam the Great. The King of Koopas got the rest of his design from the Koopas themselves. Miyamoto stated, "I'd been drawing something completely incomprehensible, a turtle's body with an ox's head." Through our discussions, his appearance eventually came together though. Since Bowser was in the turtle family together with the Koopa Troopas, we began to see similar lines between the two, so we copied those as faithfully as possible. In Super Mario Bros. 3, more turtle designs were added to the lineup, with 7 different Bowser-like children ruling the different castles in each world. Contrary to popular belief, the Koopalings are not actually the offspring of Bowser. Miyamoto has said, "Our current story is that the 7 Koopalings are not Bowser's children. Bowser's only child is Bowser Jr., and we don't know who the mother is." Another fact about the Koopalings comes from the animated adaptation of Super Mario Bros. 3 from North America. The pre-production phase of the series predates the final naming convention of the Koopalings from the games. As a result, the Koopalings have entirely different names in the cartoon. The names are Bully, Big Mouth, Kooky, Cheatsy, Hip, Hop, and Cootie Pie.
Did you know? Although Super Mario RPG's action commands inspired the gameplay of future Mario RPGs, the dynamic battles of Superstar Saga were inspired by an entirely different game. Before working on the Mario & Luigi series, developer Alpha Dream made a Japan-exclusive RPG titled Tomato Adventure. This game had a gimmick system where the player had to complete different kinds of minigames to execute attacks. The art direction in Tomato Adventure is notably similar to Superstar Saga as well, with Mario and Luigi lifting some designs straight out of the game. This can be seen with Hermie the Hermit Crab, who is based on Tomato Adventure's Yadotsuri enemies. The work Alpha Dream did on Tomato Adventure led to Nintendo asking the developers to make a Mario RPG. Early on in the game's development, they decided to focus on the Mario brothers as a pair, rather than just Mario. When this idea was presented to Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto, he suggested the team dedicate a single button, A and B, to control each brother separately. And this was quickly implemented. When Alpha Dream began work on Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, Nintendo hadn't even finalized the design of the DS, and the team didn't have much information to go on. All they knew is that the system would have 4 face buttons instead of 2, and the system would use 2 screens. The idea to use 4 characters to utilize the additional X and Y buttons came naturally, but the team had no way to test this without a development kit. To get a head start on development, Alpha Dream actually made their own DS prototype using a Super Nintendo controller, an original Game Boy Advance, and a GBA SP, all wired together. The team began development using this device, and would even showed their progress to Nintendo in presentations by wiring 2 Game Boy player systems to 2 TVs. When Alpha Dream got the chance to make a 3rd game in the series, there was concern in how to make a new entry. The team felt they'd already taken the game to a logical next step, as Partners in Time used both of the DS screens and all 4 of its face buttons to control characters. To avoid retreading old ground, the team decided to focus on Bowser, and even set the game inside his body. Setting the game inside Bowser brought an unexpected challenge. How can we show the insides of someone's body for so long without making them seem disgusting? To get around this, the team's artists decided to draw everything in a rounded, soft style and impose a strict set of hues that could and could not be used to color Bowser's insides. As well as an interesting history, the Mario & Luigi series has a surprising amount of secrets. The backgrounds used during Superstar Saga's battles are all displayed at 240 by 160 pixels. However, the background images themselves are actually 512 by 256 pixels, meaning that less than a third of the full backgrounds are actually seen during gameplay. This also implies the backgrounds were originally planned to move during gameplay for all battles, rather than just the game's final fight and the battle with Trunkel. Also in the code of Superstar Saga is the Game & Watch item. Its exact purpose is unknown, though based on its placement among the game's files, it was most likely planned to be a key item at some point. There are also 8 unused music tracks in Superstar Saga that are arrangements from Alpha Dream's previous title, Tomato Adventure. These were likely used for testing during development. The first game also contains several nods to other Nintendo titles. The sound effect that plays when a battle is triggered is actually the power-up sound effect from Super Mario Land 2 6 Golden Coins. And in Bink's Barrel minigame, an 8-bit sprite of a Stalfos from the original Legend of Zelda briefly appears on screen if the player erases 4 rows of barrels at the same time. And Geno from Super Mario RPG makes an appearance during the Star Smash minigame, which is notable as the intellectual rights to the character actually belong to Square Enix, not Nintendo. Sadly, Geno's cameo was cut from the 3DS remake of the game, Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga plus Bowser's Minions. The game's Starbeans Cafe also has several unused cameos that would originally be triggered with each new drink made in the cafe. The game was planned to have appearances from Wario, Captain Olimar, Samus Aran, Link, the Excite Bike Racer, and Fox McCloud, with minor appearances from Peppy and Slippy. As part of Superstar Saga's marketing campaign in the West, Nintendo of America hosted a knock-knock joke competition. Entrants were asked to submit their best jokes, and each gag would be judged by stand-up comedian Kathy Griffin. The winner of the contest would receive a prize package including a Game Boy Advance SP and a copy of Superstar Saga. The winning joke from the contest was, "Knock knock, who's there? Pencil." "Pencil who? Your pencil fall down if you don't wear a belt." Superstar Saga also contains 2 small secrets involving the Nintendo GameCube's Game Boy Player peripheral. The game is one of only a handful of Game Boy Advance titles that support the GameCube's rumble feature when played on the Game Boy player. Additionally, if a second controller is plugged into any of the GameCube's controller ports while playing Superstar Saga on the Game Boy player, it can also be used to control the game, essentially allowing for a makeshift co-op mode. The second Mario & Luigi game, Partners in Time, contains an unused bro item called the Spike Shell. This attack was usable in an early playable demo build of the game at E3, and was also shown in promotional material. There's also an unused enemy that appeared in the game's marketing that's called Scoot Bloop in the game's data. When put into the game via hacking, Scoot Bloop only has one attack and crashes the game after its turn is over. There's another amusing mistake in Partner in Time's marketing material. At the very bottom of a My Nintendo trial registration sheet inside the game's case, there's a copyright notice that lists the game's title as Mario & Luigi Partners in Crime. When booting up Partners in Time, a voice clip of Mario and Luigi saying Nintendo is heard. Once the player reaches a point in the game where the brothers join up with their baby counterparts, the clip changes to include the voices of all four brothers. However, when the player reaches the point in the game where the adult brothers are seemingly killed aboard the Koopa Cruiser, if they save and restart the game after taking control of Baby Mario and Baby Luigi, the voice clip will be replaced by just the baby's voices. Additionally, only Baby Mario and Baby Luigi will be present on the title screen, with the adults nowhere to be seen. This does not happen at any other point in the game where the babies are separated from the adults. Mario & Luigi Bowser's Inside Story contains an unused item named Dummy that appears as a white mushroom covered with red hearts. When used, the item heals Bowser for 60 HP, even if it's used by Mario and Luigi while in Bowser's stomach. Several enemies in the game can normally only be fought as Bowser by himself. However, if the game is hacked, these enemies can be seen using normally unused attacks and behaviors when fighting against Mario and Luigi. The Mario & Luigi series has been subject to many changes between the Japanese and international versions. The Japanese version of Superstar Saga actually released after the North American version and appears to have had more development time. The Japanese game added in a demo mode that plays the cutscene of Peach's voice being stolen if the player sits idly at the title screen for too long. 2 debug rooms had to be removed from the game's code in order to make room for this feature. A piece of equipment called the Oho gear can only be obtained in the Japanese version of Superstar Saga, despite being present in the data for all versions with a translated name and item description. The Japanese version of Superstar Saga also added in a heart block that fully restores Mario and Luigi's HP and BP when hit. The block can only be found in 3 places: Bean Bean Castle Sewers, Oho Oasis, and Teehee Valley, but would go on to appear in future installments of the series. In Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, the player encounters a pair of mind-controlled Hammer Brothers in the Vim Factory. In the English version, the Hammer Bros talk on a butchered internet leet speak. This was not the direction the Japanese writing staff went in, however. Instead, the Hammer Bros dialogue is written in katakana while they're under the effects of the mind control, likely to imply they're speaking a foreign language or simply aren't themselves. During the boss fight against Sunnyside, a group of Yoshis will aid Mario and Luigi by pushing a boulder off a ledge. In the Western version, the second Yoshi in the group is colored black. In the Japanese version, the second Yoshi is yellow instead. The Japanese version of Partners in Time also added in a new gameplay mechanic where certain bosses could use counterattacks. Bowser, the Elder Shrooboid, and Elder Princess Shroob all make use of this mechanic. When hit by Mario or Luigi, an exclamation point will appear over the boss's head and they'll immediately respond with an attack of their own, regardless of turn order. The Japanese release of Partners in Time also added in a brand new piece of music, an ending theme that plays over the last screen of the game. Fawful is a recurring villain in the series known for speaking in broken English. However, they actually speak normally in the Japanese games, aside from ending every sentence with a trademark laugh. Fawful's minion Midbus, who appears in Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story, originally spoke using various plays on words that didn't translate well into English. Instead of translating it directly, Nintendo of America's localization manager Nate Bildorf wrote Midbus's dialogue in the style of a poorly dubbed kung fu movie to reference the troubles of translating the character's dialogue. Mario and Luigi games tend to have different titles across regions they're released in. For example, in Japan, the Superstar Saga is called Mario and Luigi RPG, and Partners in Time is called Mario and Luigi RPG 2x2, a reference to the game starring 2 pairs of Mario Bros. And the Spanish, French, and Italian titles for Bowser's Inside Story translate to Mario and Luigi: A Journey to the Center of Bowser. This is a nod to the Jules Verne novel Journey to the Center of the Earth.
Today we've got a whole hour of new Mario facts for you. That's right, this isn't a compilation of old videos, it's actually all new trivia that's never been featured on Did You Know Gaming before, all to make sure you gently drift away into slumberland. We've gathered a selection of facts from the Mario series that we hope will sufficiently fulfill your desire for knowledge. So, without further ado, let's jump into the trivia. In 1994, Nintendo made a public event at Lelystad Airport in the Netherlands where 10,000 counterfeit Game Boy games they confiscated were run over and crushed by an antique steamroller. This was done to send a message to bootleggers, with Mario himself overseeing the entire operation. The Dutch magazine, Club Nintendo Extra, commented on the event, saying, "A large, heavy antique steamroller stood at the head of the pile of games, smoking and whistling. The large wheels rolled over the games without difficulty, and what was left was a mountain of unusable pulp. It was Mario in person who shook out the new boxes of games for the roller. The destroyed games had been imported from Hong Kong, then confiscated from various companies in the Netherlands with the help of customs. These bootleg titles were said to be, quote, perfect counterfeits, right down to the Nintendo seal of quality, though most were said to lack a manual, or at least one written in Dutch. And this isn't the only piece of trivia we have involving Mario-themed mascots and some unlawful circumstances. During the launch of the Nintendo Wii in Japan, one retail store welcomed a Luigi mascot, assuming they were an official representative sent by Nintendo. The costume man was naturally asked to participate in the midnight launch event at the Tokyo Game Store, a common practice during hardware launches. However, store employees later realized that the man was not an official Nintendo representative, but rather just some guy in a rather official looking Luigi costume that crashed the party. The cosplayer was apparently arrested, and this whole incident became a bit of a meme among Japanese internet users. Some Japanese netizens even made photoshopped images that implied that the cosplayer was none other than the creator of Nintendo's biggest rival and father of the PlayStation, Ken Kutaragi. He clearly wasn't, but that would have been pretty amazing. But enough mascot tidbits for now, let's get on to some real Mario games. Super Mario 64 laid out the standards of the 3D platformer, and it continues to hold true to this day. While it's a majorly impressive game, it does have some oddities that weren't really thought through by the team during its creation. These oddities don't appear all too often, but one example is the big Goomba enemies cannot be defeated with a punch. But it gets even weirder than this. While it looks as though nothing has happened after they've taken a blow, the game actually registers and acknowledges that they have been hit, and it activates the function Mark Goomba as dead. This means that the enemies now exist in a state where the game considers them dead, but they are nevertheless still present. As a result of this, if the player moves away from the big Goombas to a spot where they aren't being rendered, and then the player returns, they simply won't load because the game considers them deceased. The Mario games of course grew in their scope over time, like with Super Mario Sunshine. Not just scope, but file size too, as one might expect. But not so big that there isn't a variety of storage mediums that could house it, such as a theoretical example of, say, human DNA. It's argued that it would be possible with the development of gene editing technology to store a copy of a game the size of Super Mario Sunshine inside the human genome. Human DNA is capable of storing roughly 1.5 billion bytes, or about 1.5 gigabytes of data. This means that Super Mario Sunshine, which comes in at 1.45 gigabytes, would fit rather snugly into the available space of the human genome, with perhaps a little extra space for a couple of NES games on top of it. So when the time comes, I will of course be the first to inject Super Mario Sunshine into the very fibre of my being. It'd probably be impossible for a human to actually survive this if it were done, of course. And speaking of survival, here's an interesting observation about the game's Yoshis. Yoshi will disintegrate if he fails to eat fruit every 3 minutes in-game. As such, if Yoshi wanted to live as long as possible, they'd need to consume roughly 480 fruits a day just to stop their inevitable snap out of existence. That's about 175,200 fruits in a single year, and depending on what fruit Yoshi is eating to survive, it's about 167,200 calories per day, about 80 times more than the average human needs to get them through the day. Mario's next 3D outing, Super Mario Galaxy, has a huge number of secrets that are both incredibly difficult to find and even easier to miss. An example of this can be found wrapped around every black hole in the game. Obviously, nobody can make out what it is warped around this black hole, but by extracting the image, we can actually find that it is a very blurry filtered picture of Mario in Beach Bowl Galaxy. This image is distorted beyond recognition in-game, so why it was used is unknown. Another oddity is that when characters are hit with star bits, they'll become briefly disoriented before slowly recovering and returning to normal. Bank Toad, however, has a bizarre reaction if he's hit during the purple coin mission of Dusty Dune Galaxy, where he will instead become sad when hit, indefinitely, never going back to normal. Another purple coin mission has a curious overlooked detail. Dreadnought Galaxy's purple coin mission has a special message that can only be seen if the mission is cleared with 0 purple coins having been collected. This is a particularly hard feat to accomplish, as there's a purple coin in a spot that's very difficult to avoid, though there's a path that can be taken to avoid all coins. The special message reads, 0, 0, not even a single purple coin? You must have done that on purpose. That might impress some, but this old bag of bolts doesn't take kindly to that kind of stunt. See you later. After this, Mario straight up just dies on the spot. Other lesser seen secrets from Galaxy include an unused 3D model in the data called Penguin Goods Hat. This model of a top hat isn't simply an item of clothing, but hides a very small penguin inside of it. Based on this object's name and other objects within the game, such as Penguin Goods swim cap, it's likely that this hat would have been worn by another penguin. It's penguins all the way down. Some of you may have seen a few mistakes in Galaxy, but there are plenty of mistakes you've probably not seen at all. The game's developers appear to let several spelling mistakes slip through in the game's data, with both Galaxy 1 and 2 having many misspellings, with words such as dirt being spelled D-U-R-T or leaf as L-E-E-F, and with huge buttleship instead of battleship. Though to be fair, this seems to be a collection of badly transliterated words from Japanese, which are easy mistakes to make for a native Japanese speaker who isn't fluent in English. Galaxy 2 has its own little detail as well. The decorative butterflies, for example, can actually change colour. If Mario remains idle for long enough to enter his sleep state, a nearby butterfly will come along and land on him. When he wakes up, the butterfly will change colour to green, unless of course, it is already green. Why this happens hasn't really been explained, but it didn't happen in the first game and it was only added to the sequel. Galaxy 2's unused data also suggests that there was once an animation that was perhaps a bit too graphic for a family-friendly title like Mario. In the final game, Mario's skeleton becomes visible if he is hit by electricity, simply stuck in the same pose as the moment he received a shock. But data shows that there was an animation for his skeleton actually falling apart and scattering across the floor, a rather grim end for the plumber, and one that might have been a little too morbid for kids. Other unseen data gives us some vital insights into the character of Lubber. Dialogue can be found which never shows up in game, and reveals that his favourite foods are beans and ham.
One part of Galaxy 2 was actually set to make a comeback in another Mario title sometime later. Documents handed out at the 2014 Nintendo Games Seminar gave details about the then upcoming Super Mario 3D World. Illustrations from these documents seem to depict concept art showing some unused ideas, like how the Cloud Flower was once intended to make an appearance in 3D World, and that Cat Luigi was originally going to be based on the appearance of a tiger, possibly on account of his ferocious attitude. Another detail about the game was revealed in a 2013 interview with producer Yoshiaki Koizumi, who described an early prototype build of the game, in which the characters were already animated to move like cats, but their final appearances for the cat power had not yet been created, so they were simply in their usual attire. In this interview, he describes the fact that Princess Peach would be running around like a cat in her dress, and that rather than looking cute, as you might describe this animation in the final game, it actually looked more, quote, like a scene from a horror movie. Now, let's take a look at classic Mario titles, going back to some of his earliest appearances, like say, Super Mario Bros. Regionally, there isn't a whole lot that changed between different versions of this game, but there was one difference in particular. A paratrooper's jump leaves just enough space to allow Mario to stand in a position where the enemy can land right in front of him, jump, and then land right behind him. This is easy to show in World 8 Level 2, where a paratrooper jumps onto the screen as the level starts. In the Japanese and North American versions of the game, this paratrooper happens to jump in a way that the player can simply stand still as the level begins, and the paratrooper will avoid them perfectly. In the European version of the game, however, this enemy's movement was deliberately altered to have a different initial starting point, resulting in direct contact being made if standing still, killing the player. Japan has its own specific piece of trivia which wouldn't have been witnessed elsewhere. The Satellaview was a hardware attachment for the Super Famicom that would allow players to, in simple terms, download unique titles via a satellite broadcast and play them in real time while a radio show is received by the console. In a bizarre instance, this means that an official piece of Mario media, a broadcast of Super Mario Bros. 3, contained a fragment of Rick Astley's famous 1987 track, Never Gonna Give You Up. A snippet of the song could be heard in the background during the live broadcast behind a broadcaster's voice. Another version of Super Mario Bros. 3, the wonderfully titled Super Mario Advance 4 Super Mario Bros. 3, contains a unique unused enemy that doesn't appear in the data of the NES or Super Mario All-Stars release. The enemy is supposed to be a bullet bill that homes in on the player, but when loaded in-game, it actually looks like a warp whistle utilizing a blue palette. This means that when the game is modified to spawn the enemy in, Mario will be haunted by a sinister blue warp whistle which will chase him down in an attempt to kill him. This enemy seems to utilize in-engine sprite rotation, which might suggest the developers wanted to create new situations exclusive to this release of Mario 3 using Game Boy Advance rendering techniques. Super Mario World also has some cut content, only found by dissecting early development files. In the final game, Yoshi is unable to enter into certain levels, such as castles or ghost houses, with Mario making him wait outside. Or if the cartoon based on the game is to be believed, because Yoshi is just too scared to enter. It appears that during development, what appears to be a cushion or resting spot would have been available for Yoshi to have a more comfortable place to sit and wait for Mario. Instead, in the final game, the poor guy is left just hopping on the spot. In Yoshi's own sequel, Yoshi's Island, official material from Nintendo of Europe actually gave each of the Yoshis in the title their own names: Yoshi, Johnny, Sunny, Claudie, Eddie, Nettie, Tommy, and Marcy. Though not in the game, the names seem to have some solid foundation as being official, considering they were included in both the game's official guide, as well as Club Nintendo comics. Mario Party has been a staple of the Mario IP for over 25 years at this point. The party time fun was enough to earn the game plenty of sequels since its debut on the N64. And of course, with plenty of sequels comes plenty of interesting trivia. In Mario Party 3, the player can actually take a small amount of control over the AI players. Computer-controlled opponents can be tricked into stealing low-value items. The AI is programmed to steal the character's favorite item. For example, Yoshi's favorite item is the warp block. As this is the case, if the player buys a warp block, a relatively cheap item, the AI will be compelled to take it anyway, thus protecting the player's true valuables. Mario Party 4 was promoted in North America with a pretty iconic commercial that had all kinds of antics, like Mario skiing off of a roof, Yoshi parasailing from a car, and the whole cast generally just beating the hell out of each other. But it wasn't all fun and games. An incident took place in which the actor playing Yoshi accidentally fell into a pool of water. As you can imagine, it had been near impossible to swim in a drenched dinosaur costume, and the actor had to be rescued. While they managed to avoid serious injury, according to the costume company, the performer nearly drowned. Blimey. But it isn't only on set that things can go wrong for the Mario Party games. In the 6th entry of the series, a game-breaking bug exists that softlocks the game and forces the player to reset. If the AI players are set to the unlockable Brutal difficulty, the computer-controlled character can become overly insistent on the decision they want to make, even if that decision isn't even possible. For example, if the AI wanted to duel another player for their stars at a time when this wasn't possible, rather than selecting another player to duel, it will simply go back to the previous menu and try again. This loop will then continue indefinitely until the game is reset. Now, just because a video is about Mario doesn't mean it has to all be about Mario games. Earthbound, released in Japan as Mother 2, has a small Easter egg exclusive to its Japanese release. In Mother 2's character name selections, selecting the option Don't Care will fill a character's name in with a default option. Selecting it multiple times will cycle through additional ideas to name a character. Selecting Don't Care 6 times will give the character a name with a Mario-themed option, with Ness becoming Mario, Paula being Peach, Jeff turning into Luigi, Pooh becoming Toad, and King being Yoshi. Speaking of RPGs, Mario's made his way into plenty of turn-based titles, and they're considered some of his best. Take Paper Mario, for example, which has a huge amount of fascinating details and behind-the-scenes secrets. YouTuber Goryalice discovered some pretty strange secrets in the Japanese release's Attract mode. As with many other games, the Attract mode of Paper Mario shows off a number of gameplay elements if the player leaves the game on its title screen for a few moments. There's 18 different clips in total that will play, including a cutscene and several battle examples, but the vast majority are just general overworld gameplay. While on the surface this all seems fairly standard, Goryalice discovered that while the battles were entirely scripted gameplay, the cutscenes and overworld gameplay are actually being played by the game, with the fade-outs being determined by either hitting a loading screen or through a simple timer. These clips are displayed by the game loading a game state and playing through predefined actions using a virtual controller. Though, bizarrely, there are still some inputs that take place without any input, such as with a partner swap. There's also a clip of Peach stepping out onto a balcony, which, while appearing to be a cutscene, is actually overworld gameplay with pre-programmed inputs.
But this is only the beginning. As the game is using a virtual controller, what would happen if someone were to hijack that controller and change the inputs? In the very first clip, the game can be reprogrammed to turn around and immediately enter a battle. Goombario will then proceed to explain the battle order, which tells us that in this game's state, this is the first battle entered with Goombario. In the first fight, Mario also doesn't have his hammer and can't even perform the action command, making the battle impossible to win. We've previously mentioned that the partner swap in one clip takes place without the input from the virtual controller. As it turns out, this is because the swap is on a fixed timer and will take place no matter what position Mario and his partner are in. Hijacking the next clip allows Mario to collect items from the blocks in the scene, leaving the text box for the item on screen for the remaining overworld clips. But perhaps more interestingly, if Mario then enters battle in the following clip, the items have followed Mario between scenes and are still in his inventory. In this battle, we can see that the partners are Ultra rank, despite the fact that they are not even supposed to appear in this chapter. Opening the partner change menu shows us that not only does Mario have every companion available, but that they're all Ultra rank as well. This newfound control also means that Mario can be forced to take different routes in the overworld segments, talking to NPCs and taking damage, including the aforementioned Princess Peach cutscene where the character can be made to run around freely. But there's more. In the Koopa Brothers Fortress clip, Mario can be made to save the game. However, all this seems to achieve is setting every file slot with the title error and the same amount of completion. Upon loading the file, the player is loaded in exactly where the save took place, but not only are all the enemies missing, there is also an invisible wall preventing the player from progressing. As before, the player has every partner at Ultra rank, but continuing to open the menu will cause the game to crash completely. Perhaps the most fascinating part of all of this is that because it's possible to enter battles in this way, it's also possible to get a game over. When this happens, the game appears to return to the title screen as it should, but it can now only be controlled with the virtual controller, and the physical controller doesn't function at all. A new game can be started, but the demo music never stops playing. While it appears as though the game is going to continue as normal, the demo screen transition parameters still apply, so as soon as Peach's letter is opened, the game automatically transitions to the next clip from the demo as usual, returning the border and giving the physical controller functionality. Be sure to watch Gorealis' video for a more in-depth look at each scene and how they function. But this isn't all the trivia Paper Mario has to offer. There's a letter that Paracari has that can be delivered to Colorado. While this delivery is par for the course for the partner, there's an interesting and unique interaction if the player waits for a specific moment. If the letter is delivered at the moment Colorado is run over by a spiny tromp, the player is rewarded with an entirely different set of dialogue. Paracari states, "The name's Paracari, I deliver letters, I believe I have one for you, hang on a moment." Another letter duly delivered. Postman's job is never done. Are you alright? With Colorado responding, "Yow! Ow ow! The treasures are waiting for me over there, I know it. Oh, a letter. Oh, good show. It's a letter from my wife. Thank you ever so, old chap. This is just what I needed to give me the strength to go on. I know, I'll pass this along as a spot of thanks. I came across it while I was wandering about the jungle researching things." He then gives him an item that I can't remember what it is. Of course, Paper Mario features its fair share of cut content too. In the foyer of Peach's castle, to the left of the staircase, there is an area where a door should almost definitely be present, with the room essentially being mirrored except for this missing feature. As it happens, the door is actually there, just behind the texture of the wall, with its loading zone made inactive. Where this mysterious door was meant to have led, however, if anywhere, is unknown. Another piece of cut content still in the data is unused text that refers to a partner that could have been a Ninja Boy. The text simply reads, "Ninja Boy, he can lower the block." The game's follow-up, Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, is often touted as the pinnacle of Mario's RPG outings. The game has several Easter eggs and references that unfortunately got lost in translation. In the Japanese version of the game, the heart symbol is not coded as a special character, but rather a representation of the kanji symbol meaning pigeon. So, whenever a character uses a heart symbol in their text, they are actually saying pigeon. This is likely a pun based on the fact that the kanji is pronounced hatto, a similar sounding word to heart. Another detail lost in translation is that the dragons featured in both Thousand Year Door and Super Paper Mario are actually related to the Blags from Super Mario World. This is evident from their names in the Japanese versions of the game. In Japan, Blags are referred to as Unbaba, and Hooktail and Fractail are called Gonbaba and Zunbaba respectively. The other dragons also follow this naming scheme, with Gloomtail being called Bunbaba and Bonetail being Zonbaba. Similarly, the Fractail recolor Racktail is named Zanbaba. This reference only exists in the Japanese versions of the titles, with the names being changed in every other region. Lastly, in the English version of Thousand Year Door, Goombella attends a university called U-Goom. But many other language versions of the game make puns based on real universities from around the globe. In Japan, she attends California University, a combination of Kuribo, the Japanese name for a Goomba, and the University of California. In German, she goes to Humboldt Universität, a play on Humboldt University in Berlin. In France, it's Université de la Goumorbon, a pun on Sorbonne University in Paris. Spain features Universidad Complutense, based on Complutense University of Madrid. In Italian, it's Università Columbia, a pun on Columbia University in New York. But it's not just Easter eggs that are interesting from the Thousand Year Door. Throughout the game, some bosses are capable of attacking the audience, and Cortez, the boss of Chapter 5, is one of them. If his health is reduced below 10 during the third phase of the fight, he'll attack the entire right side of the audience. this will cause them to fall over and disappear. It just so happens that there's a 1 in 20 chance of Luigi appearing in any battle, and he is randomly placed in seats, meaning that there is a 1 in 40 chance that Luigi will be seated on the right side of the audience, and Mario's brother will have his soul absorbed by Cortez. Rather than disappearing like the other audience members, Luigi will appear to simply die and remain there. This isn't the only interaction in battles. Audience members can sometimes throw objects at Mario during a fight. While normally these are totally random, if Mario fails a hammer attack, any Hammer brothers in the audience will start throwing their hammers at him in disgust. Another interesting interaction can be seen if the player uses cheats to enter a cutscene without a partner. Whenever it gets to the point where the partner was supposed to have dialogue, Mario will speak instead. Because there's no text programmed into the game for Mario in these conversations, the text bubbles will simply read, "No messages," English in most cases. However, in at least one case found so far, Mario does in fact have something to say. When entering a particular scene without Koops, Mario will look at the skeleton in front of him and say, "These bones, they remind me of my father."
Yet another tidbit is that Jadeaster64 of the Super Mario Files WordPress has found a way to make Mario almost completely immortal by raising his evasion rate, though it is no mean feat. While simple, the method requires an unbelievable amount of grinding. Spinnier, Spannier, Spunnier, Bandits, and Badge Bandit enemies all have a 1 in 100 chance of carrying a pretty lucky badge. These can be obtained by using the partner Miss Mouse to steal them, or by defeating the enemies and collecting them post-combat. If the player grinds enough and uses all 99 of Mario's badge points to equip a total of 49 pretty lucky badges, his evasion rating becomes 99.427%, giving enemies just a 1 in 176 chance of actually hitting Mario with any attack. So much for lucky. More unused assets can be found in Super Paper Mario. Present in the game's data is an unused Evil Mario enemy. While our old pal Mario is always facing towards the screen, this Nega Mario is always showing his back to the camera. Though not present in the actual game, Evil Mario's stats and AI are instead used for Shadow, the secret boss in the Flopside Pit of 100 Trials. Another interesting aspect of Super Paper Mario comes from the boss O-Chunks. During the fight, the boss will treat the male characters much more harshly, throwing them against walls and taunting the character. Not only will he throw Peach much less aggressively, simply tossing her rather than hurling her into walls, dealing less damage overall, he will then wait patiently for Peach to stand back up after being knocked to the ground. The next game in the series is Paper Mario Sticker Star. Despite never appearing in the actual story of the game, Luigi does appear in the background numerous times. In 5 different stages, Luigi can be spotted in the background seemingly staring longingly at something. Using the Paperize ability, the player can actually grab Luigi and remove him from the page. He will then proceed to run off screen. Each time this happens, if the player visits the leftmost house in the Decalburg suburbs, there'll be a newspaper article about each Luigi sighting. If the player finds Luigi every time he appears throughout the game, he'll be the one leading the parade during the end credits. There's also a few subtle references to past Paper Mario titles. In the Shy Guy Jungle, there's a small area completely filled with scrap. Hidden amongst this pile of rubbish are 2 messages reading, "Thank you for your letter. Sorry I'm not here to receive it, but I will get back to you shortly. Thanks, Paracari." And observations on the ancient civilization of the Chomp Ruins University of Goom Goombella. There's also a few unused stickers included in the game's files, such as a bigger version of the leaf sticker, a super leaf sticker, a rock sticker, a spiny egg sticker, but perhaps most interesting of all is the piranha hat sticker. This theoretically would have been used to protect Mario from aerial attacks. For Paper Mario Color Splash, Huey's model was made to be immensely smooth, featuring an unusually high number of polygons for a Mario game. The model features so many polygons, in fact, that it would take more processing power to display Huey than it would to render every environment from Super Mario 64 all at once. Paper Mario: The Origami King was also a pretty impressive looking game, but interestingly, there's a ton of graphics the player never even gets to see. The game's characters have back sprites for all animations, including ones that would never be seen from the back during regular gameplay. And weirdly, one of Bowser Jr.'s unseen back sprites has one of his legs detached from his body, floating in midair high above him. A different kind of Mario RPG is Mario & Luigi Dream Team. At least that's its name in most locations. Over in Europe, we actually had a game with a slightly different title, and it certainly isn't as catchy. Mario & Luigi Dream Team Bros. The bizarre choice to place Bros at the end of the game's title has never actually been justified officially, but one of the most plausible suggestions as to why the company slapped an extra word on there is because there was a trademark given out for the name Dream Team in the UK in 2010, which was still valid at the time the game was released. In order to avoid any possible legal implications within Europe, Nintendo may have opted to just add the word Bros to distance itself from the trademark. The name wasn't the only marginally janky aspect of Dream Team. There's even an error in its graphics. For a single frame of animation created for one of Bowser Jr.'s attacks. Not exactly a massive error, but the frame renders two blue squares, often used during sprite creation as a method of tiling a character's graphics. Bowser himself was actually considered as a playable character at one stage of development, but the idea was dropped so the team could focus the game more on the brothers themselves. There's clearly other ideas that were cut in production, as present in the game's files are a few unused moves for Mario and Luigi, an ice flower, the Yoo-Hoo cannon, and the jump helmet. The cut content continues with Paper Jam, the last all-new title in the series, and this might be for good as series developer Alpha Dream closed its doors in 2020. Paper Jam's crossover with Paper Mario was initially going to include another character that was removed from its plans as development went on, Paper Luigi. Though absent in the final version of Paper Jam, it was initially intended for Luigi to be another playable character, but he was removed as a result of the game becoming too complicated. If there's one sport that comes to mind when it's time to settle down and get to sleep, it has to be the long, slow pace of golf. Lucky for us, Mario has starred in a fair few golf titles, though the experience seems to have differed between regions. The European release of the original Mario Golf on Nintendo 64 varied from elsewhere, having featured an entirely different musical track for the game's introduction, though for why, we aren't sure, as the track featured in the other regional releases of the game still appears on the game's cartridge, taking up that same data capacity, just going unused. Another difference from the game's Japanese release that occurs in all other regions is the inclusion of a whole character, Metal Mario, who doesn't appear at all in the original version released in Japan. There's also some oddities with the game that have flown under many people's radars, which can be seen when all players decide to play as either Yoshi or Donkey Kong. Doing this will change the music that normally plays during a match into a hidden track based on the Palm Club found in Mario Golf for the Game Boy Color. And while the game has some fun secrets, it also has some bizarre errors, like with the game's tournament mode selection screen, where the Boo Classic tournament is misspelled, instead being the Boo Classique tournament, with just one S. Of course, this wasn't Mario's only adventure on the green, returning again with Mario Golf Advance Tour. Another mistake can be found within this title, revolving around Wario and Waluigi, two characters who have fairly distinct voices from one another, though it seems not too distinct as a programming error slipped through the net before its release. in which selecting either character will play the voice of the other. Wario sounds like Waluigi, and Waluigi sounds like Wario. The game also features its own quirky, unused data revolving around its maps. Within the game's data are a selection of 8 unused rooms, referred to as the chicken rooms. Why? Well, each of these rooms looks exactly the same, an entirely empty void of space, save for the single chicken located within them. And why a chicken? Well, why not?
Mario Golf Toadstool Tour has its fair share of Easter eggs and secrets. Normally, for a family-friendly title, developers steer away from shaming a player for taking too long to make a move, but Toadstool Tour decides to take a different direction. If the player refrains from hitting the ball, Boo will appear to provide them with tips that will help the players better their shot. That is, unless the player takes far too long. Waiting for a long enough time will cause the Boo to lose his patience and begin chastising the player instead, taunting them with messages such as, "Why haven't you hit the ball yet? Do you plan on hitting the ball today? You're a slow player. Hey, are you even there anymore? Hey, you've got to hit the ball to play. What? You want to go to the clubhouse? I don't want to wait forever, and hit it already." The game also has a fairly strange crossover appearance with another Nintendo franchise. If the player chooses to play at Peach's Castle course, and their golf ball lands in a yellow flower bed, the 3 original types of Pikmin will fly out. Another tidbit about the game actually relates to a mistake that many people believed to be true after it circulated online, partly because of us to be fair, but here's a correction for you. Luigi signs an L shape multiple times throughout Toadstool Tour because, you know, L for Luigi. But this also coincidentally looks a lot like the American Sign Language sign for the word lesbian. However, this is not actually correct, as Luigi uses the wrong hand for this sign and is pointing in the wrong direction. Sorry about that, that's our bad. Moving on to a different Mario Sports title, Mario Power Tennis has a few points of interest, including some details that indicate what could have been. In the cinematic introduction for the game, we see a variety of characters entering the stadium for the big upcoming tournament. Some eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed that on the tournament table in the background, a team pairing can be seen that do not actually appear in the final game. Toad and Toadette. It's unknown whether this was included for flavour or whether the characters were originally planned to be included in the title. Why not let us know what you guys think? Something that we definitely do know was planned to be used at one point but was cut is this image of a Hammer Brother. The file's name is XCMDL Linesman HBros Line SBN. It goes without saying that it seems as though the Hammer Brothers were planned to be linesmen at some point in development. A not so subtle reference was made to Nintendo's toy-based origins in the game as well. Wario's power shot is called the Ultra Hand Return, and, true to its name, the shot has Wario summon the 1966 Nintendo toy, invented by Gunpei Yokoi, the Ultra Hand. The toy is essentially an extending grabber, but Wario will of course use it to smash a ball that's out of reach. Another sport that Mario and his pals play is one of the all-time classic American pastimes. Mario's Superstar Baseball went through many iterations, as can be seen in earlier promotional material from E3 2005. This build of the game was just called Mario Baseball. The field, Mario Stadium, lacks environmental details like palm trees, and the game's star chance meter and other graphics are different. But the most interesting bit of development trivia comes from an unused graphic in the final game's data. This strange image is speculated to have been a placeholder for the title screen during development. The creepy black and white image appears to be of Mario and Luigi and features Japanese text which translates as Luigi's brother's baseball. The devs clearly hold Luigi in high regard, don't we all? Dr. Mario saw Mario in a rather different profession to his usual trade, now tasked with busting down viruses with the power of pills. A 1989 prototype of Dr. Mario is perhaps one of the earliest known builds of the game to have been created, and as such, during this early stage, the game didn't even have an official name yet, with the title simply being Virus at the time. it seems the game was mostly running off of code used for the NES version of Tetris. In fact, this prototype mostly utilizes the same sound effects as Tetris, simply sped up to double speed, and much of the game's music is in the data, though never called into play. Side-by-side comparison of the game's main gameplay screen shows that this early version was of course far less refined than the end release, with some major differences between the two. Dr. Mario himself uses entirely different sprites for a start, as do the differing viruses, and much of the game's text is disgustingly difficult to read. Likely the biggest change, however, is the left side of the screen. In the final game, we see the viruses dancing away in a magnifying glass to represent what the player is fighting against, while in the early virus prototype, we see what appears to be Nurse Peach treating some sort of dog character. It may be that Nintendo opted to remove the view of a medical procedure taking place, as children may feel a bit guilty failing a level if they knew the implications, a dog succumbing to a virus and them having failed to treat it. When the game was published alongside Tetris in a double pack for the SNES, the game's instruction manual gives us an insight into one detail we could have never known, having never been mentioned in the original release's manual. The red virus is in fact female. The Game Boy version of the game also has a unique feature that doesn't appear in the NES release. If the player somehow manages to destroy 4 or more viruses in a single move, a secret track from Super Mario Bros. Will play. Now, some people really love Dr. Mario, but when Mario traded in his doctorate for the much more desirable role of hotel worker, well, people weren't all too fond of that. That doesn't stop Hotel Mario from having its own interesting information, however. One detail that might not be noticed, because nobody actually played the game seriously, is that the various hotels in the game are all based on real life and fictional hotels. Morton's Wood Door Hysteria is named after the Waldorf Astoria. Roy's Hard Brick Hotel is a parody of the Elvis song Heartbreak Hotel. Larry's Chilton Hotel is a seriously laid-back take on the Hilton. Lemmy's High 8 Regency Hotel is the Hyatt Regency, similar to Wendy's Blitz Snarlton Hotel being the Ritz-Carlton. Ludwig's Hotel, Thump Castle, is of course a play on Trump's Castle, while a rather distasteful name of Bowser's Caesar's Palace Hotel is of course based on Caesar's Palace. Iggy Koopa, however, is the only member of the Koopa family without a hotel in the final release, with it only having 7 hotels in total. By taking a look under the hood and rooting through the game's data, we can see that each hotel has its own music, graphics, and enemy data file labeled by level, from L1 to L8. L6, however, is completely absent, and the game jumps from Wendy's Hotel, L5, straight to Ludwig's Hotel, L7. While the sound effects and cutscene data can be extracted relating to an L7, the hotel itself is entirely blank, suggesting that at some stage, Iggy was intended to have a hotel of his own for the player to conquer, instead of merely appearing in Bowser's Hotel at the end of the game. An early version of the scene that plays after the player defeats Roy doesn't use the voice actors heard in the final release. The voices of the Mario brothers seem to align more with the personalities given to them by Walker Boone and Tony Rosato in the Mario cartoon series, which was airing around the same time.
You know, I think maybe that Roy is a pretty good sport after all. What do you mean? See? He's waving goodbye. All right.
This early cutscene data is also curious in itself, as it isn't stored where one might expect. Rather than being in the data for Roy's level, it's actually found in the game's final level. More unused data is also very strange. An audio recording of somebody, who is clearly supposed to be the voice of Mario, though sounding absolutely nothing like any depiction of the character, giving a long speech about the game's help dialogue. This was likely recorded as a placeholder before a final voice actor was decided on.
The object of the game is to close all the doors. You have to help me explore each hotel stage by opening and closing doors, looking for hidden treasures and clues to solve the puzzles.
Plans will often change course during development, and Mario vs. Donkey Kong is a great example of this. The game was originally revealed at E3 in 2002, but with a different initial concept, called Donkey Kong Plus, a sequel to the Game Boy version of the original Donkey Kong, featuring updated graphics and with the inclusion of a level editor. When this concept wound up being dropped, really, it was just recycled. Mini Marios were introduced to the gameplay, and the name was changed to Mario vs. Donkey Kong. While the level editor was taken out of the final release of the game, it wasn't taken out of the game's data, and by editing the game's memory, it's actually still possible to gain access to the level editor feature. Why it was taken out is unknown. The US version of the game also had a feature unique to the region, e-reader support, a device that would have allowed players to scan cards into the game in order to unlock additional levels. This isn't widely known, however. The 5 different cards that allowed for additional levels to be unlocked were only given away as part of a special promotion for the game, and even with that in mind, there were only 1,000 card packs produced in all. Donkey Kong might not necessarily be a Mario character exclusively, but one character who is would be Captain Toad. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker slowed the usual pace of the Mario series platforming into more of a puzzler. This slowed down nature is also at the heart of a spooky little secret that can be revealed in the bizarre doors of Moo Mansion level. If the player simply waits around on this stage for 300 seconds, or 5 minutes exactly, a creepy set of horror movie-esque handprints will suddenly appear on one of the walls. On the topic of the spooky, Luigi's Mansion is a great series, which also hands the reins over to somebody other than Mario. Hiding scary details is a key part of what makes Nintendo's attempts at subtle horror so strong, but some of them might have been hidden a bit too well. Floating out of bounds to the far left of the storage room is an extremely faint object, only just visible to the naked eye. By increasing the brightness and contrast of the image, it will reveal that this is in fact actually a poster of a ghost holding a trumpet. There's another subtle detail in this Luigi's Mansion game that many players probably haven't noticed, even though it's right in front of them. The Poltergust 3000, Luigi's vacuum device, counts the exact number of dust particles that the player sucks up. This isn't to check it against a maximum capacity or any actual purpose in gameplay, but purely for the sake of maximizing the device's realism, making sure that when the Poltergust expels air, it blows out the exact same amount of particles that just got sucked up. Now that is detail. Now, we've heard of the phrase eyes on the back of your head, but we've never heard of anyone having eyes on the back of their eyes. Usually, Mario characters have the 3D part of their eyeballs rendered without any details on their backs, simply the pure white of the eye. In Luigi's Mansion 3, however, Peach's eyes include the addition of a pair of irises on the backside of her eyeballs, allowing the princess to look towards the inside of her own skull. Bizarre. For Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, it seems the developers weren't afraid to reference Nintendo's past fumbles. When the player gets a video call off of EGAD during the first mission, he makes mention that he's worried about the battery life on the player's dual screen, the device given to Luigi by GAD. Because of his worries, he turned down the brightness, so that it should last for a good while yet. This interaction is actually a joke at the expense of Nintendo, acknowledging the original DS's short battery life, a common complaint from players, with the dual screen, of course, simply being a modified DS system. Inspiration from Nintendo's past doesn't stop there. During an interview with gameplay engineer Brian Davis, he mentioned he was inspired by an early Nintendo title while working on the player's relationship with Toad during escort missions in which they have to help him escape the castle. Davis said, "There are missions where you have to find Toad, free him, and escort him out of the mansion. There's a connection between you and Toad. For me, when I was developing that, it reminded me of The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. In the very first mission, you go and find the princess and try to lead her out of the castle. I tried to keep that in mind, to kind of honor the original designers of that game and have a little anecdote in there." Mario's bitter rival has his own sub-series too, Wario. Wario Land 4 for the Game Boy Advance really started to set the tone for Wario's more modern appearances, with parody and comedy being at the heart of what makes his games stand out. An example of this can be seen with the game's item shop, where the owner of the store will offer Wario a smile for free. While we in the West may not get this, it's actually a reference to McDonald's in Japan, where a smile is actually something that can be ordered at the cost of 0 yen. Wario Land Shake It was another entry into the Wario series that changed up what one might have expected to see. With a unique visual style, getting a new composer in seemed like a great idea. Enter Tomoya Tomita, who stated that as a first project for him working with Nintendo, he felt immense pressure. At the time, he hadn't done any sound work for a while, nor actually composed any music for almost a decade, leading to severe doubts about his capability. He felt inspired by the game's hand-drawn art style, which hadn't been seen too often at this point, leading to him wanting to come up with a way to convey the cool side of Wario. This led to funk being the main style he had in mind. Creating music for the title was difficult too, because each stage had to have 2 different versions of each song created, the main theme of a stage and the escape theme. When Tomita found out about this, it made him begin to lose hope. Having not created music in some time, learning that he had to essentially write twice as many compositions was a lot. Not only that, but he also had to design all of the game's sound effects. In the end, his burden eased as time went on, and the process became more enjoyable rather than daunting. He believes that his best work on the game was in the theme of Mount Lava Lava, capturing both the cool and funky sides of Wario well. But Wario is of course more than just cool. He has a selection of other skills, like being the Master of Disguise. Wario Master of Disguise may have flown under many people's radars, but the game includes a number of interesting references to Nintendo's history. A simple example is Genius Wario's extendable arm with a boxing glove on the end. This attack is no doubt based on Nintendo's classic toy, the Ultra Hand, made by the Big N in the late 60s before their entry into the video game market. One treasure Wario can obtain is the Game & Watch 9000, a clear nod to the Game & Watch series of handhelds, though its versatility is perhaps ramped up, with the description reading, an amazing handheld game unit with 50 screens. When unfolded, takes up as much space as a timeshare condo. We can also examine the screen of this device and just about make out that the game on it is 1981's Octopus. Stuffy the Dolphin, the boss of Episode 8, is also referred to as the 64th ruler of the Dolphinian Empire, which references 2 consoles in one, both the Nintendo 64 as the 64th ruler and the original working title of the GameCube, the Dolphin.
But it isn't always about the old, sometimes we gotta talk about the new, like New Super Mario Bros., a series that started in 2006, very modern. New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, a re-release of the Wii U edition, arrived on the Switch in 2019. Unlike the original release, the spin jump can be activated by simply pressing the jump button again whilst in mid-air, along with any other actions that would be triggered by the same original input. While this might seem like a quality of life upgrade, it's been noted by some as a hindrance when it comes to making precise jumps, triggering by mistake. It seems like the game's developers recognized that some players may wish to disable this, but they decided upon an exceptionally bizarre means of being able to do so. While most people would assume modifying the game's input would be managed via an options menu, instead, the player must enter an undocumented button combination on the game's title screen. Pressing the left stick down for about 3 seconds, and then pressing L and R, the player will then hear Nabbit make a noise, and the player can then start a new file with the spin jump button disabled. Nintendo is notorious for its lack of customizable controls, but the idea of having to input a cheat to disable a button input that isn't even needed is beyond comprehension. Beyond comprehension. I guess that works as a way of starting to talk about a Mario game that was beyond all comprehension before its release, and that's Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle.
The original internal working name at Ubisoft for the Mario and Rabbids crossover was Moria, which some of you may immediately recognize as being an anagram of Mario. But the meaning is actually a bit deeper than that. The word Moria is also defined as something being excessively frivolous or a lack of seriousness. When it comes to the Rabbids, it seems that this description works quite well. So, in reality, the working title fits both halves of the casting. There's even a Moria logo that can be found in the game's files, which is almost identical to the door of the Mines of Moria from The Lord of the Rings. It seems like this would have appeared during the splash screen for logos such as Nintendo or Ubisoft. Inspiration came from all sorts of places when it came to content for this title, with creative director Davide Soliani stating that one of his major influences came from the Mario Kart series. So we started with the intention of saying that we wanted to renew the genre a little bit. We thought that tactical games are known to be slow paced and they tend to be a little niche, so why not try and have something very dynamic and colourful and fast paced? That's why our first reference was Mario Kart. How cool would it be to translate that kind of action into the combat of our game? Soliani also went on to talk about one major part of confusion for fans: where is Rayman? He explained that the team had talked about adding Rayman to the title, but it was decided that it would be best to leave him out. Since they are now both separate series, it might make people assume that they were one and the same. We discussed it, but honestly we thought that the strength of the Rabbids is that they are a white canvas, so you can do pretty much whatever you want. You can come up with crazy ideas and they work. We tried to bring the same spirit into this game. Mr. Miyamoto kept saying, "Show me your colours, show me your Rabbids humour even more, show me how crazy you can be." Of course, Rayman was part of the Rabbids games in the past, but now they are two separate universes. Another behind the scenes secret was shown off by Soliani on Twitter. During development, the game's animators gave Rabbid Princess Peach a transformation sequence inspired by Sailor Moon. Unfortunately, it seems the animation was never intended to be used in the game and was just the result of animators going a bit bonkers from making hundreds and hundreds of animations. Soliani stated, "When you have to create 1,000 animations per character just for the combat phase, animators started to go crazy." Another major blow to retro fans was hearing that, according to Grant Kirkhope himself, the Phantom Rabbids theme was originally conceived to have had rap and heavy metal variants, rather than just the single operatic track heard in the final release. The team wasn't satisfied with how the other versions of the track were coming out, so focus was shifted. If the DK rap is any indication, this is of course one of the greatest losses to the art of video game music we will ever endure. Welcome back to your regularly broadcast sleepy trivia session. Who can resist the cozy comforts that nostalgia brings, reminding us of a simpler time brimming with innocent youth? The Super Nintendo conjures the coziest memories of all. So we've gathered a whole hour of SNES facts for you all to enjoy that should get you dozing off in no time. You could call it the S-News-ES, because we're about to take you down to Sleep Town. Nintendo's other SNES big hitter, on the other hand, Super Mario World, had one issue that wasn't about language variations or creative license, but a programming faux pas. The game is of course continually referenced for its incredible gameplay, but one element that's often overlooked, perhaps because it isn't really all that important in the grand scheme of things, is the player's score that appears on screen at all times. Because of a staggeringly inefficient coding method, this score uses up a huge volume of the console's resources just to be displayed. In the case of the player having an, of course, highly unlikely score of 9,999,990, up to 16.5% of the computational power of the Super Nintendo is used to display these digits on every frame rendered. Most digital devices utilize binary to store numeric values, which are then grouped into 4 sets of binary digits for the sake of convenience, resulting in hexadecimal digits. When the device then displays a decimal number, it has to convert the number from its internally stored hexadecimal value into decimal form so that it can easily be read by humans. In most cases, this is a key step of coding, with strong code optimization being put in place so that it can be computed with supreme ease.
The SNES actually has these optimizations built into its internal routines, but they have a top value of 65,536, meaning any number larger than this would have to be manually converted from hexadecimal into decimal and then displayed. This means that the larger score values of Super Mario World cannot rely on the internal optimized routine, and the game must manually convert these scores instead of relying on the SNES hardware to do so, and thus a dedicated algorithm has to be invoked to convert the huge values that a player score can reach. A logical way for somebody to program this operation would be to only calculate the score's display whenever the value changes, and store the individual decimal digits in memory so that if the score is displayed on a frame where it hasn't been changed, it just recalls the data without performing a new calculation. However, instead of doing this, Super Mario World calculates the decimal value of the internal hexadecimal score on every frame, without even trying to determine if the score has changed. This means that the game's programming must compute every digit of the score separately, subtracting powers of 10 from the total, meaning the higher the player's score, the more processing power is used. And if that weren't bad enough, if you happen to be playing as Luigi, there's a huge oversight where the game will continually try to work out Mario's score on every frame as well as Luigi's. The game doesn't even display Mario's score and just discards it in the following frame. The developers failed to remove the code that computes Mario's score during Luigi's turn, and just added an identical routine to calculate Luigi's score on top of it. But it's not all bad. Mario World has an interesting optimization, in a sense, with the blue Koopas that launch themselves off of slopes. While these Koopas appear to demonstrate the game's physics, which allow Mario to crouch on a slope, gain momentum as he slides down, and then fly off a lip at the end, they actually don't do this at all. Visually, the same effect is achieved, but instead, the programming simply has the Koopas fake such physics by jumping whenever they hit an upward slope. This is only the case for the blue Koops that spawn into a level without a shell, while the others that were spawned in a shell will behave as normal. Shellless Koopas appear in a few courses, but only Cookie Mountain and Groovy include the necessary ramps that allow them to demonstrate their jumping behavior. There are some other one-off oddities in Super Mario World, such as Chocolate Island 4 and its starting position. While the player is expected to begin this stage by sliding down the initial slope and heading to the right, if they instead head up the slope and jump into the corner of the small space at the top, they actually take damage instead. This is the only place in the entire game where this behavior occurs, and the reason for why has not yet been explained. Rooms which include horizontally sliding blocks have their own strange behavior too, granting Mario an additional skill with his cape spin. Performing a cape spin while obtaining an item dropped from the player's reserve box will increase the area of effect of the attack, resulting in the ability to hit enemies at a great distance. You may have noticed this has nothing to do with the horizontally sliding blocks, and you'd be right in your assessment, but this glitch only occurs in areas with these blocks in place, and we don't really know why. There's another aspect to Mario World that most people probably haven't noticed either. A unique detail that, despite being clear as day since release, is exceptionally easy to overlook. While underwater, if the player holds down A or B, Mario will actually breathe harder than usual. Clearly, Mario must be exerting more air from performing actions, because the number of air bubbles that escape his mouth are increased, releasing at a faster rate. Let's move on to a Mario title that gave Yoshi a chance to shine, Super Mario World 2. Looking at the development files for this follow-up, it's possible to unearth some very unexpected sprites which can't be seen in the final product, Razor Blades. It appears as though these blades would have been used as some sort of enemy projectile directed towards the player. It's no surprise, of course, that these may have been considered a tad inappropriate. Razor blades don't really fit the light-hearted nature of Yoshi's Island, and could lead to some serious consequences if children were to try and imitate what they saw in the game. One behavior in Yoshi's Island is so unlikely to happen, we wouldn't blame you for thinking it was cut content. While bumpties can obviously bump into Yoshi, they don't actually deal any damage, and function more as an annoyance than a hazard. However, if Yoshi is hurt by a different enemy or obstacle and a bumpty is on screen, it will run towards and attempt to snatch Baby Mario in a similar fashion to the bandit enemy. Out of the entire Yoshi series of games, this is the only instance where bumpties are known to behave in this manner. It's also extremely rare to witness this interaction, as there's only a few instances where both bumpties and obstacles that can deal damage are close enough together to trigger the behavior. Strange reactions from enemies are a dime a dozen with this game though, like this particular behavior from a Shy Guy. If a Shy Guy is hit with an egg on the exact same frame as when a falling chomp's sound effect happens to end, rather than the Shy Guy being destroyed as normal, it will instead turn upside down and simply slide away. Yoshi can also get in on the glitch action and cause himself far more grief than any enemy could, though only in the most specific of places. To see it for yourself, simply go to level 5-5 near the helicopter bubble, then let Yoshi get hit and lose Baby Mario. When the timer reaches 0, have Yoshi lick Baby Mario's bubble and then immediately begin transforming into a helicopter. While in his helicopter form, the Goonies will appear and attempt to take Mario away. Now, if you quickly open the start menu and use a 20-star item, Mario's timer will be increased by 20 seconds. This will make Mario return to his bubble and the Goonies will flee the scene. All seems normal at this point, but the bubble is not as it seems. Touching it with Helicopter Yoshi will cause the bubble to pop and place Baby Mario in a significantly smaller bubble that doesn't even manage to cover his whole body. When Yoshi returns to his normal state after the transformation time runs out, Baby Mario will be stuck in this small bubble, and Yoshi will be given the opportunity to eat him. A fate perhaps worse than death, but not just for Mario it turns out, but Yoshi too, as without Baby Mario in tow, the stage cannot be completed, and the only solution left for Yoshi is to take a dive down a pit and lose a life. Speaking of diving down pits, this is something we all must do to witness the tragic tale of the decorative birds found in World 5 Stage 7. 3 decorative birds can be seen on this stage, which can only be witnessed if the player is fast enough in reaching them. They can be seen in the corner of the screen briefly, and their destiny has been programmed. After spawning in, they do nothing but simply hurl themselves downwards towards the bottom of the screen, and then to their own inevitable death. Brutal. Oft-unseen brutality isn't limited to Yoshi's Island, it even comes up in Yoshi's Safari. Early in the game's development, it seems the team weren't all too concerned about violence being on show. A surprising take for a game aimed at children, and involving Mario wielding a gun. During the notorious data leak that Nintendo suffered in 2020, known online as the Giga Leak, unused graphics were found that show Yoshi's nose bleeding in an animation that plays after he takes damage. This was unsurprisingly taken out before release, but let's roll on with Yoshi's vibes a little bit longer, shall we? It's well known these days that Tetris Attack wasn't always a Yoshi title. The game is a reskin of a Japanese puzzler, Panel de Pont, which featured a unique cast of characters. When the game was brought to English audiences, the cutesy graphics were given a Yoshi-themed makeover so it would be more appealing to Westerners. But it seems Nintendo originally wanted something more killer before settling on Yoshi. As reported on a number of occasions by the British outlet Nintendo Magazine System, Nintendo allegedly approached Rare to localize the game for the West, hoping to replace Panel de Pont's characters with those of the Killer Instinct series. But, speaking from experience, old British magazines used to print any old shite if it led to more copies being sold. So, to unearth more details, and see if the rumours are even true, we reached out to Kev Bayliss, character designer, artist, game designer and more for the original Killer Instinct, as well as the producer for Killer Instinct 2 and Gold. We asked Kev if he knew anything about Nintendo's alleged proposal. Kev told us, "I don't remember anything about that, but it could be something that was going on in the background while I was focusing on KI. I imagine it's something we never got involved with after having become Donkey Kong Country focused, and perhaps it may have been too late in the SNES's life to be lucrative. It sounds like it would have been towards the end of that era, and we may have been entering into N64 development. Based on this, it seems like the KI localization may have just been an idea that never bore fruit. Kev was heavily involved in the series' design and art, and he'd most likely be involved or at least know about any other KI projects going on at Rare, so we're fairly confident in saying nothing substantial was ever done on a KI-themed Tetris Attack, if it existed at all. Perhaps the game's dialogue would have worked better with the rather more serious tones of Killer Instinct, however, as the final result of the English translation didn't seem to take into account that the dialogue would now be attributed to Yoshi in place of Lip from the original Panel de Pont, resulting in dialogue that does not fit Yoshi's more chilled out and friendly personality. Instead, Yoshi comes across as a stoic, strong fantasy hero with lines like, "Together, we own our world," and "We can't just be strong, we must be the strongest." Let's jump back over to Mario for a bit and take a look at the granddaddy of remakes, Super Mario All-Stars. Both the All-Stars and NES versions of Super Mario Bros. 3 contain a coding oversight that can be triggered without the use of any codes, and involving Mario touching both an enemy and a fire flower at the same time. If this happens, he will, for some reason, briefly turn into Frog Mario. For the game's GBA re-release, however, rather than fixing this glitch, here the glitch has merely changed. Now Mario will turn into 2 small Marios instead. The All-Stars version has another Double Mario oversight, this time triggered by the almost impossible action of the player pressing 2 conflicting buttons at the same time. While controlling Frog Mario, if the player somehow manages to press both left and right at the same time, Mario may turn into what appears to be 2 small Luigis for a single frame, though in actual fact this is 2 small Marios coloured green, likely because the sprites are utilising the frog suit palette. Let's dive into another beloved Nintendo title that stood out by using pre-rendered graphics. Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars was a smash hit with fans on its original release, and went on to be widely revered as a top-tier RPG, garnering such a strong reputation worldwide despite its lack of release outside of Japan and the United States. At least fans across the globe who didn't have a chance to play it on the SNES would finally get to do so with the game's remake on the Switch, though not all remained the same between the SNES and its Switch counterpart. A number of pop culture references that were inserted into the original English release wound up being removed for the remake. Mallow previously would mention Bruce Lee prior to him and Mario going to fight Bowser. Punchinello no longer references James Bond or The Thing during his boss fight, as well as Mini Goomba's Thought Peak no longer referencing Theodore Roosevelt's aphorism, "Speak softly and carry a big stick. You will go far." Stinger's Thought Peak was also altered so that it would no longer reference the 1990s Madonna song, Vogue. The password clues found in the sunken ship were also no longer written in such a way that they were credited to real-world famous explorers. While there isn't exact reasons given as to why these were changed, in many instances, it's easy to assume that references to entities such as Bruce Lee were removed to avoid licensing issues, or antiquated references that younger players may not understand.
It's time for your regular dose of sleepy time gaming facts, kids. So grab a pillow and pull up a bed. This time around, we've got a whole host of trivia for tons of Nintendo 64 games, including classics like Ocarina of Time, Mario 64, Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie, and many more. So kick back and chill out. We're here now, and we're ready to get you nodding off faster than you can say The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Death can be a rather heavy thing, but for Mario in his adventures on the N64, it can be more of a confusing affair. Super Mario 64 has a large number of glitches relating to Mario's death, such as when the player places a crate near a slope of a specific angle. Doing this and then performing a ground pound on the crate will cause instant death for Mario. Instant death can occur when not even touching an object, however, like when performing certain actions while located above quicksand. For some reason, the game will believe Mario is touching the quicksand and will sink into nothingness whilst mid-air. It isn't all terrible though, death can be avoided as well, albeit for just a few seconds. The game prioritizes the animation of the player walking through a door over the player being determined as dead. And so, if Mario is able to lose all of his health while he is in front of a door, it's possible for him to walk through the door whilst he is technically dead, and have his death animation play only after he reaches the other side. This same effect occurs with the secret stage Wing Mario Over the Rainbow. While Mario will usually fall into the moat surrounding Peach's castle when dropping out of the stage, this transition does not reset his health at all. This means that, by chance, if the player manages to crash Mario into a ledge before he falls out of the stage, he will immediately drown once he reaches the water in the hub area. A similar effect occurs with the animation involving Mario landing in snow. In the Cool Cool Mountain stage, landing directly on the edge of the floating island near the stage's bridge will cause Mario to immediately warp to the bottom of the level's play area, typically causing a death. Because Mario is immune to dying when he's stuck in snow like this, he'll finish his animation before immediately dying. While not relating to Mario's death, there is also a bizarre issue that Nintendo seems to have with emulating Mario 64, which has been progressively getting worse with each different release they make. Over the years, Mario Shadow seems to be rising off of the ground more and more with each new release of the game, initially appearing on the ground before being partway up his feet, and now on Switch, with his shadow consuming the bottom half of his feet entirely. Not quite the same as dying, though perhaps an even worse fate for Mario can occur when collecting a star while positioned over an updraft. Because of the physics of the updraft, Mario will collect the star but continue to float in the wind indefinitely. Because control is taken away when obtaining a star, and the animation will only play when Mario hits the ground, he will be stuck in this position, only able to adjust the camera or, quite simply, reset the console. A similar softlock can occur if Mario manages to throw a Chuckya off a ledge, but then jumping after it and getting grabbed by it just on the same frame as the enemy exploding. Mario will be stuck flying mid-air, restricting the player's pause option, preventing them from selecting exit stage, meaning they will once again have to simply reset the console. Both of these glitches can be performed in the same level too, Tall Mountain. Not all of Mario 64's glitches leave you totally screwed, of course. Several other glitches have interesting effects, such as a rare occurrence when walking through the front door of Big Boo's haunt. Normally, doing so causes a high-pitched boo laugh sound effect to play, but sometimes this is played at a much lower pitch, making the normally creepy laugh just sound like a man chuckling. It's also possible for Mario to actually fall asleep whilst inside Bowser. Steady on. Basically, when Mario takes damage, he flashes. Steady on again. This demonstrates that he is invincible. However, this invincibility actually continues even after that blinking stops, so long as Mario is inside an enemy. Bowser will also continue to spin around in the same spot indefinitely so long as Mario remains inside his hitbox, meaning that Mario's idle animation is able to play whilst in this invulnerable state, while Bowser continues to spin around looking for the player. While exploring Rainbow Ride, an exceptionally rare bug can really leave you fluttered. This glitch is near impossible to pull off intentionally, with most players only seeing it by chance, but it can be reliably triggered using external tools. To work, a Spiny must be thrown by a Lakitu near a particular Bob-omb, then the player must defeat the Lakitu before approaching the Bob-omb. An issue in the game's internal values may arise where the model for the Bob-omb is swapped out with that of a butterfly. However, this doesn't mean the behavior of the enemy changes, only its visuals. Smoke emits from the butterfly when being held, and before long, the butterfly can also explode. Another fairly obscure character that the player encounters is the Headless Snowman, who only makes some very brief appearances in the game. This specific character actually had some publicity when Nintendo Power published a joke article for April Fools. Around the same time as the L is Real 2401 rumors circulated, in volume 107 of Nintendo Power, an article appeared in the April News Brief segment called Luigi 64. In the article, it's claimed that Nintendo has received word of Luigi fans campaigning to have the character appear in his own game, with the company responding that they are working on an upcoming game called Headless Snowman 64. Intended as a game to help satisfy fans of the, quote, second bananas, featuring a wide array of both well-known and obscure Nintendo characters, such as the Wave Race 64 announcer, random audience members from Super Punch-Out, the Frogs in the Meadow from Diddy Kong Racing, and of course, the Headless Snowman. This would also include some non-Nintendo characters like, quote, that bald guy from Blast Corps and the Bikini Woman in Cruisin' USA. Perhaps ironically, as a obviously not real game being not actually made to satisfy fan demand for Luigi, Luigi would not be featured in the title due to a mix-up. A developer quote at the end of the article states, "Luigi, is that the name of one of the civilian women in GoldenEye 007? Because if that's who Luigi is, then she'll definitely be in the game." This fan favorite title has an interesting little oversight. The Japanese names for some of the game's locations were intended to harken back to earlier places seen in the Mario series, a detail which it seems was lost during the localization process for the game's English release. the team behind the translation seemed to make the decision to rename these locations entirely. In the Japanese game, Shooting Star Summit is called Falling Star Hill, which is also the Japanese name for Star Hill from Super Mario RPG, suggesting they are in fact the same place. Dry Desert is called Calamari Desert in Japan, a nod to the Mario Kart 64 track. This becomes particularly obvious when you take into account the resemblance between the K64 locomotive and the train that appeared in the Mario Kart stage, along with the fact that the music that plays while riding the train is a remix of the Mario Kart 64 theme. Shiver Mountain, and by extension the entire Shiver region, has an almost identical name to Cool Mountain from Mario 64 in Japan, which is named Cold Mountain instead. This may also help explain why all the bumpties in this chapter are referred to as penguins. One secret we all still want to know relates to a blue toad, located near the Toad Town train station. When spoken to, he says, "So, I hear you're off to fight Bowser. Mario, when peace returns here, I want to tell you something, okay?" One would think that he has some secret to give the player after the final task of the game is complete, but after Mario has defeated Bowser, he can no longer explore the entirety of Toad Town, with a toad standing by the entrance to the train station who stops Mario and tells him to go meet up with Peach. By utilizing cheats or save file modifications, it's possible to get past this toad and reach the blue toad who holds a secret for us. However, when trying to speak to this toad after having beaten Bowser, the game will simply crash. This would suggest the dialogue for the toad was never written, and the game fails to read any data to display as dialogue, so the game crashes. Perhaps this toad would have given a special optional endgame mission. Perhaps we will never know the true answer. Getting somewhere you shouldn't be able to doesn't always freeze the game though. By performing some frame-perfect movements, it's possible to get to a cutscene with Tubba Blubber slightly before the game intends. A result of this is the game's visuals glitching out slightly, and a snot bubble appears to be coming from the lower regions of his back. This is because two cutscenes are playing simultaneously, one with Tubba laying on his back and one with him sitting upright. So we get both scenes' bubbles, with one out of context. An interesting unused item in the game's data comes in the form of the Transformation Cane, a fully working item, complete with a sprite and description. Lets you transform into a party member and use their commands. After 3 turns, Mario returns to normal. Using the Transformation Cane basically would transform Mario into a duplicate copy of one of his companions, meaning you could have 2 of the same partner character in a fight at the same time. At least temporarily. It's possible this was removed because, while interesting in concept, in execution, it isn't exactly a powerful benefit in most cases compared to just utilizing Mario's skills directly. Perhaps it was used for a plot point that got scrapped. Hopefully one day we'll know.